Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah. Hey, it's Prince of Queens, and I'm being joined today by Zero Cool, who I've never actually talked to before, I don't think, unless I was drunk and I forget. And we are having, we're gonna have I was about to say YouTube is over party, but no, it's actually going to be a Everyday Feminism is over party because Everyday Feminism is more than likely going to shut down within the near future. They're trying to raise $20,000 from their audience, which I don't know how and why every their audience would possibly want to give them that money now at this point in time. Like, it's like now that everybody officially hates them and like we all kind of know that, why would people actually start giving them money? Like didn't they spend all of their feminist charity on Anita Sarkeesian year after year, is what I'm thinking. So yeah, we're going to be talking about that and some other stuff, basically. So yeah, how are you doing, Zero Cool?
I am doing great, Prince. I've actually been a fan of yours for about a month or so now. With I think I ran across you from Sargon, and actually, I think I first saw you and met you through Jeff Holiday.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've been
Did
a
you?
Jeff Holiday fan for a long while now, and that some black guy. And I just have a variety of YouTube people that I follow, and I've always liked your video for a specific reason. Well, two specific reasons, actually. One, you are very eloquent and straightforward, which I appreciate.
Thanks.
And you're welcome. And my daughter is a fan of yours, and she is a member of the LGBT community, and she loves how you present things. I guess as she's 23, I'm 41, so I'm a Gen Xer. And
Okay.
she says, Dad, you've got to check this guy out. And so what's going on? So she was telling me about you, and that's how I found you through Jeff Holiday. I said, I like this guy.
Oh, cool. Well, that's great to hear. Thank you. That's
You're very welcome.
I can't believe I have fans that are audience members. I hate saying fans. Like I really hate saying fans. I like to think YouTube is a social thing and not necessarily so much like a thing where like if someone wants to call me if someone wants to say that they are my fan, cool, fine, that's great. But like I don't think that like just because somebody watches you that they need to be considered your fan necessarily. So that's why I try to correct that. And when I refer to it personally, but it's really cool to know that there is intergenerational parent daughter family that actually watches my video. That makes me feel like I'm not wasting my time when I pound out a video every day. And yeah, I had a lot of fun on Jeff and Wizard of Cause's stream that time. That's like what I assume you're talking about when you say that you found me through them.
I think you've played Quiplash with him once or twice as well.
Maybe
Yes.
well, no,
That was a while back, though, I think.
I was on some stream with him where he played Quiplash for like a few rounds. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and that was fun. Speaking of which, um, Quiplash, it would be fun to play Quiplash, and Liz Reptile owes me money and is posting in the chat, and Liz Reptile has Quiplash, so we would have to get some other people in here. Hey Pat, let's so I guess Liz Reptile and Pat can come in because
I have
they
never played that. I don't even know how it works for the most part.
you've never played Quiplash?
I've seen it on the videos, but I've never had a hands-on experience, so I wouldn't really know. This would be new for me.
Oh, it's fun. It's easy to play. So like yeah, let's see. Let me do
Forewarning, most people still think I sound like I'm in my 20s.
Yeah, well, everyone thinks I sound like I'm like fucking 14, and
I would actually say you probably sound like you're about 30, to be honest.
I'm 35.
See, I was close. I was
Yeah,
very close, sir.
I'm extremely immature is the thing. No,
Oh,
I think what it really is that I was what is what how I don't know, maybe it's just because I never had to like work a soul crushing job for long enough that I like like I don't know. I've always been very conversational and enjoyed talking, and I never had to sound like particularly authoritative for any reason. Like I didn't I don't know.
You're more of a people person, which is good. There are not enough. I've been in a variety of vocations prior to my actual job that I have now, and one of the jobs I had when I was 16, when I started working, was in a, let's just say it's a sub sandwich shop. We're not going to say, and it's not the major brand. We're just not going to say anything relatively close to it. And one of the, and because I don't want you to get a strike or people to get bent out of shape or any shenanigans like that.
Okay.
Because I know how people act, and they are, they act the way they act, which is, sometimes very not called for. So one of the things I've learned from this job is that there are two things that you can do in life when you're talking to somebody over a phone, and we can consider this a phone type situation. The inflection of your voice and your attitude comes through in your tone of voice as well. And when you're face to face, it's all about your facial expression and your body language.
Oh, and I'm very expressive in person, if you can imagine.
I can imagine your face just making all sorts of
oh shit
shapes right now, just expressing what you're saying. And so basically, you are one of those people that I would probably have loved to have worked with as a teenager, because I really just didn't like most of my peers. But I had a few people that were just very energetic, and they'd never, even if they were down, they never let it show, and they always boosted you up. And it's like, those are the people you like to work with because they have such energy in their voice, and they bring it out,
I would say I was kind of like that probably to work with for the most part. At my jobs. Not always, but I mean, like, what if I was like extremely hungover, maybe? But normally I was always, I pretty much always sold the most crap at my customer service jobs.
Oh yes,
like, and I mean, like, literally every month, like the whole, like, just because I liked interacting with customers, it was like, I'm gonna be here for 8 hours and I'm kind of bored, so I might as well talk to the customers. You know what I mean?
Yes, and make money.
Yeah.
Prince, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, my PC died. I was trying to tell you, my fucking motherboard died. I have to take about a week off. I can only join Hangouts.
Okay.
I cannot run my own shit, dude. I'm sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. We're just hanging out and chilling because it's everyday feminism is over party is what
So I was trying to watch the video real quick while you were doing this. Can you give me a rundown on that? What the fuck happened? Because I was trying to catch up, and then you sent me a link, and I'm like, oh shit, he doesn't know.
That's a very good question. I have no clue what's going on with that either.
Hold on. I don't think it's really known. They didn't say what is. They didn't. I don't think. I just okay. Two different people emailed me about this because I have had this ongoing conspiracy theory with the site itself, and the reason that it came up, it's not. This didn't happen like organically. I actually know at least 4 people who are contributing authors of Everyday Feminism. Now, granted, there's a small army of people that write for that fucking site because it's like, the Borg of feminist blogs. And so I knew a girl that actually I really liked. But she's, bless her heart, is what I'll kind of say about her. She's the kind of person where it's like, she's musically talented and she's cool to hang out with, but like I would never want to, like, even when I would hang out with her, I didn't hang out with her a lot, but like we played a few shows together in the Bay Area. She didn't
San Francisco Bay Area.
Yeah, but she lived in Oakland. And we played a few different shows together. So but like she didn't strike me as the type of person that was like good would be good at writing an essay, like and so she wrote an essay that was published on Everyday Feminism that was about how she's a white girl that used to have dreads and she cut them off and it was freeing or some shit, and it was just so fucking painful.
Just think what Jessica Ramsey's gonna think when she sees Jeff Holiday's head at VidCon. Sorry. That mental image. Anyway.
Absolutely. So this that girl knows this other girl who was editor of it, but I have a feeling that girl, so the girl who's the editor, I met through this girl kind of, but I never actually met her in person. I only knew her on the internet, but we would actually chat kind of a lot. and she ended up being an editor of Everyday Feminism. But I think that she quit because when I looked at the thing that they said that they're asking for money, she wasn't mentioned in it. So I'm thinking perhaps that she no longer works for them, and I'll say why. So okay, I knew people. I knew two people. These are the people that I knew the best, and then there's two other people that I kind of knew that were like contributing members, but I didn't really talk to that much. And they, as the election started kind of like heating up and the primaries were going on, I was a big Sanders supporter. And, long story short, if anyone doesn't know my reasoning for that, it was basically because I was a lifelong Democrat. It never occurred to me that, I could vote for anybody besides a Democrat, and Sanders seemed a lot better than fucking Hillary Clinton. So I was willing to pull a lot of mental gymnastics to advocate for Sanders very, very strongly. And
I
also,
thought he was okay, and then I found out that he didn't know how to do math after
yeah.
I had already voted for Trump, and so I didn't feel too bad.
Yeah, I think the thing is with Sanders is that, like, ultimately, it's not just that he didn't know how to do math. I think that he literally just didn't understand how bad our economy is right now. Like, I think that he was, like, everybody has this kind of, like, American exceptionalist, not everybody, but, like, a lot of people do, just sort of assumes that America is, like, always on top. And it's like, no, we're kind of not doing that great.
We've been kind of kicked at the knees over the past 12 years.
Yeah, we really, really have been. So, like, I started supporting Sanders, and I noticed a deafening silence in everybody I knew who was a feminist. Like, there were the occasional outspoken person who was like, I don't know what y'all are thinking, but Sanders is the most feminist candidate. Like, they would say that, and I was like, okay, well, that's kind of cool that at least, they're lending support to Sanders. But then all the people who worked in any sort of, like, feminist media, like, and it wasn't just that I knew 4 people that worked for Everyday Feminism. I knew people, I knew personally, I'll just say it because I've mentioned this before on streams. I did know personally Lindy West, who is, like, pretty famous. Like, before she quit Twitter dramatically earlier this year, she had about 75,000 Twitter followers. So she was like a person that pretty big in the feminist scene. So everybody that I knew who was like a professional feminist, somebody who made money with their feminism, with my feminism, I'm making money. those people all were deafeningly silent about who that they either they supported Clinton, like Lindy West actually wrote an article for The Guardian endorsing Clinton very, very early on, like basically within a week of Clinton announcing her candidacy, and or they would be really, really quiet about who they supported. They just wouldn't really say who they supported. And I was like, that's weird. And I was like, I wonder if there's a reason for that. And very early on, because I love a good conspiracy theory, and I like to play the 5D chess a little bit myself, So I was like looking at it, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I bet that feminists, like, aren't allowed to say that they don't like Hillary Clinton. I bet that's kind of like a rule. And
that's kind of the mentality that sorry to interrupt, sir, but that's kind of the mentality that I saw where I'm at. And it was really, if you were a third wave feminist or whatever, and my daughter was telling me all this stuff, and she was just like she just literally said, Dad, I just want to puke. These guys making me sick. And I said, well, why? And she's like, well, they just, no matter what they believe, they just don't have the balls to just stand up and say what they believe in. It's like they're being silenced. And I just took a step back and I said, does that really surprise you? And she goes, no. I mean, what the hell did their parents do to mess them up so bad? It's like, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't raise them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. and especially the people that worked in media, it was like this thing, like it was like they were fucking sworn into a goddamn like crime family or something. Like, like you're watching The Sopranos and they like prick the finger of blood and like, like some shit like that. And they took a vow to like never talk bad about a powerful, never talk badly about one of their feminist superiors, like, or some shit,
Yeah, it's so weird. They'll never shit talk each other no matter how off the wall
they'll shit talk each other, but they won't shit talk a senpai.
Oh, yeah, okay. Right.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing about it. Like, it's like you there's certain people that you can't talk shit about, and if you do, then you're and mainly and they would criticize Hillary Clinton, but ultimately they wouldn't like endorse Sanders. Like, I don't think there was a single feminist blog that came out and endorsed Sanders, and a few endorsed Hillary Clinton, but most of them just said that we don't endorse any candidate. And so, okay, early on, I was looking at Jezebel and Everyday Feminism, and just me being, a conspiratorial minded little fucker, because and like it was getting to the point where like they were starting to call Sanders supporters misogynists, like, really rampantly. And that started really early on, and I was a very early Sanders supporter, so I was like being called a misogynist, and and I'm a fucking gay guy, so like it was like, okay, this means war. Like, whoever the fuck told you to call me a misogynist, I'm gonna find out who did it, and I'm gonna fucking figure out your whole operation and take you down.
That's
because
a bit perplexing, though, isn't it?
Possibly pull out your weave.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you're a scrappy little motherfucker.
I would have bet dollars to donuts in a fist fight you would have whomped their ass, though.
Well, I don't endorse violence, but
I know, I'm just fucking with you.
So I just like to say dollars to donuts. That's why I said that.
So ultimately, like, it was this big thing where I was like, okay, who the fuck is paying you? Who the fuck is paying my friends to call me a misogynist for supporting the most, like, civil rights oriented fucking candidate? Like, that's deeply wrong. So I started trying to figure it out, and then I was like, looked into feminist blogs, and there was one day where I literally went on both Everyday Feminism and Jezebel and found that both of them had old articles. This was before Hillary Clinton actually declared her candidacy, like years before probably, that had old articles talking about how cool Hillary Clinton was. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, hey, Pat, how are you doing?
Hey, now what's going
on? Just talking about the Everyday Feminism is probably done, and I'm telling the story of how I came up with the conspiracy theory that they were backed basically by corporate money to put Hillary Clinton into office, and they failed their only mission, and now they're done. So so I went on when I first kind of started getting really red pilled in terms of feminism, and like being like, okay, feminism is just bad, like, it's bad. And I started watching people like Sargon and Blair White. I looked and I figured out that Everyday Feminism and Jezebel had written positive articles about Hillary Clinton in years past. It had been a while, but it was a few years ago they had done that. So I was like, wait, that's weird. And so I posted about it on Facebook, and I was like, it seems like maybe I'm just being a conspiracy theorist, but maybe both Jezebel and Everyday Feminism were created to positively endorse Hillary Clinton, because Jezebel was created.
Yeah, hey, Prince.
Yeah, what's up?
Like I said, I don't mean to interrupt right here, but Sister Daisy just texted me and said, check your Twitter and let her in the stream.
Yeah, she can come in. Yeah.
I thought I had muted myself while I was putting something plastic away, and I just wrinkled and fucked up your stream. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Oh, it's fine. So I was like, hey, I'm just coming up with a conspiracy theory here, but it could be that Jezebel and Everyday Feminism were blogs that were created to be pro-Clinton feminist propaganda, because Jezebel was started in 2007 and Everyday Feminism was started in 2012. And I still think that both things are probably true. Like that is, you know, and both Jezebel and Everyday Feminism are kind of like two of the cornerstones of fourth wave feminism. Like those by itself like could compose like about at least 40% of everything that constitutes fourth wave feminism. Like if they made a fourth wave feminism museum in a few years, it would have like so many Jezebel and Everyday Feminism articles. So I had that theory and I posted about it on Facebook, and the person within like 10 minutes, I swear to God, it was like immediate. The person that I was friends with, who was an editor at Everyday Feminism, she denied the fact. She was like, no, that's not true. Everyday Feminism is very very ethical or some shit like that. And then at some point, I don't remember if this was in the same conversation, but the same editor, who's an editor at Everyday Feminism, she told me that she's like, we don't endorse any candidate. And I'm like, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that, you know, you're not endorsing one, but you're a feminist blog, and all the feminists are calling, you know, Sanders supporters misogynists. So your silence is almost kind of like an endorsement. And this girl had at some point prior told me, she had told me that she personally was going to vote for Sanders. Like she had told me that, and so I knew that, but she told me that she couldn't say so publicly. So I was like, that's weird. Why can't you say so? And she was like, I can't tell you. And so it was this thing where it was like, okay, it sounds to me like, you know, you guys do support Sanders, but you have orders that you can't say so from your, you know, your superiors, and that's where it got even fishier to me. And then it got to the point where they published us. I'm not going to explain what it was, but they published a comic that had a panel that smeared Sanders supporters. It made it look like a Sanders rally had a bunch of racists at it, and it was just untrue. Like it was referring to something that had never actually happened. So that was weird. And at that point I knew, I was like, no, this blog is crooked. This is just fucking bullshit. And so I made videos, kind of like conspiracy theories about how the blog was entirely, you know, Democratic Party propaganda designed to put Hillary Clinton into office. I didn't have every piece of the conspiracy together at that point, but it turned out that the blog was created in 2012, and in 2012, Obama passed a bill that made it legal for the American government to use propaganda on its citizens. So it's kind of funny that it's like the same year this blog came out. And so I thought to myself, I was like, this blog is crooked. All it is to put Hillary Clinton into office. That's all it's there for. And now that Trump won, this blog is going to have to go, because like they're going to lose their funding. And now I don't know exactly what happened, but they have an advertisement on them saying save Everyday Feminism, and they're trying to raise money from their fans. They're trying to raise $20,000, and if they don't, Everyday Feminism is going to die, supposedly. So that to me really confirms that my conspiracy theory was at least somewhat accurate, you know, because they're a big blog. Like they get a lot of shares. They have a lot of, you know, like you can't search for something having to do with feminism or even racism on Google without Everyday Feminism articles coming up, like the whole first page, mostly Everyday Feminism articles.
So why is it only $20,000 to keep them alive? That's not a lot of money.
Well, I'm guessing it would be a bait and switch. They're going to see how much support they actually have, you know, and ultimately the powers that be, if the powers that be wanted to keep them alive, they easily could, but they're probably wanting to know how much public support, like it's probably just a test to see how much public support feminism actually has and how much money people are willing to throw at feminism.
Are you sure it's like a legit GoFundMe type thing and not a scam?
Well,
sometimes that happens. Just ask.
I mean, just define scam. No, it's on their homepage.
Oh, like, okay, it's on their homepage. All right.
Yeah, it's on their homepage. Yeah, it's definitely everyday feminism. Like, okay, regardless of if they go away or not, you know, like ultimately the people behind this are not going to just go away. They're not going to just cease to exist. The evil feminist brainwasher fucking intersectional motherfuckers, they will not die. But at the same time, they they know they're fucking weak now. They're at least admitting weakness, and that's what's awesome about it. That's why my stream is called Everyday Feminism is Over Party. So yeah,
I'm really hoping that they don't get any fucking support, but you know that they'll crawl out of the woodwork, support it, and but then people, this is kind of like the first step of a dying horse, for definite. This is definitely the first choking gasp. I give them about the end of the year.
I would fair to say that propaganda has been used ever since the late 1940s and 50s on America. It's always been that way, and Obama basically did that just to prop himself up, saying, "Hey, look how great I am," and then people just legally attach themselves to it. People like this have the mentality of, you know, we're going to feign ignorance and we're going to pretend like we're dying, yet we're a seven-headed hydra where you're going to cut off our head, two or more are going to come and rise in our place. And they really are, it sounds like from my end, just testing the waters to see who their staunch supporters are and whether or not they can set landmines and traps for everybody else.
Yeah, I think that that's a definite possibility. I think that what happens after every election is the politicians and the people who work in media, they probably spend the next year or two just doing basically market research in terms of people's political feelings. And so one of the things that I theorize is that when Obama won for his second term, a lot of people weren't sure that he was going to. And the reason why was because of the Occupy movement. Obama bailed out the big banks. And a lot of people were obviously like, he lost a lot of progressive support when he did that from, you know, Democratic Party type people. A lot of people thought he wasn't a progressive because he bailed out the richest of the rich and, you know, gave them American taxpayer money. And so when Obama was reelected, what I imagine they did, the Democrats, and, you know, the Democrats are basically 95% of all media is like, you know, connected to them kind of. So what I imagine they did is they kind of like took exit poll data and they said, so why did you vote for Obama? And it turned out that like a massive amount of people said, well, you know, because like, I don't know, it's like he's cool and he's black and it's cool that we have a black president. And so they kind of did that, and then they maybe asked them a few more questions, and they'd be like, so would you want more minorities to be a president? Would you maybe want a woman to be a president? And the same people that said that they voted for him because he was black probably said, yes, I'd like a woman. And so they got all that data and they kind of like, you know, formed a plan, which was, let's make all these feminist blogs. We try to like, you know, equate the fight for racial equality with women's rights. Let's try to pretend they're the same thing.
Well, but they're hacks, Prince, because they had their chance with Sarah Palin. She was actually one of our very first in recent history to actually make it to the stage of running for the actual presidency, and people basically burned her at the stake because she was viewed as a Republican, whether you liked her or not.
She wasn't working with this. She wasn't working with the media manipulation thing.
Exactly.
She wasn't the right vagina that they were looking for. They wanted a vagina that they could control.
Well, when I refer to the people that were taking the exit poll data and formulating a strategy on, I'm referring to the Democratic Party people. You know, like you know, there's a little bit of overlap with certain Republicans. You know, like as people would say, the conservatives, but not you know, ultimately they were trying. The Democratic Party was trying to figure out how to maintain their power in 2012, and they realized, or so they thought, that identity politics was the ticker. They thought that identity politics won 2012, so identity politics could win 2016. Turns out the exact opposite was true.
That's because they pissed everybody in the Midwest off. You pissed us all off.
Yeah, and I think that they just underestimated how smart people how smart the internet was. Like, you know, they oversold it. They oversold the identity politics thing, and everybody figured it out. It was like, no, you can't try so hard to tell us that you have to vote a certain way, otherwise you're a bigot. Like, if you tell everybody that, they're going to not believe you. Like, very specifically, they're going to not believe you.
Yeah, they did treat people like they were stupid.
Yeah.
And you can't do that.
I do have some good... I got some good news for you, Prince, here. You know, remember how I told you that I pretty much lost my best friend to social justice? I met up with her last night at the bar, and I finally put my dick down onto the table. Not a real dick, guys. And told him about... That's a running gag with me, and you know it. That I was a centrist for free speech, and that means that I try to look at all sides, but I am not happy with a lot of the leftist shit. And yes, there are some really racist alt-right people, and they can go fuck themselves. And I gave her my political standings, and then I told her what I was doing online. And I said, if you ever see anything on there that you disagree with, I have hidden it from you because I was afraid that you would hate me. And she relaxed the clause. It is fading. To watch the social justice in her and her listen to me was excellent. They're actually starting. Some of the brainwashing is going away. Like, the reality is hitting them.
Yeah.
And so we actually had a few drinks and had a good night. And I told her that I'm really sorry if I ever say anything online that offends her. Just, you know, we'll debate it. And if she doesn't like it, then we're fine. And we'll just talk about it and not hate each other. And we're great.
Yeah.
Yay!
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, I mean, ultimately, the real SJWs are attacking each other like starving piranhas left and right now. Like, you can't go more than a week without hearing some story about some group of feminists calling another group of feminists white feminists and like saying they're not intersectional enough or some shit like that, you know. So, yeah, you know, it's
But if you really think about it, has basically everything that the suffrage movement stood for, everything that my grandmother stood for, everything that my mom stood for in the 1970s as an adult, in two generations or a third wave alone, they've basically set everything back, mentally speaking, not, of course, by law, because people do have to be hired fairly and be treated with respect, and like what was gained through those acts, obviously. But mentally and spiritually speaking, for the act of what the suffrage movement and feminism truly is, they set that shit back over 150 years. And it's just like, why?
Yeah, and the more that they push forward with this crap, the more shit, like, I don't know if that executive order got signed or not by Trump that stated that religious groups were allowed to discriminate against things as long as it was a deeply held religious belief and on their property. Basically,
I think you would get shot in the foot for that, because that violates the Constitution, First Amendment.
Basically, all it's saying is stuff like you can't make a bakery cook a gay cake.
No,
That's the kind of statement that it's making. You don't have to marry somebody if they're gay in your church. You can do what you want with your own property and religion. You're not going to be forced to do it, is the gist that I got out of it.
Okay, fair enough. I wasn't understanding that part. Thank you.
But
the First Amendment. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Liz.
No, that was it. I was just wondering if there was any clarifications on that, and that was one of those things that it's like that would not have flown 2-3 years ago without feminists pushing so hard to make everything so everybody push back. You know what I mean? It's like they're causing their own problems. But anyway, fairly. What is that? Fairly. How do I say your Fairy Princess Lolly? There we go. I found your name. Hi.
Is that who I'm logged in as right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't call you a fairy for fun. I don't even know you.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Prince.
I would not. I like Prince enough. I would call him Sir, not Fairy.
Oh, by the way, it's kind of awkward when you call me sir. You can kind of stop if you want.
Yes, Your Highness, to quote Han Solo.
Well,
call
on
him a faggot.
my YouTube, I'm logged in as Sister Danger, so now I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah, when you're speaking, it actually shows Fairy Princess under the little icon box in your picture.
Yeah, that's my work email account, basically. So.
Well, you are working.
I am.
Yeah, you're working with us and having to deal with us. It's hazard pay, if nothing else.
I'll go with hazard pay. That's legit. I should probably like sign out and sign back in with my proper account, so there's not all this confuddly confusion.
And
But,
don't forget,
what I was-
you were talking about the First Amendment. Don't forget that if you do.
I was just gonna comment on it really fast. I was gonna say that. So the First Amendment, is. I think probably most people here already know this, but it is between the government and the public. So it's not between private citizens dealing with each other, having, their right of free speech protected. It's specifically protecting the people from being censored by the government. So with that is how. Most of these places like Berkeley, when they're, or the university, like University of Washington and whatnot, when they say, well, we're not going to have this person here and we don't have to have this person here, they don't, because as long as they are, basically, as long as they're denying that person, they're no platforming them on a place that is their own private property. What Liz was saying is true. On your property, you can determine what it is that you want to allow or disallow. And so there is no impetus on them to actually allow people to speak if they don't like that political message. Now, I think that there's a social dynamic there's like a philosophical dynamic to this that goes beyond the strict verbiage of the Constitution, that generally speaking, like in our society, we tend to uphold the idea of free speech beyond what is strictly said, in the First Amendment rights, right? So, we have this idea as citizens that it's something that is a principle that should extend everywhere all the time, which I actually agree with. I'm like super huge. I mean, everybody gets to say everything fan. So, but I just wanted to like throw that clarification in there.
I'm gonna rebut that with respect. You got to remember that colleges receive money from the United States government as well as the state, local governments, and alumni donations. So while, yes, I do agree with you, the fact that they do have the right to say to whoever, no, I don't want you over here talking about this.
Wait. I have I want to say something real quick. I actually just looked at the actual the free speech thing because for whatever reason it came up and I was looking at it, and it's not that colleges can shut something down. They actually can't. They can only shut something down if it's a school-sponsored event. So if students...
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
These are student-sponsored, though. That's how those speakers get there, is that...
No, if it's a school-sponsored event, if the school is paying money for the speaker. So usually, if students raise their own money to bring Milo Yiannopoulos to a university, they can't turn him away as long as the students raise all the money, which is why they add extra like security expenses and shit so that they hopefully can like make it so that the students don't have enough money, because like all they can do is try to pretend that it's an unsafe environment.
Isn't that a backdoor to the same fucking effect though? I mean,
yes,
it's
it is. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a cheap shot effect, and they don't really care. My ultimate point is, and this is something that I was mentioning to somebody else on my own personal time, is they can edit and censor whatever they want, but sooner or later you're going to get the attention of such things as the alumni. And the alumni, I am an alumni of Iowa University.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. Ooh, whoop-de-doo. Trust me, they're on my hit list, and I've been an alumni for a long time. And when they start letting the students behave in a certain way and basically roadblocking other people's rights to have a guest like Milo or whoever, whether it's the left or the right,
especially when it's like the Republican Party the students from the Republican Party putting the money together to have Milo show up.
Exactly.
And riots.
Alumni will take notice of this and saying, why am I donating anything from whatever this amount to massive amounts through the company if you're going to do this and let your students think they can do whatever else they want, and we're giving you the money and you embarrass us by whether it's a private citizen or a corporation. That's what they don't understand. Sooner or later, alumni and government and state funds will say, no, we're done with this because it's all political pressure on all sides.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
And so, additionally, it's basically what we all grew up with our parents saying, there is a time and place for everything. That's not to edit us or to censor us. It's to basically keep us from stepping on landmines when we can't cover our own butts.
How do you really feel?
That is how I
don't really sugarcoat it. I'm giving you shit.
Okay.
that was me. That was me making a joke of damn. How do you really feel? And like, no, that was me going damn. Drop the mic, motherfucker.
Womp womp. So yeah. So but it's like I was telling Prince. My daughter sees this stuff, and she brings it to my attention. I said, "Sweetie, I'm glad that you're an adult now and you can make your own decisions, but." It just makes my brain hurt. And she goes, yes, I'm right there with you.
Does she go to college?
Right now, my daughter is finishing out college on a local level, and she is going to the Air Force in the medics field.
Oh, okay.
And she chose to get her CNA first and study and then working hands-on in, out in a job in the real world. And then she's going for her LPN, and then she's going to the Air Force in the medics field so she can go see the world and get a really good job. And if she wants to, so she basically doesn't have to worry about not having something to do. She loves to help people, and she's, she started in assistant living. She started with others, and then she did other stuff, and she doesn't want to be a doctor. She would rather just be out there helping people, and that's her drive. That's her goal, and I love her for it, and I'm proud of her for it. And I think the best thing that she's decided for herself is, while she is a member of the LGBT community, she does not let that, people where I'm from think that's a detriment. I said, what the hell does that have to do with if you're bleeding and somebody needs to treat you? Are you really that stupid? Or is this the 1930s? Come on. I'm a Gen.
If somebody's gay and they get shot, she's gonna help them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. And I'm a Gen Xer, and I think honestly Gen X is probably the last, probably if not the first generation to where we were, for the most part, truly colorblind.
Actually, so I have a condition that makes it so that I have to get blood drawn semi-regularly. Usually at least once or twice a year, not like that much, but since I've been living in the place that I live, I've been going to this clinic, and the phlebotomists, the blood drawing people at the clinic, since I've been living in the same, somebody has their going to this clinic. Sister, I think it's you. It was you. You're gonna have to figure out your audio. So I've been going to this clinic, and the person who is the best phlebotomist, the person who pokes you and draws your blood from you, the one who's the best at it is this old, kind of fat, surly lesbian that's like in, probably like in her mid to late 50s, and she's like very like slow and like, but she's good. Like, she can stab that little fucking needle real good. And I literally went, and I had her like twice, and she always was like really good at it. I'm like, ooh, you know what you're doing. Like, that's you have it down to an art form. And I went in one time, and they were trying to draw blood from me, and they seriously fucked it up 3 times. They tried to stab it in the top of my left hand. They fucked it up. They tried to stab it in the mid left arm. They fucked it up. They tried to stab it in my fucking right hand, and they fucked it up. And I eventually I was like, can I get the one lady to do it? Like, there's the one lady, and they're like, who? I'm like, I don't know. She seemed like she's like, I don't know. She's like, I'm pretty sure she's a lesbian, and they were like, Hey,
Real
Thorn.
quick, everybody needs to, other than Prince, everybody needs to back out and come back in. We, for some reason, lost the call in a really weird way. Zero and I did, and so Zero can't hear us, and I couldn't hear you guys until we hit F5. It was really weird.
Huh.
So just log out and log back in.
I can hear you guys.
If you can't hear right and everything sounds really echoey, back out and come back in. Zero and I got like sort of halfway kicked. It was really weird.
And come back. What's F5?
F5, click.
Can you hear me, Liz?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can. Zero, you had the same problem where everything just went dead?
Yeah, apparently it said it went terminated, and I'm like, am I in the middle of talking and then nothing got through? So I'm going to probably just sound like an idiot on the actual recording, or nothing ever went through. And Prince is like, what the hell you say? I didn't hear you.
Okay. So
whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, there was seriously, like, I swear to God, there was like 2 fucking nurses at this place tried to draw blood from me. One of them fucked up twice, and then she got the other one, and then the other girl fucked up. And so I had like 3 holes in me already. Like I had 3 bandages, and finally I requested the old bull dagger lesbian. Like I was like, can you guys get the one lady? Because I think I saw her, and she came over, and she's like, let me guess, they fucked it up. And I was like,
it's like, how do you not see that? Yeah, and they tapped you 2 or 3 times, and it's like, how do you not know where somebody was trying to tap my vein here? Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
What do you do about rolling veins?
Yeah, I
do.
I think what it was is that I was supposed to not eat, or not that I was supposed to not eat. Like, I think that I didn't drink enough water before I woke. You know, like, you're supposed to drink a lot of water before you get.
Yeah, you were probably considered by terms dehydrated, so they couldn't find the vein fast enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so but yeah, so it was just a funny thing. I thought it was funny because it was like, there's this lesbian, the lesbian who was like kind of the resident expert at doing the blood drawing, and yeah, and I literally walked out of that place with like 4 bandages on. Like I felt like, you know, like quasi close to like the Mummy or something.
Had the same thing happen. It's like you always need to find the big, cuddly bull dyke is the one that's going to draw the blood the most professionally. I swear to God, I've been through so many hospital situations. I dig it. It's the big, cuddly bull dyke.
That is exactly what she was.
I'm a 4-gallon donor, so I know exactly where my blood is supposed to get drawn on my left arm, and I tell them every time. They've got it on my chart. And the last time I did it for our local YMCA to help out with the platelets and whatnot specifically, they had a rookie there, and I said, do you know, how many times have you done this? She goes, oh, I've done this about 5 or 6 times. I said, okay, good. Here's my vein. Tap it. And she's like, okay. She missed. And I'm like, okay, that does happen.
Fuck.
And that does happen. So instead of pulling the needle out and retapping like you're supposed to, she goes in further and hits my tendon. And I pull that right out of my arm, and my face is blood red like your icon. And I said, fuck this, I'm out. And I put it down, and they said, all right, you're right. And I was very calm. And it's like, get this stuff off me right now. And I walked out the door, and boom, it almost flew off the hinges. And the lady started crying. I was told by the YMCA staff, and I said very calmly with my face, you know, I was about ready to have a heart attack, that kind of look. And I said, that's fine, but she hit my tendon. That's why I'm leaving. They're like, oh my gosh, she hit your tendon, and my arm is just like frozen. I'm like, yes.
That's where you're like trying not to throw up, curl up in a ball, and have every single tingly feeling of pain. Well,
let's just put it this way. Do you know how Wolverine's claws pop out of his hand? I swear to God, I had those. That's what my veins and nerves felt like bone claws were gonna pop out. That cringy feeling. And so I'm sorry that she cried, but I had specifically said, if you don't know what you're doing, stop. But, you know, regardless, if you can get the professional, the person that's been there longest, let them do it, and let some other chump be with the rookie.
Well, yeah, thank you for that image. I wanted to tell Prince something about what's going on with social justice and my 12-year-old.
Whoever's been already and like
what? Okay, my 12-year-old at school
hello.
is going to be going into high school soon. And
Hi.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Liz, let me just say real quick. I think that this is. I think that this is Thorn's first stream before. Yeah. Okay. So we have a new streamer here. I'm going to present you to everybody.
Hi.
And then tell the story after we say hi to the. I'm breaking somebody's streaming virginity, and so.
Yay! I'm not virgin anymore. Woo!
You're the person that wrote me. You probably wrote me about like a week ago, and you asked for like advice on and I ended up giving you a number of pointers because did you check out that guy Roberto Blake?
I'm still like going through all of his videos because I'm currently working a ton right now.
Yeah.
So I'm just like taking in all the information, and I'm writing a script on answering your question. I believe was the dream of social justice a good one? So I'm writing a script on answering that question.
Oh yeah. Like talking about why you were and then now you're not, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. No, and that guy, his videos are very helpful, right? Like
they're super helpful.
Yeah, he tells you shit that you would have never thought. Like one of the things he says is that like if you put in the so okay, just so if anybody's watching this and they're bored, I'm talking about this guy who makes videos about how to grow your YouTube channel if you're very small. And one of the things he says that just he has all these tips. Like he's obviously a programmer or some shit. Like he understands like some shit that like you would. One of the things he said was that if you write the same word in the text description and then you also write it in the tags, then Google will actually deduct you search points for that, which is like that would have never occurred to me. But it's because some people know enough about search engines that they would write words repeatedly in the text parts and then also write it in the tags so that it would come up. And so Google realized that people were doing that, so they started deducting people points from doing that. So like, yeah, it's really cool to when there's people who actually know about a bunch about the technicalities. When you find somebody like that, do watch all of their videos, and I very much recommend this guy Roberto Blake if you want to grow your channel. So yeah, okay. So we're having a conversation, and Liz was telling a story, so we're gonna go back to this story. But
you guys are talking about needles that I have unfortunate experience with.
Well, this next little part is really short. So my kid is 12. She wants to go to college and all this stuff, but she doesn't want to be in a dorm because of the rancid amount of social justice going on. And so she not only dyed her hair blue, so all these feminist chicks in her school thought she was one of them, and then she started red pilling them. And that was fucking hilarious. And she's just like, no, you're wrong, you're racist, and walked away as soon as people started making fun of her for being white. And so we've set up a plan where she is going to go to school off campus in an apartment and do most of her school at home, but still be like close to the university that she wants to go to, because there's always labs and stuff that you should do as a team exercise. But she is literally red pilling kids at the age of 12 and telling them how absolutely retarded they are. And it is beautiful to see that there's actually now little cliques of students gathering up, going and pushing back. And it's perfectly fine now to not want to be a feminist or any. It's okay to be a little bit on the right or center. It's working. It's what I'm trying to say, Prince. It's working. Slowly but surely, the new generation is no longer going to be absolutely butt fucking insane like this last one. Because he's right. Gen X was the last colorblind generation, and that's the one I was a part of. And it's
No,
like,
we're
wait
the
a minute.
first colorblind generation.
I miss the
first
90s.
celebration. Yeah, me too.
I don't.
I don't know.
I don't
Like,
miss the 90s at all.
I think that there was a weird thing with Gen Xers where it was like everybody wanted to not be racist, but like people still didn't necessarily like have a diverse friend group, you know? And so it was like, you know what, okay, this is what I remember very well. I went to Burning Man when I was 21.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm kind of old. I'm not young. Like I am 35. So like I'm semi old. Like I'm what they call the Oregon Trail generation, which means that I'm too old to be a millennial. But I'm not actually Gen X. So I'm 35. I was born in 1982, and when
You're technically millennial, and Gen X ended in
Technically.
81.
yeah,
I'm 80.
But we won't hold that against you.
yeah, but the Oregon Trail generation is a very specific thing. It's only a few. It's really, I think, only 81 through like 84, and
That sounds about right.
and we were the kids that when we were in elementary school, we all had computers in our rooms. There was always like 1 or 2 computers in your classroom. At least where I was. I grew up in Seattle, so Seattle had, like a relatively nice school district. And we had the computers in the rooms, but the computers weren't hooked up to the internet. But by the time we were in high school, the internet was starting to come around. And
that's what I had too, Prince.
Yeah, and well, but
Because I do recall playing Oregon Trail on Microsoft DOS.
Yeah, with the big floppy disk, the bendy floppy disk.
Oh yeah, the bendy floppy disk, green and black, and that was
I
it.
remember that.
Yep, I'm just old enough to remember floppy disks, and then all of a sudden they just kind of disappeared a
Is
couple
that
years
why
later.
they named it the Oregon Trail generation? Because that's when we were all playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it had to do with like our introduction into computers and social media, and like
that's where it started with a lot of people. Was the actual Oregon Trail, Carmen San Diego games on actual floppy.
Number Munchers and Odell Lake.
Yes, thank you.
Those were the games that like the teachers like, okay, I need some peace and quiet to grade papers. Sit down. Here's some games. Shut the fuck up.
I died of dysentery in about 5 minutes, so I wasn't very quiet.
I remember. I learned how to type on those typing pro generation because our first, but then I moved.
You're cutting in and out, Liz.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It must have been the Russians.
Hey, for the record, apparently my chat is having drama, and I had to give a friend of mine a wrench to ban some fucker. I don't even know who it is. I don't know who I don't know who the bad apple is. I think it's this jerk's a guy. Oh yeah, he keeps talking shit. He was saying some. You know who it probably is? It's probably a troll account of Magdalene Burns's fans because they're lunatics, and now they stalk me. So yeah.
Well, they're not saying anything important. Like literally everything that person is typing is just some sort of retarded attempt at an insult. So that
he just said you ban me, Prince. I'll take your channel.
And he tried to take my channel too. So.
There you go. Yeah, good luck with that, fuckhead. I don't have a channel.
Yeah, I mean, you can take mine. I have one potato video of my dog eating peanut butter right now, so.
Oh, you got a dog eating peanut butter? I don't even have that. Yep. Can I steal that and get copyright infringement, please? Anyway, Prince, go ahead. We were talking about the Oregon Trail.
Oh, I was just saying, the Oregon Trail generation. We fucking okay, so the internet existed, sure, like, in the late 80s and stuff, but it didn't really start being used until the late 90s when mailing lists like actually became a thing. and where people were like actually really using it, and AOL, you know, happened, and it became, and so like the Oregon Trail generation, we were kind of like the prototype of people that, like, if you were at all smart, like you started using the internet when you were in college, you know. And now granted, there's definitely people who are about 35 who only really started using the internet a lot, you know, starting when Facebook got popular, which just makes them
Yeah, Facebook isn't. I don't even know if Facebook is that old. It might be 2010. Facebook is not actually very old.
no, Facebook is actually, no, it's been,
2004.
yeah, Facebook started in 2004. The original social,
Wow. There you go.
I was an old school, so I was on everything social media.
MySpace.
Oh no, it wasn't even
Oh,
that.
shit.
No, I was on mailing lists, and then
fucking bulletin boards, dude.
and then bulletin boards, when bulletin boards became more popular than mailing lists. And then I was
Message boards. Sorry.
and then I was on Friendster. Friendster was the original. Before MySpace, there was Friendster, and Friendster, but Friendster was like, it was the first social networking site. All you could do was, like, I think they only let you have 5 pictures of yourself on that fucking thing. If you can imagine only being able to having to choose your 5 pictures that you're, I mean, and this is, and Friendster, you could have, you know, as many friends as possible. And all it was, though, you could write your about me, and they gave you a certain limit for how long your texts about yourself, and then who I want to meet, and then your favorite movies, your favorite music, and then people could write testimonials about you, and you could write bulletins. But but the bulletins had a character limit. That's all it was. There was no sort of discussion forums or anything. It was just a way of, like, keeping track of your friends. And the only people who were on Friendster, like, period, when it was popular, were people that lived in either New York or LA. Seriously, it was like all people that lived in New York or LA, and I lived in New York City at the time, and all of the New York City hipsters were on Friendster. It was how we all kept track of each other. Like, we would all go to these, like, you know, parties that would have 300 people, and we'd see everybody that was in our extended Friendster network, and we knew we were at the right party if we saw everybody that we saw on Friendster. And then MySpace came out and blew Friendster out of the water in popularity. But it all started, social networking, like with the thumbnail and the picture, that all started with Friendster, which I was very much on, and it's because I'm the Oregon Trail generation.
What I wanted to know is that with you now being quote unquote red pilled, at least somewhat, because I know you still have some very decent social justice values, the ones that actually matter, such as you know, gay rights and all that happy jazz. Because there are some things that actually fucking matter. Thank you very much. What if you could look back onto yourself, when you're back, like living in New York or something? Would you have slapped yourself or anything? Or...
Oh my god, I would hate me so much. I was so fucking obnoxious in my okay, no, I would have gotten a kick out of me, probably. Like, you know, okay, I would say I was some kind of combination of, like, what would be a good way to describe myself? Well, this is just for references that you guys would know. I was some kind of a cross between Blair White, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Sargon. Like, I was bitchy and kind of airheady in the way that Blair was, but still kind of smart, and then extremely egotistical in the way that Milo was. Like, I was... So Sister Danger actually has hung out with me in person and is friends with me on Facebook and has seen, like, old pictures of me and stuff. And I was, you know, I was actually pretty cute. And I totally did that fucking...
You still are good looking.
Well, thank you. But you've seen the old pictures. Like, I used to be, like, really, really foxy. And, no, I used to actually model. Like, I used to, like, actually model. So, I did that whole thing with that Milo that Milo still does, where he is just extremely egotistical and he makes a joke out of it. Like that thing where he's like, oh, you know, I'm just incredibly talented and smart and handsome and very humble. Ha ha ha. You know, like that kind of thing. I invented that. I could have sworn that I invented that. I'm sure I didn't. I'm sure people had done it before, but I was very much like that all the time. Like I was like, oh yeah, I'm good looking and I'm talented and I'm smart. Every gay guy wants to fuck me, but most of them can't. Ha 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 ha. And but no, but like I would make people laugh. It's not like people like were just like hated me. Like they knew that I was like making a joke out of it, but I wasn't entirely joking. Like I was actually pretty egotistical. So I was kind of like that. And
I would have stuffed you into a locker in high school because I was Dave Mustaine, Johnny Ramone, and Johnny Rotten.
No, you wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have done shit. You wouldn't have done shit. You would have been terrified of me in high school.
No,
You'd be stuffing me in the locker.
No,
No,
okay,
no.
let me tell you
Prevent my
something
friends from
about me.
becoming their
No, dude. No, I'm gonna tell you right now. You would not have done shit because I fucking owned my high school. I was friends. By the time I was finished with freshman year, all of the hottest, most popular senior and junior girls loved me. They fucking loved me. And so, if you are the freshman gay guy who makes friends with all the senior girls, nobody can fuck with you.
Yeah, they'll beat your ass. They got
not just that.
I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, Prince, but if you've ever gone to a Midwestern Iowa school, farm boys, we jacked people up. I actually got paid by the nerds on a regular basis for 4 years to beat the shit out of the football team.
Okay. Well,
and I did it.
I believe that.
I grew up in Seattle. And we didn't actually really have a lot of like actual physical fighting at my high school. Yeah. It was more about like who could socially ruin someone's life, and the popular girls.
I would have hired you. I would have hired you as a social hitman. Come to think of it.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what I mean. That's
nice.
That's what I mean.
I would have hired you. They would have paid me to beat the shit out of them. And then you would have been the one that trashed them socially, and they wouldn't be going to the after party of the football game at homecoming.
Yeah.
I was such the fucking worthless piece of shit kid because what I was trying to say before is I was the youngest student in my class. And then I went through an accelerated program. So I graduated high school at the age of 16, and I went to a summer school program with all the other smart kids. So I made friends with all the seniors at the age of 12, and then all the juniors as well, because all the CAT students, AIT students, and the EGO students all had to take these specialized summer school courses for extra credits.
That's pretty cool.
And I had to stay there till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 days a week during the summer. My learning disability, it actually helped me keep my memory because if I went off of school for too long, I'd forget everything that I was supposed to remember. So it was actually really good for the way my brain worked to do that. So I ended up getting these specialized lockers. Well, the seniors, the regular seniors now that met me through the other seniors and juniors, that they couldn't make it to their locker in time, and I had this middle of the school. So I would rent it out for space for M&Ms and money, like $2 or because I have low blood pressure. They would leave me candy.
Low blood sugar.
And so they would leave me candy and soda and shit in there. That meant whenever I went to my locker and the kids wanted to beat me up, there was generally a senior there 3 to 4 years older than me. Crap out of people.
Well, we were kind of shitheads in high school, weren't we?
See, now, I got picked on a ton in high school, and the thing that I did I got picked on a ton in middle school. The thing I did my freshman year is that I spread a rumor that I had been in a mental institution for the entire summer, so everybody would just leave me the fuck alone.
That's...
I should have went to high school. I'm sorry, I should have went to high school with you guys. You guys are classic.
I was the weird goth
I
kid.
just was smart. I'm a weird goth kid. Junior college, and then Columbine happened.
Oh, fucking Columbine. God, I remember that like it was yesterday.
Columbine happened at a school I was supposed to go to if I would have stayed in California. That was the other fucked up part. Getting ready to go to college that day, and I'm reading about it in the paper, you know, the actual newspaper, and I'm like, oh, fuck, this is gonna look bad. I put on my longest, most baggiest Johnny the Homicidal Maniac t-shirt, my fucking slave cufflets, and my bondage collar, and I went to college after Columbine to show the world that goth kids were not evil. And I had long blonde hair too, so it's really weird. I was the only blonde goth kid. And I walk all the way to my bus, which I had to pass this one school called St. Pete High. Well, they thought that I was supposed to be in that school. And so the truant officer, because my classes didn't start until 9 or 10 in college, and I'm getting to the city bus, right? I'm gonna have to pass this fucking high school. And they're like, you know, you're dressed against the guest code today. You're not allowed to wear this. And I'm like, I don't go to your school. Yes, you do. You need to come into our office right now before we get the police. And I'm like, I don't go to your school. I'm in college. I had to fucking walk around with my fucking college ID wherever the fuck I went to prevent myself from having to go with. So one day they didn't fucking believe me and they thought it was fake. So I walked into the school dressed like, this was like 2 days after Columbine, dressed like death itself. You know,
Full corpse paint.
Dude, I had a little bit of the white on. I wasn't overdoing it. I knew how to play it so it didn't look too much. And I went in there and I went, do you think that I go to your school? And they went, well, you have to. You're in this district and la da 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 da. And I'm like, and you look to be about 14. I'm like, I'm 17 years old and I go to St. Pete College, not St. Pete High. Fucktards. They had to call my parents while the cop is standing there. I'm like, you guys are making me late. I was so pissed. So I would then purposely walk around with a small boombox playing Du Hast type fucking Russian, or not Russian, German fucking goth industrial music while walking by the college every morning from that point on, just to piss them the fuck off. They hated me. They absolutely hated me.
That's so awesome.
They're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, walking down the street as all the kids on the football field would stand up and start rocking out.
Nice.
You know.
Oh my God, that's just classic shit right there. I love that.
Yeah, you know, you had to get back at the man, basically. And it was just, I was trying to prove to people we weren't that bad. And then they caught my search history while I was in college because I wanted to learn about really what happened. And I didn't have time to look at it while it was home on my computer. So I did the search about the story about what they had found in the Columbine students' rooms and stuff. And I'm like, oh God, they play video games. They like Doom. They like to draw the devils from Doom. Oh my God, they're going to think that we're devil worshippers.
List of shit that's also in my room.
The devil from Dune, like as in Frank Herbert's Dune?
Doom, Doom, D-O-O-M.
Doom, the video game. Oh, yeah.
I was just like, I don't recall there being devils in Dune.
The long deviled horn thing, and it was one of them. One of them liked to draw like Nurgle and all these different video games and fantasy stuff that they liked to draw, and it got thrown onto the all goth kids now got characterized as, oh my God, it's Columbine, and then they started banning trench coats being worn in certain areas. Thank God, not the mall, because that's where the hot topic was.
Yes,
that's right where I worked.
Pants.
And I worked next to the hot topic, and so just it got to be a mess. And you want to talk about discrimination against a person? Goth kids were giving the worst rap for about 5 fucking years, right at the peak of me being goth. And I'm like, change. Oh,
that was
horrible. That was hell. That was hell.
I remember going to school, and one of the colors that we weren't allowed to wear together at our high school was red and black. And I'm just like, well, that's my whole wardrobe.
Is that what they thought you were, the Crips? Or
No,
the
Latin Kings. Latin Kings.
Oh, Latin King. Holy shit.
What are Latin
That's
Kings?
Midwest for sure.
I'm from Chicago, so yes.
I'm from the Quad Cities, so I'm not too far from you, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Latin Kings are a street gang.
Yes, they are.
Was
And Gangster Disciples are their opponents.
Yes, they are.
Yep.
I never heard of the Gangster Disciples. Did you? You went to school in the 90s. Was this when they would have like like a red and a black shoelace like hanging from their belt loop and shit? And that was the.
I was still in elementary school.
Oh, okay.
So I don't really remember. All I remember is like jelly bracelets and that being like not a thing for a while. It didn't help that I wasn't really
a thing in the 80s, man. That was all Madonna.
If it was a trend, I wanted nothing to do with it. Like I just don't.
Liar, you had Pogs.
Oh no, I had Pogs. I totally had Pogs, and I totally had my
Pogs. I every day when I was with my Pogs.
I was
everything.
I was a Magic card kid when I was about fucking how old was I? 12, 13.
A kid would.
And I bet if you still had those and sold those prints, you'd be making bank.
Oh, I would, because I fucking sold 4 even when I was like 13 or 14 for like $225.
Oh yeah.
I have a Sliver Queen.
I don't
I have a
remember what that was.
legendary Sliver Queen.
I
have a Sliver deck, a full Sliver deck. If you know what that is, it's one of those. They kind of they take over each other's abilities and they will wipe out everything you love. It's like playing the Alien Queen. Like it's like having one of them.
Yeah. Sliver decks are all fun, but I would have trashed your ass with a Wrath of God deck.
I hate wands.
I had a Swamp Walk deck that was.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
That I know what
that
it
would have
is.
gotten me. That would have gotten me too.
That would have.
No, that fucking Swamp Walk deck was it was evil. I fucking brought it to the Magic World Championship. I didn't compete in the World Championship, but it was in my area. It was in Washington State. Probably.
Yeah, Prince? Were you here in Seattle when WotC opened up the store on the Ave? Like,
oh yeah.
Okay, so
Okay, so the Wizards of the Coast. Wizards.
You remember? Did you ever go in there?
Yes, I have all the fucking time. Okay, so
you know you remember the Herloon Minotaur that hung over the big?
Yeah.
Yes, I totally after they closed that store down, I know the dude who bought that Herloon Minotaur and we erected it in his backyard.
Oh my god, I want to play with it.
What?
Can we go and play with it?
I don't know, actually. I mean, we can't exactly play with it. It sort of looks like a giant shrine now because people have gone there and like put all candles because he has parties at his house all the time. So it
was like standing on the sign above the fucking thing.
Yeah,
right?
I actually have pictures of it somewhere.
I want to go at least. I'm not saying we have to like climb on it or something, but like I want to like
multi-lands walkers.
Let's see. Where do I actually? I don't even know if I can share pictures, but let's see.
Thorn, that's one of the people. Those are the type of peoples that I hated because they'd customize their deck to where they'd have planeswalkers, mountain walkers, swamp walkers, and they would. And this was before they had what was called. I haven't played in a while. It's before they had fucking. And if anybody else can help me out here, before they had.
I'm trying.
The main characters that had like the fucking. What's her name? The big character. This is before they had the characters that could. You couldn't, attack directly and you could defend and all that shit. It's been a while. Oh, fuck it. You guys know what I'm talking about. But I'd go against people that had, they call them planeswalkers, but they have another name. Like Jason, Vason, and all that.
Hey, kids, I got to go spend a little bit of time with my husband before he's got to black out.
It's probably a good idea. He's not going to have fun with us.
So no, my husband's a massive fucking Magic the Gathering nerd. He's the one that got me back into it and helped me get my Sliver deck rebuilt. That I got pretty far in the championships over in Orlando. But my God, that was so much fun back in the day. But I really do need to go be a wife for a little while. So Prince, thank you for
Liz.
having
It was
me on.
nice to meet you.
Good night.
See you, Liz.
as soon as Quiplash can be played again, I will come back and I'll play it on the channel for you. And I'll be throwing you. Should I pay you back that $10 or the $10 that I got when your channel got fucked to your super chat?
Yeah, you might as well just do that. Yeah.
Okay, I love you.
See ya.
Okay, so I've got some pictures, but I don't know. Is it possible for me to show pictures on my screen that you can see, or can only you do that?
The little
Oh, okay.
button on the side that
So
says
what
screen
she's
share.
showing, what she's going to show. So what she was talking about is the Wizards of the Coast, the company that made up Magic cards. Which whoever that fucking head of that company is must be fucking majorly wealthy now, because that was a 90s sensation that just so many things stemmed from Magic cards, you know. And also just the fact that people were buying little packets of cards at that massive amount, and they still do, kids still buy that shit, you know.
Grown adults mostly buy that shit.
Magic has not gone away. It's still huge, super huge.
Yeah. So they made a store in Seattle, because it was a Seattle or greater Seattle area based company. Seattle is probably maybe the home of the geeks and the nerds. Is one of the there. I don't know if there was any other major city that would rival Seattle in the level of geeky nerdiness.
We have the largest gaming population of gaming industry companies in Seattle in the nation. We have over 300 different gaming, private gaming companies that are here, and I think it's followed second by New York, maybe, and then Los Angeles. But we're pretty much the home of geeky gaming nerds.
Oh well, so I have to move.
What?
So I have to move again. Great.
I don't know. Where are you?
I'm in Chicago.
You have to move, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not moving.
Terrible. It's nice here, though.
That to Iowa City.
So Wizards of the Coast in the 90s, Wizards of the Coast had Magic cards, and they put themselves on the map that way, and they became this big deal. And then they decided to open up a Wizards of the Coast headquarters thing and they put it right next to the University of Washington, which is a big campus that has 50,000 people that go there. And
yeah, it was on the Ave.
Yeah, okay, and the Ave is kind of the main strip. It's the one street where the most restaurants and clothing stores are and shit. So and also the homeless teenagers that are not actually homeless, and they just hang out there and smoke pot.
Grunge kids?
Yeah,
grunge kids. Totally. Av rats is what we call them.
We have those.
My sister was that.
They sleep under the L.
Yeah, when my sister was 13 or 14, she was supposedly homeless, but she would come home once a week.
I was totally fang banging back in that day, so yeah.
You probably no. I've told you who my sister was. My sister was the girl who jumped through the window at NorwestCon. I told you.
No, it wasn't NorwestCon. It was DreamCon.
I'm okay. Well, maybe.
Yes. I know. Yes.
My sister is literally Windows 95. So
yeah. I was at that convention. It was crazy.
Yeah, no, the convention got shut down because my sister jumped through a plate glass window. And okay, I feel bad talking too much shit about my sister because she is okay. So I have two sisters, and that sister is the not so bad one. I blame most of her badness on my other sister, who's influenced her. My other sister is kind of the Cersei Lannister of my family. She's not a good person, and she lies and she's manipulative. And so I feel bad just talking too much shit about my one sister because she just mostly has been manipulated, and she's not all there. And but she did jump through a plate glass window at a science fiction fantasy convention, and everybody knows. It's not like it's a secret. They had to shut down the whole thing. she was naked and she was she was naked and she was on acid and she was like 16 years old.
And just like fucking streaked down the hall and just whoosh, crashed out the window and like into the bushes in the flower bed. And yeah, that was the end of that party.
We should tell convention stories now.
I feel
yes,
bad
just
about
make
it. I always
Jesus.
it was like one of those things in my family where like we weren't allowed to bring it up ever because I mean obviously you know what I mean? Like, and I wasn't there. It's not like and no, and the other thing was that like the way that the story was told to my mother. Okay, so my we were living with my mother at the time. The story was told. I think that the thing was my sister was there with my older sister. So like the sister who jumped through the window is like 2 years older than me, and then my older sister is 9 years older than me. So the older one had like she had introduced her to her friends, and she was kind of there with her friends, and she's like, yeah, here's my sister who's 7 years younger. She's cool. You guys can party with her. You can do whatever with her. And then that happened. So, yeah. So my sister, who's way older, had to like lie about what actually happened. And I think she had to try to tone down the story, you know? And
well, yeah, because exactly how you so mom. Right? Like,
yeah.
I was tripping balls, and the next thing I knew, Alien and Predator were coming down the hallway at me. So I cast myself out the window in a hail shower of glass shard glory into the bushes,
Yeah.
right?
That
And
would
they
be
had
the
to call
worst
an ambulance and take me away.
Well,
That would be
no,
the worst place to have a trip. The worst place to have a
no,
trip.
it could be
Sci-fi
cool.
convention.
It could be cool, but that's not actually why she freaked out. I actually heard. No, I heard why she freaked out. I don't. Maybe you never heard this, Sister Jane.
Oh no, I totally just made that up right there. That was just like me just improvising some bullshit.
Well, do you know why she freaked out? Did you ever hear the story?
I have heard this. Well, I've heard versions of the story, but I don't remember them, man. It was a long time ago.
So
more con stories.
No. This is what I'm pretty sure. Actually, it is. I'm pretty sure that this is what she freaked out. Just because knowing my sister, this is what it would be. My sister, the one who jumped through the window, is not and never really was that particularly interested in science fiction fantasy. She read a lot of like, you know, Anne McCaffrey type fucking books and shit, you know, like but she never, it was never like she was like all that interested in it. Like she wasn't like gonna be like a big geek. She would just watch certain, she liked sci-fi and fantasy, sure, but it was almost like it was a comfort thing for her, you know. That's what I would say. What she was way more interested in was boys and fucking older men. And yeah, so she was a big slut when she was a teenager. And when she was at this event, when she was like 16 or so, I think what happened is that she did acid. And I mean, well, that's definitely what happened. She was definitely tripping on acid when she jumped through the window. And she was fucking an older guy, and it was illegal. Like it was somebody who was probably like 25 or so.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds actually more in line with what I recall hearing.
Yeah. And so she was fucking a guy who was like 25 or so, and she was in a hotel room, and the police came. And and the police came not because of anything having to do with her, of course. They just came because the police always come to overnight conventions.
That's part of their job.
Yeah.
They always have extra police there. Well, they kind of have to. The CONCOM does that because if there is to be some kind of an altercation, convention security can only do so much. They're not real cops. They don't have any legal authority. So there have to be cops on site in case something goes down, so that convention security can coordinate with actual police to take away, I don't know, people dealing drugs, people
Yeah.
who are a little too hand grabby, you know, or doing other really inappropriate things.
Yeah, ultimately, it's just a part of their patrol. You know,
sorry to interrupt, but we've had that issue at Iowa cons in Iowa City where we've had people come in and they're supposed to register what they have, and if it's actual metal or weaponry, you can have that, but you have to have everything tagged or soft tipped or whatever. And we get some smart asses, and I'll tell you, last year,
hold on, you guys. I just got a whole bunch of money from people. I gotta shout that out. Unless I got more. Okay, so Liz Reptile, she gave me $20 because she owed me $10 as well for being the coolest gay guy on the net that she knows. Thank you very much. I guess you must not know that many gay guys on the net. Well, which apparently not that many people do, because apparently I'm like the only gay guy in the skeptosphere, unless you count Milo Yiannopoulos, which we shouldn't count. And then next I got $25 from Troublemaker T-Maker 502, who is cool, and he says he wants more con stories. And so he's a cool guy. We've talked to him. And then next I also have $20. Let's hear it for surviving batshit crazy. I think he's referring to my sister's story. So I want to finish the story about my sister real quick. But I just noticed that I got a good $65. That's pretty sweet. So okay, here's the thing with that story. She was like fucking some guy, and the cops they it's part of their patrol is they go around to the hotels and shit, because there's probably over 500 people at this convention, because it was the 90s. Now it would probably be a lot bigger if they had a science fiction fantasy convention. My sister was fucking a 25-year-old man, and she was a 16-year-old girl on acid. And what I think happened is that they announced over the intercom. They said, "Hey guys, just so you guys know, the cops are here. So be chill. Don't just be aware. They're gonna be looking around. It's not anything to be concerned about, but they're just here. Which is what they would say, because the cops come." And my sister freaked out, and she's like, "Oh my god, they're here to." Because I'm a 16-year-old girl fucking a 25-year-old man, they're gonna come arrest him or something, and he's probably like, no, it's cool, baby, we don't have to fight, and he's like, no, why don't you just put on your clothes? And she's like, no, I gotta go. And so she ran down the hallway, I guess. I
might have done things like that in an extremely drunken state before, Yeah,
no, and to be honest, sister, I had never heard that she actually ran down the hallway until you told me. That was a part of the story that I never actually heard. I always assumed that she just tried to run out of the room and ran through a plate glass window. I didn't know that she streaked down the hallway.
I mean, I imagine you'd have to get some momentum going to go.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Yeah,
I'd have been the idiot taking pictures.
I'm not squishy, okay?
What I feel bad about? Okay, so yeah, it was like I don't know what was going through her head that she thought that she could just. I mean, maybe she just didn't realize that the hallway was ending.
Well, she may have also either not seen the glass or didn't realize, she didn't understand.
Yeah, it looked like a reflection.
Right, so it's like at the end of so there's a hall, and it's at the end of the hall. So it's a huge, floor to ceiling glass window, right?
Oh my god.
She may have just not,
yeah, she thought
it was there at all.
Yeah, because she was on acid, you can't see that well. Everything gets weird looking.
All fucked up, right.
Oh, my poor sister.
That's what I was asking. Was she okay?
It's one of those stories where we're gonna look back on this and laugh.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never been allowed to really. Okay, so here's the thing about my sister. When she was around 16, she was the worst. Do you guys remember that show, My So-Called Life?
Yes.
Mm.
It had Claire Danes and Jared Leto in it.
Yeah. My
Wow. I missed something with Jared Leto in it.
It was his first.
I missed a lot of things with Jared Leto in it, but it was the '90s. Who cares? Prince, continue.
Well, my sister was like the most like I'm trying to think of another example of like of like a fictional character that would be a good example of like what my sister was like. She was just like the troubled teenage girl. Like the fucking, like she would be some character on Daria or something that was always like getting into trouble, like, fucking. So like there was
What about the movie Heathers? Remember that?
Yes, she sounds like a Heathers.
Yeah.
She wasn't okay. My sister and I actually owned that movie. I bought that for her birthday one because her and I were very into that actually, and I bought it for her birthday, and
fucking classic.
And we competed over who watched it more times. We were that
such a mega bitch because I can be.
Oh
yeah,
it's a cult classic, man. Sorry.
No, it's
fucking great.
Yeah, it was the movie that both Jawbreaker and Mean Girls stole from, and it's better.
I wish they were that good.
It's
right?
Yeah, it's so much better.
Gently with a chainsaw.
Yeah, I love the beginning of the when I first met Heather, she told me real life sucks losers dry. If you want to fuck with the Eagles, you got to learn to fly. Like, yeah, that movie was great. But I don't know if there's, just like if you can imagine the '90s and like the type of shit that was coming out, some girl that had like purple hair that was like overdosing at a like high school party or some shit like that, and like tried to kill herself or some. Like that would be my sister. My sister, as far as I know, my sister never attempted suicide.
That's good.
That I can give her. But she had the time where she ran through the window, and she and like okay, and when I tell these stories, it sounds like I'm saying bad. If somehow my sister like heard this, I don't blame her. Like I understand what she was going through in terms of all of this. Like I was around. I understand. She actually had a lot to deal with emotionally, and it makes sense to me. Now my other sister, the person who was putting the ideas in her head, that bitch, she can go to fucking hell. If this bitch is watching,
sick burn.
If my sister, who's 9 years older than me, is randomly watching this somehow, there is 69 people watching. If she's one of them, you can fucking go to hell. You made my other sister's life miserable. You made my life miserable. You made my parents' life miserable because you're a fucking liar and you're a fucking cunt. And you can go to hell.
Damn, dude, sick burn. Go for it.
But my sister, who is 2 years older than me, the girl who jumped through the window, there was a period of about 3 years when she was about 16 to 19, where she was just like the problem teenager that like a movie type teenager girl. And there was multiple things that happened. One of those was going through the window. There was another time where she had to get her stomach pumped from alcohol, and I was like really only like 14, and she came home at like 2 a.m. after being in the emergency room, and my mom had to go pick her up. And they didn't tell me what happened. Like they thought maybe I was just asleep or something and I wasn't hearing. And so and my sister was like, like if you get alcohol poisoning and you have to get your stomach pumped, like you're really, really like out of it. And so my sister came home and she was like hysterically crying. And just like, oh my God, I don't know. And my mom is like, okay, well, you're home now. And my mom, and she's just like, and she's like, okay, well, go into your room and go to sleep. And I'm just like, what is going on? did my sister get raped? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I had no idea. My mom didn't like knock on my door and be like, hey, just so you know, your sister had alcohol poisoning. I had to like figure it out. Oh, and knowing my mom came from the kind of family where they like didn't really talk about things, even though my mom is a big gossip. So like I probably had to like bring it up the next day to my mom. I'm like, hey, so I heard something last night. I'm not sure if you are aware, but I didn't sleep through that whole thing with my sister where she was. So the point of it is, and there were other events of my sister, you know, like having very dramatic things that happened to her. It got to a point where like I couldn't really keep track of things because there was a number of very epic things that happened, and I was going through my own shit as a like 14-year-old that was very unhappy going to a ghetto middle school. Like I went to a middle school where kids literally like this one girl, her brother shot her accidentally and she died, and she went to my middle school.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And so like the next day it was like this girl was dead and everybody was crying, and like, you know, that was the kind of middle school I went to, and I was gay, and everybody could kind of tell I was gay by the time.
And you were white.
Yeah, and my middle school was like 80% black. So like, you know, I had to deal with my own shit, and my sister was like tripping and going through windows, and like it was just it's hard to remember the years 1992 through 1996. I don't remember those years that well because there was a lot.
I just damn, dude. Wow, that's
Yeah.
like completely the opposite. See, I'm from the Quad Cities, so I went to Davenport public schools, and we had the large population of X amount of blacks versus X amount of whites in regards to students. But man, we never had any of those fucking issues. And you know, the Quad Cities is racially diverse, and we've got folks that are gay, we got folks that are white, black, Asian, Latino, whatever. We never even remotely had those problems. And if you know anything about the Quad Cities, we're not exactly the most sane people over here. But goddamn, dude, your oldest sister sounded like a real asshole.
She is. Hold on. Let me hold on. I'm just taking a shot.
Hoping that's a shot of beer.
Do you still want to see the Hurloon Minotaur, Prince?
Yes,
I do.
Okay, so how do I?
Oh, I didn't even finish the story. I got sidetracked into talking about that thing. Let me just say real quick. So the shit that she was talking about the Wizards of the Coast Game Center, the Magic the Gathering Game Center. They decided to make a dual level. It had 2 floors. They had a basement, and this shit was really big, and it stayed open for probably about 4 years. It stayed open the whole time I was in high school, at least. And on the bottom floor, they had all LAN gaming. So they had like local area network gaming. Back when
it wasn't all LAN, they had they had a huge.
No, the bottom. No, I went there every day. I will explain the story. I can explain this to my audience. So here, you need to chill out and listen to me talk about video games because you beat my copy of Flower, and now I have to start it from the beginning again because you wouldn't stop playing my game of Flower because she was obsessed with my video game.
I shared it with you.
No, yeah.
But you wanted me to play, so it's on me over here, buddy.
I know, but
Can I just show everybody something completely unrelated?
What's that?
Aww. When it comes to the internet, and cats and dogs trump the prince. Sorry.
Well, cats are kings of the internet, so.
I just like how we did that all at once, right?
For the record, Sister Dane, I got a PlayStation 4 the other night, and if anyone,
Now listen. Before you get on your little fucking kick, okay? What you're like? Oh, it was open the whole time I was in high school. Well, while you were in high school, I was busy LARPing in that place because I was there when it opened. Because I'm a little bit older than you, okay? So now, what it was when you went into it, and what it was when I went into it.
It was like the underground, wasn't it? Like the underground or some shit.
The underground was the dance club that was right next to it, and that is also not there anymore.
Yeah. Oh no, that was not there since.
Yeah, we used to go and LARP in both the underground and then also in the Wizards of the Coast Game Center. But on that lower floor, there was a huge area that was land. You're right. But if you went around the corner from that, they had basically another big, huge space where they set up and did tournament magic. So it was just tables, rows of tables.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this was when I was in high school and I had stopped playing Magic and I was not into playing StarCraft, which is what they mostly played LAN. Like you would go down to the basement area and it was like usually about 50 kids, like kids that were like, you know, it was like their brain was connected to the computer and all they did was play StarCraft all day, every day. And no, not even, more like with the mouse and with the, like, you know, and it was weird. Like, it was like they were, like, growing them like crops for some sort of, like, future brain harvesting or something. Like, it was slightly weird. But I was one of the cool kids, which, I mean, if you're the cool kid at the arcade, that's kind of embarrassing. And okay, so here's the deal. This thing opened up in about 2000 fucking not 2000.
No, it was like 1994, 95.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe,
yeah,
maybe even right around 94, 95.
Yeah. And their top floor was entirely just a regular video game arcade. And this was back in the day where, you know, video game arcades were still cool because home game systems weren't that powerful. And they had the two games that I played, or the three games: Street Fighter versus X-Men, Marvel versus
Man, keep going, man. I love those games. I remember those games.
Yeah, Street Fighter versus X-Men, Marvel versus Capcom, and Marvel versus wait, what was it? There was one that was in the middle of those. I'm trying to remember.
Well, I remember there was Marvel versus Capcom. There was
I think it was maybe
X-Men versus Street Fighter. They did have an X-Men solo game called Children of the Atom as well,
which was not good. Okay, yeah, and then there was there was also one that was like Marvel superheroes versus I don't know. You know what games I'm fucking talking about. Those were the games. Those were the best fighting games. Those ones, because those were the ones where they introduced the tag team setting, and you could tag in and out. And they have the super moves first in those, you know, like where they had really good super moves. And this was what was great about, and this is why I wanted to tell the whole story, because she's talking about this game center. I went to high school in a spot that was so far away from my residency, because I went to an alternative high school, so you had to like sign up and register to go there. Like you had to very specifically go to this alternative high school, like you really wanted to go. And it was very far away from my actual neighborhood. I had to take 2 buses. I had to transfer to get to a bus to get to my high school every day. And the place that I transferred was within a block radius of this game arcade. So every day coming home from high school, I got off the fucking first bus, got off, and I would go to wait for the next bus to get to my actual house. And it was literally right in front of this game arcade. And so, of course, being high school and having a few bucks in my pocket, I would go into that arcade and I would play Street Fighter versus X-Men or Marvel versus Capcom, which, by the way, I just downloaded Marvel versus Capcom 3 for my PlayStation 4. And yeah, I would go in there and I would play, and I did it until I got good enough that literally the only people that could ever beat me were the Asian kids. There was a few Asian kids that could beat me, but not a single white kid. And there was one black guy that was pretty good that he could like sometimes beat me. But other than that, yeah, only the Asian kids could beat me. And it was because it was right next to my bus transfer stop, and I would stay there till like sometimes 6 p.m. and come home like after 6 p.m. At like a weekday during high school, just playing that fucking game. So I was a wizard of fighting games. Like and all through college, I would play people at fighting games, and I would pick up a fighting game that I had never played and just demolish anybody at it. Like somebody would.
I used to do the whole Street Fighter thing, like Street Fighter 2. I loved Street Fighter 2, and I would like go in and I'd be like, I'm a girl playing the game, and then some nice boys would come along and be like, oh, let us teach you the things. Okay, how do you do that special dragon upper punch thing? Right? And then like the next game, turns out I'm an expert.
Suckers!
I used to play Tekken, and I got really, really good with one particular character.
I am the king of all Tekken.
Who was the character?
It was Nina.
Which one? Oh, Nina. I would whoop your ass with Anna.
Probably, but the thing is,
she was the shit.
Like, guys would come up and be like, "Oh, whatever, she's a girl. She doesn't know how to play."
I know, right?
Just like, I'm gonna be Nina.
The girls, the women in all those games that we've mentioned were designed to have the fastest and best moves and combos. And these guys are all just taking all the bulky guys like fucking Ryu and Ken and like, I'm gonna kick your ass with Chun-Li, and they're fussing, yo, whatever, boom, they're done.
Minus
so bad. Hot
Minus fucking no, they had fucking what was that fucker's name? Eddie in Tekken was like
Eddie
yes.
He was way too easy to play with, and it was
well,
like
he was capoeira, so he had the fastest flow moves.
Yeah,
and
but
it was all leg kicks.
I was psychotic. Okay, so in college, freshman year of college, 2000 through 2001, I was the kid in the dorm that had we had a PlayStation in my room, and we also had turntables in my room. So all the dudes hung out in my room. So it was on the 5th floor, and we called it the 5th floor frat, which is kind of funny considering I'm a gay guy, and my room was the room that was called the 5th floor frat. And everybody would come hang out and play, but nobody would play me at Tekken because I was so good, and everybody thought that they could play me as Eddie. And no, they could not stop me. Especially with Lee or Lei, the cop dude.
That was Lee.
Yeah. I could do every like crazy, like 9-hit combo and shit like that. And like they would and I could do all his like animal styles. They would get so mad, like everybody would be like, fuck this shit. Let's play a stupid.
Oh, they'd rage quit.
Yeah, they would. No, they would. They would be like, I'm gonna give you a fucking free 40 if you stop playing.
Oh my god, I'm so pissed off I never went to college with you, Prince, because you would have been fucking blasting playing video games on that level.
I like to think we had fun.
Oh yeah, we did similar shit over here. See, here in Iowa, we weren't the height of nerd culture. We would have to go to Iowa City. And we would actually have tournaments. We'd have PS1 through 3 tournaments at places like Geek City and Iowa City, and that's how we all got together, and that's how we learned about Magic. But god damn it, man, you and me would have stomped everybody's ass if we were playing those old school arcades. Fucking nobody would have won.
I need to go to the source. So I just downloaded Marvel vs. Capcom 3. But I don't have a joystick. I need to go to the store and get a joystick controller so I can play it because I'm very into those games, and I love them. Those were my, like, at the peak of my gaming, like when I really played the games the most. That was when those games were popular, like the Marvel versus Capcoms and the X-Men versus Street Fighters, and so like that's
did you see the side chat where I posted? I think you were referring to Marvel Superhero versus Street Fighter, as well as Marvel versus Capcom Clash of Superheroes?
I'm not entirely sure.
All right, that's cool. I just thought that's what you were referring to earlier.
There was like the Marvel Superheroes versus Street. Oh, I think that is the one that had Spider-Man in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, But yeah, the Street Fighter versus X-Men and Marvel versus Capcom were both better games than that one. That was the weakest of the three. Hey Pat, you're back. You had like a lightning storm or some shit?
Yeah. Like when we was talking earlier and all that right there, and all of a sudden one of the Transformers like on my block right here just blew. I'm surprised y'all didn't hear the boom when it all went out. But it's like when I disappeared for that long amount of time, that's what it basically was.
Oh, you know what? You know what it might have been. There was a moment when Liz Reptile said that everybody had to leave.
Yeah, we all had to reboot.
Yeah, it might have been from that somehow. Maybe somehow that affected everybody because everybody had to leave and come back.
Also might have been my fault, but
it's always the new kid's fault. Thanks.
Yeah, because I'm sitting right here talking, all of a sudden I just heard a big boom, and I'm like, "Oh, what the heck was that?" And
as long as you're all right.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I come back to us talking about games.
Yeah.
Oh, Prince and all these guys are on a freaking roll about old school shit. It's great.
I know, like I said, growing up in the 80s.
Here, that's why I feel old and say old school shit. But you know,
does anybody remember Soul
No, how old are you?
I'm pretty sure
I
I'm
am 42.
here, actually.
I'm 30. I just turned 30.
You're how old?
30.
I'm 42.
Yeah, he's got me. I'm 38.
They don't call my nickname's not Zero Cool for no reason.
Baby.
El Zero Cool, you don't have me.
Hi, are you older than 42?
I am not older than 42.
I'm the
the
oldest.
answer to life, the universe, and everything, baby. What's going on?
You're the color purple?
Oh, I'm fucking 42, you jackass.
Well, ask something less hitchhikers to the guide there, dork.
You know, I made that reference to some dude at the bar last night, which speaking of which, I kind of have this like this story from last night that I was gonna make a video about it, but I don't want to. I don't know. I feel so like stressed for time and things like that I don't want to actually make a video. But I really want to run this scenario. Like I want to put it out there and see what people's opinions of it are. So, but I don't want to do that without. I don't want to hijack Prince's channel or his topic or anything. So
remember, Irate Bear wants you to make content again, and I did remember the thing that I was making for Irate Bear's video. He put it in his video where it was supposed to be a video.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a video for like questions for Riley Dennis and trans trenders, and I was literally like pretty fucking drunk with Sister Danger when I found out that he was asking for this. So I was drunk and I was like, oh shit, I don't.
Anytime you mention Riley Dennis Prince, I want to get drunk, and I don't drink much.
Yeah,
I'll drink for you.
Yeah. Well, no, she came over and we played. We beat my game Flower, which is a really fun game, and we played it for like 3 hours straight or 4 hours straight, probably.
More like 4. I don't think I went to sleep till like 4 a.m. and you were still up at that point because that's when you went to make. Like you went to make a little.
Oh yeah, I make my little meal before I go to bed.
Right.
Yeah, it's a thing. So yeah, like I before I went to bed, I recorded the question, and like I think that he was mostly wanting like, you know, serious questions for Riley Dennis and trans trenders, but I was all drunk, so my question was very simply, hold on, let me remember. It was oh yeah, since we were playing video games, I said, if you can't play a gender neutral game, if you can't play a gender neutral character in a video game, do you get mad? Because if you do, there's always Tetris.
I love Tetris so much. It's like one of the games that I'm addicted to Tetris. I actually play it on my Facebook almost every day.
All right. Well,
It's on my phone.
I'm gonna be the real bitch of this group. I still have the Game Boy version and the original NES, and they work.
Oh man.
I'm a punk. So, oh my god! But
Yes.
Prince, that question you asked drunkenly was pure gold. Why don't you just give him? Why don't you just tell Riley Dennis? You know you can always play Transformers. They technically don't have a gender.
I used to make jokes about Tetris.
Yeah, Nicholas. Yeah.
Tetris was the only game that my sister would ever play, and so I would make jokes about how Tetris was like the girly game, and that's sort of where that came from.
I'm actually very old school. I mean, I'm not a mega collector like Pat Contry or anything. Love that dude. He's awesome. Very nice man. But I actually have all my old systems from the Atari 2600 all the way up to the PS4 and some Nintendos, including my original NES. They all work, and I have all the games that I want, and that pisses my nephews off. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Go fucking find your own. I don't want to pay hundreds of dollars for these. And I go, again, I don't give a shit. Go buy your own.
I'm a little jealous of you. I
That
confess.
sounds like a personal
I'm
problem of
scared
yours.
now.
Well, you got to understand, I have 3 nephews. The oldest one served in the military and is raising his own family, so he is very more digital download with him and my 2 grandnieces learning educational games. And then I got the youngest one who's 21 who just got busted for selling narcotics, and I said, "Your fat ass needs to be in jail anyway." Yeah, he's a fucking asshole, and he's on my hit list. And then they got the one in the middle who's a really good kid who's struggling, and he's the one, and I think he wants to collect old video games or play mine as a stress reliever. And I said, "Oh, okay." And that's where I think he would want to get into the old school fighting games like we played, Prince. So that's where I was going with that. But he is a good kid, but he's just, you've got to save your money and get that shit. I mean, you can go digital if you want. That's fine. I'm not going to argue. But, if you're like, I collected the shit as it came out from the time I was 7 years old to now at 42. So it's not like I had the money. It's like it came out, took care of it. Came out and took care of it, It's like anything else.
Okay, so I wanna say, so the stream is supposed to be talking about everyday feminism dying, which is cool. But one of the things I was telling Sister about when we were playing games is that there is a slight point, as much as I hate to admit it, that games have been overwhelmingly marketed to boys. And they really, really have been. That's definitely fucking true. But there is girly-ass games coming out, and I showed Sister Danger 2 of them. The one that she got really into playing was Flower, which all you do is you fly around and pick up flower blossoms. You find flowers that haven't bloomed yet, and you make them bloom by flying through them.
Pretty flower.
Yeah, and then we were playing this other game, Bound. I'm in the bathroom, so I can show screenshots from it. But it's a fucking super. It's like a girly version of if you took Tomb Raider, and then you crossed it with like the New Age store at the mall, and then mixed it with Q*bert. That would be this game, and I'll show screen. But Sister, tell us while I finish up in the bathroom about this game. Like, describe it to them.
Which one?
Well, yeah. Tell them about Flower. Yeah. First.
Oh, okay. I got up to get tea really fast, so I didn't hear what you said after the Flower. But yes, Flower was pretty awesome. So. I usually like to watch people play video games nowadays because, back in the day I played, we had like the first NES and all of that. And I used to play with my brother and whatnot all the time. But then by the time I left high school, I ditched my TV. And so I haven't had a TV since then in life. And because of that, I also don't have any more gaming consoles. So I sort of converted from playing the games to watching people play the games. And then in that time, of course, games got really, way more advanced and complicated and all these controllers and all these buttons. I mean, like, remember when I tried to play Street Fighter at your house and I'm like, ah! or whatever it was. I was playing the fighting game, and
Yeah.
I was like, buttons and things were going everywhere. I was like, I suck at this shit. It was making me so mad, right? Like, just shit talking the fucking TV. So anyway, but so Flower was really cool because it's a PvE game, so there's nobody that's there to attack you. You're just, and it's so visually pretty. I mean, like, every part of me that's like, I'm a girly girl, suddenly like came to the forefront, and you fly around. Like, it's sort of like the wind blows you around.
Wait, let's look at. I'll share some screen.
But you start as a single flower petal, and you fly like over the land, sort of, and you can fly up high or down low. But you fly over the land, and you try to fly over the tops of other flowers. And when you do that, they bloom, and you sort of get flower petals in your little dervish that you've got, and you get bigger and bigger and bigger, like a kind of a bigger radius of this flower petally dervish, and it gets all these different colors. And so basically the goal of every level is to bloom all of the flowers. And when you do that, then you go forward to the next level. And there's no words or anything like that. There's something of an unspoken storyline where it's as if the world has died, or, you know, kind of turned to gray, like the color has gone out of the world, and you are recolorizing the world. You're making it beautiful and green and lush again, verdant, if you will.
And what's also really cool about it is that it uses the kinetics of the controller.
Oh yeah, the controller. Like, we used to actually make fun of my uncle because he would, like, the old NES controller, and he would be like, go that direction, and we're like, man, that doesn't help you, guy. Now
when kids would play like Mario Brothers, and you like, the kid would want to get Mario to jump a little bit further, they would like jerk their arms, like maybe he would go further, but it didn't work. But in this game, depending on which direction you point your whole controller, as if it's like a helicopter controller or something, you can actually point and it controls the way in which you fly, which we're now looking at.
Yeah, I think it took me a couple of levels to really get the hang of that, because you sort of have to deprogram yourself from having learned not to do that. Yeah. Right? Because there would be times when you were like, move your controller, remember? And I'm like, oh yeah, like lean, like drive it on the freeway, right?
No, and then once she got the hang of it, she was very into it, and she like would not let
into it.
Yeah,
looks relaxing.
It is.
It's buy this game. It sounds really challenging. I think I'm gonna go buy this game.
Yeah, it's not like it's nice because it's like it's very relaxing. You can't actually die in any way. You can't really fail at this game.
Get shocked though.
Yeah, it does get to a level where you can like touch these like electrically charged ruins of radio towers, and it shocks you.
I don't remember this level. Is this the very first level?
This might be the very first level.
Because I think we started on level 2. You were already there.
Yeah. Let's go to like.
I'm like, this is like yellow. The level that we started on was all gray and stuff. But yeah, one of the other things that I liked about this game. So there was a game. It was Polyphonic Spree is who did the music to this game, and it was a computer game. I think there was only 3 levels. I mean, I think you can just Google it. I'm trying to remember what the actual name of it, because it was a free game, so you can just Google it, go to their website, and play this game. But it was a puzzle game, so they don't tell you anything. You basically push start, and boom, you're in the game, and it is your job to figure out from that point on what you're supposed to do to advance to the next level. Everything about it, right? And this was kind of like that, and I had really liked that game. I thought it was very clever that you have to explore it on your own with no help from anything, and figure out what you can do, where you can go, why are you doing the things you're doing, what's the purpose. I just really like that sort of intellectual puzzle of it. So
it's kind of like Myst.
I never played Myst.
Yeah,
I played it, couldn't understand it.
yeah, no, that fucking game, even if you can't, even if you could, it was so long and hard. Like I got really far in
So
it.
pretty. Look at it.
No, yeah,
Like,
and well, no,
holy hell, this is not over yet.
you know, and what I was okay, so like the thing is with this game is that like this is a good example of a girly ass game. Like you could give this to like a 7-year-old girl and she would think that this is the coolest thing ever. Like she would be like, "Oh my god, I love this." And you know, and it makes you think like, "Oh yeah, video games have really been designed for boys and there could be girly games and this is a good example of it." And
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
so beautiful and relaxing.
I know, right?
yeah.
I was zen the fuck out. I was like, oh, this is so great. And Prince actually wanted to live stream. He was like, we should live stream you playing this game because it's hilarious, right? Because I was kind of tipsy and buzzed, and I'm like, oh, look at me go. Oh, it's so pretty. Blue. I'm like making all these sound effects.
You know, she's like, oh look, we got pink petals now. Oh my god, I'm so glad we needed some pink petals. Like
Oh my goodness, yeah. It was like I like reverted into a happy little kid. But I'm generally like that. I'm usually a pretty happy person to drink and or party with. So give me the things that I'm like, oh, the world is
so this is the one girly game that she played, and then this is the other one that she didn't actually play, but I have that is also extremely girly.
It is like so pretty.
And yeah, so this one is a little bit more like Tomb Raider. And I'll just skip to, but it's very girly. Like it's just very visually stunning.
Is this the square alien dancy one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I really kind of want to come over and watch you play this game because
you can play it. It's not hard. It's not like you like.
No, but I like watching you too. So.
Okay.
But I mean, that is how it started with Flower too. No, I'll just watch you. Okay, let me try.
Yeah.
3 hours later.
It's easy enough. It's easy. Okay, so like I would say most video games are made for competitive boys that are very into video games and they're trying to make it challenging enough for that type of audience, whereas games like Flower and this, it's like it's actually really pretty easy to play it, but it's not really about the actual challenge of the gameplay. It's a little bit more about the visuals. Like look at this, like this is very visually cool, obviously. And like here, let's go back a little bit because I didn't get this far, so I don't want to like get spoilers. But like all you have to do is like figure out to climb up the ladder right here, and then like, you know, fucking, and it's
I like how she's all Metroid. She's sort of like this Metroid ballet dancer, you know.
She kind of reminds me of like a cyborg magical girl.
Yeah, it's cool. And one of the things I had liked about this is like get to a place where you can look out over the horizon because it's very wide open and they create this alien seeming landscape with really very simple graphics. I mean, everything is square, right? And it's just sort of these, you know, 3D levels of squarey, blocky things, except for her, right? And I just thought it was really, it gave it this alien effect in a simplistic way, right? Because normally when we think, you know, when we see
this,
now, it's real.
Let me say this real quick. It tells us a weird story where like, okay, so there's the alien alternate world and then there's the real world, and somehow the alien alternate world correlates to the real world, but you figure it out like how it does as you go through the game. And so this is a part.
Oh, they're playing chess.
So this is
urge to screen cap that and fucking look at the board and see what's
So this is a part where they correlate it to the real world, and somehow it has to do with
like
a chess.
No, go back. I'm like, go back and screen cap that shit. I want to see that fucking board and set it up. I want to see.
Well, we can. I figured out how to live stream games now. I know how to do it now. So if you come over, we can do a playthrough of this game. Have a girly ass game or like a faggoty ass game playthrough. I seriously posted about this. I was like, you guys, I own the most faggoty ass games for my PS4, and like,
she reminds me of the sorceress
paused on the chessboard. I'm with them.
She reminds me of the sorceress from Final Fantasy VIII. Does anybody else think that?
Wait, say it again.
I didn't play the game.
Played Final Fantasy.
No, she reminds me of the sorceress from Final Fantasy VIII.
I think the only Final Fantasy that I ever played was Final Fantasy IV. I don't think I ever got as far as...
I'm just liking.
I played 7.
I like the visuals of this, that they don't give you clear instructions and you actually have to explore and think.
Those are my favorite games.
And all you do in this game is just like find new places. That's like all you do. Like there's seemingly basically no objective besides just going around and discovering new areas.
Like even me, I was a kid that liked boy stuff. I would still play this. This looks good.
I generally was very into boy stuff, and like, you know, but like, yeah, I liked certain, you know, I could get into the right puzzle game, you know, like I could get into certain things. I was very into Heathers, obviously.
Now, see, this game would have been difficult to deal with on a PS3, but anything short of a PS4 or an Xbox One, there's no way this would have worked. Simply because of the open world sandbox concept and the colors and the schematics alone. There's no way in hell this would have worked on anything but the modern systems.
Yeah, it has to have a lot of processing power.
Isn't it so cool though how they made it seem simplistic but with really complicated things? I love like the openness. It seems look at it. It's this very visually simple design but totally alien landscape, right? And then I don't know. I'm not saying that the technology behind it is simple, just the aesthetics of it are simple.
Yeah, it makes the technology that they use, that Prince and I was talking about, that's what makes it flow. That's what gives its smoothness and its style.
Yeah. It's cool.
Gender neutral or whatever, but this game, if people aren't playing this, if you're a male or female man, you're fucking missing out. I'm definitely going to buy this one too.
Yeah, and it's really cheap. It was only like $20 on the PS4 store, so it's a very cheap game.
I'm an asshole. I gotta get a physical copy if I can.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exclusive for PS4. I don't know. It might be, but I just don't know. But yeah, you know what it reminds me of is that I am imagining that this was probably the head designer of this was probably a female. And she probably was a fan of Tomb Raider, and she was like, you know, I want to make a Tomb Raider-like game that is more geared towards, you know, just being very visually, artistically pretty. And it's the same kind of thing where all you're really doing is finding new, because Tomb Raider, you know, was like that. Like, it was visually very pretty. You would go into a new space, and you would find this new wide open landscape of a tomb, you know, and it was like that was what was gratifying about playing that game largely. But she was like
2 hands and a heart.
Yeah. No, and she was like, you know, probably like, yeah, let's make a version of Tomb Raider that's more based around the visuals and the freedom of the you know, like wide open spaces and stuff, and like it's not necessarily so hard to beat the levels. It's more just about, you know, doing it so that you can find new cool looking stuff. That's just my theory of how this game was designed, because
that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that, Prince.
Yeah.
And like the whole idea behind the fact that games used to be made targeted towards boys and like younger teenagers, I guess, teenage boys, was more for the fact that that's originally who it sold to.
Right.
So it wasn't even a sexism thing. It was a money thing.
And now
they're figuring out that they can make money because they figured out that women and girls will buy games if they're marketed towards them. They figured this out now.
They finally caught on that there have been female gamers for the past 15 years, and they're just now catching up.
Well,
They're a little slow. They're a lot slow.
Well, it's actually no. There's actually a very specific reason for it, and it had to do with the fact that oh, she fell. You can't actually die in this game if you don't but when
Well, you should start at the same place you fell off of.
yeah, when you die, it doesn't really matter. You're just you just get put back up to where you are. But okay, so the thing is that when video games first started in like the late 70s or whatever, and it was like Atari and computer games, they there was actually those games were rather gender neutral. Maybe they were slightly more created for boys, but like
Tank, Pac-Man. What was the one with the thing that the ball?
Centipede?
No,
Centipede.
Well,
Space Invaders.
no,
Yeah.
Pong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The weakest game ever. So no, but Centipede.
I hate that game.
Yeah, it's so fucking lame.
You've never played Sword Quest, obviously, but whatever.
Centipede was actually designed entirely by a female. The creator of Centipede was a woman,
And it's one of Atari's best games ever.
yeah.
Oh, I love Centipede, man.
Does anybody remember? Like, has anybody ever played Joust? Did
Oh,
I hallucinate that game?
Joust is a good game.
Mhm.
Joust,
My dad.
Good. I thought I hallucinated it.
yeah, Joust.
No, you didn't hallucinate that. That was pre-Chocobo, pre-Chocobo era.
That
That
game holds
Here
up
we go.
to this day.
Joust.
Oh.
So the thing is,
You.
the thing is, like they had a bunch of games, and then there was a moment where video games got popular, but they invested too much money trying to develop games, and they were trying to make games based around movies and shit. Like they made an E.T. game that was like really 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 fucking shitty. Like it was. And what happened was there was a crash, and the game developing companies, it was kind of like a like the net crash of the early 2000s, where they expected everybody to buy all these games, but they didn't buy enough of them. So the gaming companies, the developing companies, went out of business, and so that was why the Atari came out probably around 1980, like late 70s, 80. But there was like a 5-year period, like a 4 or 5 year period where games weren't really popular, and then the Nintendo system came out, right? And that was when gaming came back. But Nintendo was entirely Japanese developing, basically, There was almost nobody American involved, and it was something that came from Japan. And by the time it came, they had in the early 80s, they started segregating the toy aisles in American stores to be male and female. So it used to be that the toy section was combined, it was like sort of gender neutral, and then they started separating the toy aisles. So the Japanese developers realized that in order to sell games on Nintendo, they had to pick whether they were going to market it towards boys or girls. So they decided to market all their games towards boys. And that just sort of ended up becoming a trend. And video games became thought of as a boy thing. And they never thought to develop girly games. And only, and so like, as shitty as Anita Sarkeesian is and everything, she did have a point, not that she was the only person to come up with this point, but like it's true when they say that, like, there is a market for girly games that is untapped, and this is an example of a fucking girly ass game. Like, if you gave this to a 12-year-old or like a 10-year-old girl, like just a little girl, like if you gave this to a little girl, like she would love this. Like she would think that this was fucking great because this is a very girly game, and I think it's quite pretty.
It's a ribbon dancer. She's a ribbon dancer. It's pretty. It's fun.
I like it. I enjoy this game. Like, I think it's pretty fun.
I like it just from what you showed me because it has a very it's okay. If you play something like Grand Theft Auto, you automatically know what you're going to do because there's things before it that have done the same thing. This game basically says you're starting from scratch. You have to figure stuff out. You have to use your cognitive thought process, and you really have to explore. And that's a bonus for me because lately video games just
Yeah, and this one actually challenge you.
Yes, and very much so. And that's always a gender neutral thing. It don't matter you're male, female. If you've got something that challenges you, that's great.
Yeah, and also, keeps your interest for whatever reason. Like, when I was a kid, I remember I played Tomb Raider when I was a teenager, and Tomb Raider, one of the things I really loved about it was, discovering a new area that had a big, wide open space. It always felt so cool. You'd go in, you'd unlock a door, and you'd go in, and they would do a big pan of the whole room from overhead, and it would be like, whoa, I just got into this big gigantic room. That's so cool. I get to explore this now, and just the visual was very, very appealing to me as a teenager, and that's one of the reasons I bought the game the Last Guardian, because it's the same kind of thing. Like, you go around exploring ruins, and you yeah. So this is the other game. We downloaded this. I haven't started playing it, but you're this like deep sea diver that goes around and like does.
Oh, you went new places. It looks like you've been playing it since.
No. This is not my playthrough. This is just some other person's.
Oh, I'm like, we were not there when.
Yeah, this looks way cooler than where we were.
I think we were just in like a very beginning area where you kind of are supposed to swim around and learn what you can do. And like, remember, because we were learning how to ride the turtles and what'd you call them? Grouper fish?
Yeah. This does seem like a cool game, actually. I'm glad I downloaded it for free. Oh, it's weird. You make the fish bigger and bigger.
Interesting. By doing the sonar thing to them? I found that game. It's called The Quest for the Rest. And that's the one I was telling you about, where it's just like the puzzle video game with no instructions or anything. You just start playing and...
Now that sounds like an old Atari game, especially if you find them and they don't have instructions these days.
I don't know how old it is. It was a computer game though when I discovered it. Like, you just go to the link. I'll put the link in the chat actually if you want it. I mean, to check it out, I guess.
Computer game, old school, maybe. What that?
It's amanitadesign.net, and then the game name.
Oh wait, I think that this.
There it is. No. Oh wait, I thought. Anyway. And then it's called
2004.
Does it say it on? I don't know.
Okay, because I just went to Google and started looking it up since you were talking about it. It's like, oh man.
I put a link right in the chat.
All right, I'm going to check that one out too.
Okay, I'll look at the chat.
It's pretty short. It's not like a huge. I think there's only 3 levels or something. So, but I don't know. I remember. Yeah, that's it.
That's awesome. That looks like some artwork from a Terry Pratchett cover.
Yeah, it was pretty cool art, and then it's just neat to go through. There's actually one more level that they're not showing you here. This is level 1 and level 2 that you're looking at on the screen there. So I don't know, and I really just liked how you have to kind of figure it out on your own. My mom hated it. She was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Oh,
and I was like, maybe move mouse around, Mom, something, anything. Because she literally just sat there and stared at the screen. Like, didn't touch anything, as if, I don't know, something bad will happen if I touch the mouse. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do.
My dad only does slightly better. Like, he was literally asking me why he had to do every single friggin' thing. I'm like, okay, Dad, now go over here and kill kill these wolves. He's like, why would I want to do that?
Oh.
I think I got off easy because my dad was the one who bought the Nintendo, and he didn't like Mario. He didn't like the way the coins chimed. But then I bought RC Prime, and he goes, "Well, what are you supposed to do?" I said, well, you're supposed to race these cars. Was it like NASCAR? And I said, yeah, Dad, it's NASCAR. Just play the fucking game. And he goes, okay. And he loved that game, but he fucking hated everything else, especially Castlevania. I'm like, well, I'm sorry that you're afraid of pixelated vampires. He goes, you're grounded.
Oh, that first Castlevania game was fun.
I've beat all 3, and I'll tell you what, Dracula's Curse fucking sucks if you don't know how to cheat.
Hey, I beat that.
I think I had.
So did I. I used the Game Genie. That's why I said it's a curse if you don't know how to fucking cheat.
I beat it straight out.
Yeah, you're more of a pimp than I am because I fucking hate that game.
I beat the first Castlevania, and then I remember they had like Symphony of the Night for like.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
PS1, and that's where they just totally derailed the series, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it was like really long, which was cool.
Oh, it is. It was like a cross between Castlevania and Metroid. But the problem is, up until I think Lords of Shadow, they didn't really do anything else.
Oh my god, I want to play this so bad. Where are you playing this game? Did you just like?
I'm not playing it. I'm just watching game playthroughs.
The gameplay.
I want to go play it so bad. I used to play this one.
So this game, this is another semi-girly game. This was made by a woman. The head director of this was a woman.
This was like my favorite King's Quest that I played. By the way, do you want to see the fucking Minotaur now?
Minotaur.
Okay.
How do I do it?
I sent you instructions earlier.
Oh, what, you did?
On the upper chat about there's a green box in your left-hand corner that lets you share the screen.
Yes, okay.
Yay.
Oh my god.
Okay, here we go. Green box. Am I sharing a screen? Oh, wait. Now am I sharing a screen?
You're getting there.
All right, so...
Yep.
Let's see. Oops, here. Huh. So this is...
Wow.
This is me. This is me right here, and this is the Herloon Minotaur that was hanging above the stairs in the WotC, like their game center. It hung over these like really wide stairs that went down to the lower level, and so when they closed it, and actually I had a date on this particular photograph. We were erecting it, and so this was 2002, and what happened was when they closed that store down, they took a whole bunch of stuff, all their decorations, because they had cool fucking decorations in that place. I have another one. Let me see here. There's more. I just have to get to them. There we go. So you can see here's the Minotaur back here. We were at this summer party, and this guy is swinging 20 pounds of weights off of his nipples.
Yeah, I see that. I'm like,
that's
the cringe is real.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, not 20 pounds. 1, 2, 3, 40 pounds of weight off of his nipples.
And I don't care. I don't want to see any.
Those are some...
But here is
people up in Seattle get kind of bored sometimes.
Well, so what happened was they auctioned off a bunch of these things, and the guy who bought this, his name is Stephen Bard. You can actually just look up Steve Bard's weird house on Google, and you will see all kinds of pictures. His house is kind of like a local, I don't know, a site, like a sort of like an Atlas Obscura site thing to go see.
Oh shit! Hold up, I just got I think I just got a $50 donation from Seraphim.
You did.
Seraphine.
Nice.
666.
Very nice.
So I have to announce that. Hold on, I'm trying to find the actual. Okay, here's what it says. It says, "Dropping out for the night. So here's a little something to tide you over, Prince. Have a nice evening and a great Sunday." Well, thank you very much, buddy. But I think you're already gone. So that's very nice of you.
No
Very
girl that
gracious.
hangs herself from hooks.
And you guys, everybody else, remember in the chat, all you have to do is pay $2 minimum to continue supporting my channel, because yeah, you can if you want to, and then I will read out loud will read out loud in front of all 43 people watching what you want me to say for money.
I'm gonna take you up on that
That thing
offer,
is
and it's gonna be
sweet.
something really good one of these days, Prince.
Gotta just fuck yourself.
Yeah.
See, so let's see. So these guys that are all doing this, they're called the Reckless Freaks, and they are kind of a circus troupe that's here, a sideshow troupe that's here in Seattle, and they do a bunch of stuff. And so here he's smashing cinder blocks over dude who is laying on a bed of spikes. We were stapling money to this guy, and so we
Ew.
we yeah, we
This guy
were
related
using
to
an actual
Steve-O?
stapler and stapling.
I'm just looking. Okay, wait. Why is my initial thought like I hope he doesn't have any back knee?
I don't know. We can find out though. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, ew.
Let's see. There was this giant stick bug. So this is actually on my shoulder. That's me there. And there's a giant stick bug, and we got to hold the stick bug. And that was I stapled this one here on this dude's inner thigh. I was like, I'm putting it in a tender spot, motherfucker.
Yeah, that would hurt. I'm thinking.
So let's see. It was a crazy party. Let's see. Here's
Yeah,
that
it's really
Minotaur.
like pain.
But see, here's a real good shot of the Minotaur, because you can see how after we set it up, we would go over, and Steve would have parties and whatnot, and people just kind of slowly put all this shit around it, like, you know, the skeleton got hung from the tree, and all these little things got, you know, candles and shit it just became like this sort of weird something you would see at a place like Burning Man shrine of a Minotaur. But this is literally his backyard right here. So, yeah, there you go. That's the Minotaur. Yay! I don't know. Any other crazy pictures I have in here? Oh, some little kid stapling, you know, dollar bill wings to that dude's back. Let's see. There I am, biting a wavy knife. What room am I in here? Oh, making out with this weird, like, fucking, I don't know, Silence of the Lambs, head in a jar looking mannequin doll thing.
It looks like a garbage pail kid.
Steven has a very interesting house that is about, we filmed a film at his house, and that's how I met him. And then for years we would go over, he would invite all of us, and, you know, we'd go and party there and whatnot. So that's how I met him, and I still see him around. He comes out to a bunch of events all the time, and so he's he's an interesting dude. I like him though. I think he's pretty cool and crazy and eclectic. So how do I not share the screen anymore? I guess I better figure that part out next. Let's see. Back to the Hangouts. Here we go. Oh
my God! Just so you guys know, the video I uploaded about
here we go.
about everyday feminism will likely shut down, which I uploaded, you know, earlier this day. It has, as of now, 2,179 views and 284 likes, 1 dislike. I think it might go viral. I think that is well on the way of being a semi-viral video.
Good.
Yeah.
Go viral.
Hey, I've got a silly oddball question for you, Prince, since I've never done it. How do you pay for the super chat? I mean, when a person donates, like, let's say $2, how does that even work?
Okay, it goes to your AdSense.
Okay.
And AdSense pays you out once a month. So you get your total money that trickles in from ad revenue, which has been really slow over the past 2 months or so because of the mainstream media attacking YouTube. Yeah, but it's coming back. Like there has been a lot more ads on videos. I've noticed over the past 3 weeks, especially, things have started to pick up. And ultimately, corporations don't give a fuck what the Wall Street Journal says. They just want to make money. And YouTube is one of the only fucking things that people are really watching anymore. I mean, like if fucking Coca-Cola wants to pull all their ads off of YouTube, then like in 5 years' time, 13-year-old kids won't know what Coca-Cola is. You know, like,
Oh,
so let them.
Isn't that the weird thing my dad drinks?
Yeah, it'll be like Tab or something. Like, it'll be
Oh, Jesus. Thanks for making me feel
Man.
old.
I have bad memories now.
I want a Pepsi free. You want a Pepsi, pal? You're going to pay for it.
yeah, it's like they need to have some fucking, like, you know, Kardashian or Miley Cyrus or fucking Rihanna up next to some drink so that the young kids know what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I
it's
mean, they
like we
did
said.
try to have Kylie Jenner, and we saw that
I still think that was a total masterstroke of not buffoonery, but just
Trolling, like advertising trolling.
exactly. It's ahead of its time. It's so far ahead of its time. It's now retro, and nobody gets it.
Oh, I know. I think it's brilliant. And it makes no. It's like yeah, because people are already like trolling protests with Pepsi cans.
Pepsi cans.
Yeah,
and that
brilliant.
genuinely goes to prove there is no such thing, even in this environment, as bad publicity. Now, is there?
No,
Has anybody in any of those actually like taken that can and chucked it at somebody? Because I was expecting that to happen.
No, I've heard that people have been taking frozen Pepsi cans and throwing them at police. I heard that happened. But okay, another thing to keep in mind. I remember this. I remember this from when I worked at a movie theater. We sold Pepsi products at my movie theater, and we were always annoyed because Coke products are way better. Like, Sprite is way better than fucking 7-Up, and fucking Coca-Cola is way better than Pepsi. Like, it's just better. It's just better tasting shit. Coca-Cola spends approximately 5% of the advertising, or maybe even less, than Pepsi products do. Pepsi products have Mountain Dew. They have, maybe like Barks Root Beer or something. I don't remember what it is, But they, for all the products Pepsi products have, they spend like a massive amount more on advertising than Coke does. And so it's like this new advertisement. You have to wonder, who came up with it? Was it really just like a stupid advertisement, or did they hire a think tank, of advertising specialists to analyze the political reality and like think about what do Americans want right now? And maybe they were like, Americans, what they want right now is shitlordery. Like, they want people to be on PC and to like make fun of SJWs, and maybe that's why that advertisement came out why it did, because it's like, if anything, it inspired a bunch of fucking shitlords to buy Pepsi to hand out to Antifa, because we know that happened.
That's very true. I was actually looking at it from the viewpoint of a nostalgic factor, that Pepsi and Coke are the two drinks in America for soft drinks that have always been here since the beginning of last century in some form or another, and it's to bridge a gap from one generation to another, not necessarily between protesters and police officers, but the ideology of, yes, everybody likes a Pepsi or everybody likes a Coke. You can just, and disputes have been solved with less besides a can of soda. And I think it massively backfired, but I think the ideology there was, look, everybody knows our product, everybody likes Pepsi, and you can hand somebody a Pepsi and they can look at you and think you're not a total dick.
Yeah, and when you look at the whole commercial, man, it actually painted those SJWs in a very positive way. Unlike what we were seeing in the protests where they're just basically total assholes.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that they got offended because they were portrayed so sympathetically.
It was the best, most positive portrayal of any protesters ever.
Yes.
Ever, of anything.
And they got all up in their feelings.
Yeah. It's almost as if, because protesting over the past couple of years, like, it wasn't actually a protest. It was a social event that was encouraged by the Democratic Party. Like all the Black Lives Matter protests and shit that happened, you know, like especially in places like Seattle where like everybody's falling all over themselves to like not be racist because there's not that many black people in Seattle. Like the Black Lives Matter protests that happened were like unanimously unopposed by anybody. It's not like there was anybody being like, boo, all lives matter. Oh, you know, like, no, everybody was there like, yeah, Black lives do matter. I'm not racist, I swear. You know, like that's all that it was. And so that commercial was kind of like that. It's like, yeah, let's go to a protest and there's going to be some Islamic woman with a hijab taking pictures and like, you know, like and then
that's the thing that baffled me. I'm like, okay, you're real, you know, you're pushing your soda. That's one thing, but in Iowa City, I've never met any Muslim or Islam person. You know, I've met some Muslims. They don't fucking drink soda, from what I've ever seen. So I don't know what to tell you on that one.
I don't even know enough Muslims to make an anecdote about this. So
I have to travel to Iowa City for my job.
I know one.
And I work in and out of Coralville, and I have to actually drive from the highest tip of the Quad Cities to Coralville once or twice a week for work purposes. And I've met some people that are Muslims, and they are just like complete opposite of what you think. And I said, oh, you know, and I actually talked to one. I said, what do you think about this? And it's like, I don't know. We don't drink soda. In fact, most people we know don't drink soda. And it's like, ooh, okay then. So, well, they really kind of missed the target on that one if they're trying to get a new audience. Maybe just that little fraction. I don't know.
I have one friend who was he's very much not, he's a gay guy who was raised, he actually grew up in Saudi Arabia, and he's gay, and he ended up, you know, fleeing to the United States. And his deal, he grew up and he was not allowed to listen to music, period. Music was banned from his house. And so imagine a little gay boy that can't listen to music at all. And then he had an aunt that lived in the United States. And I guess she was supposed to be a practicing, you know, Islamist. And so he was allowed to come visit her. And whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Little kitty noise.
I never pick her
That's
up.
me.
She's the one cat of mine that likes to be picked up the least. She kind of came from a feral environment, so she's pretty independent. That noise she just made, I've never heard her make that noise in all the years I've owned her. That was a first. But see, like I'm holding her and she doesn't like it. She wants to go down.
She probably knew he was on the internet.
So
That was me though.
my friend, he grew up in a house where he literally was not allowed to listen to music, period. And he had an aunt that lived in the United States, and he went to visit her, and I think she must have known that, like, you know, hey, this kid can't listen to any music, and that's fucked up.
It is of the devil.
Yeah, no, but she knew that, you know, music is cool. So she played for him. Wait for it. You're going to like this, Sister Danger. Wait for it. She showed him The Little Mermaid.
Under the sea.
Oh, I was actually thinking of something more racist, like "Rock the Casbah" by The Clash.
Is that a racist song?
No, but it's very idealistic of the 1980s, what we thought about the Saudi Arabians back then. So there's kind of an irony racist depiction of it. It's not racist whatsoever, but it's in the 1980s. This is what we think of the Saudi Arabias, and if you think that's, you know, that's very racist to actually what they are, thinking that they're just these, you know, bumbling dipshit type people, which they're not. So
It's just like the Aladdin soundtrack.
Yeah, well, okay, so the thing is,
No, Aladdin was good.
Aladdin was right. So he came over and his aunt showed him The Little Mermaid. Can you imagine being a little like Saudi Arabian gay boy who had never heard music before until watching The Little Mermaid? Like, can you imagine? Like,
Man.
yeah. So I heard about him he was like, and he had to like when he told me about it, he like sort of like sang some of the songs. Like he was like, yeah. And it's not all about Under the Sea. Under the Sea is okay, but the first, literally, and this is honest. I can share this with you guys. I'll DM it to you on Twitter. My first vocal song that I ever recorded with my own voice, like I made electronic music starting when I was like 21, but the first time I ever recorded a vocal, it was a electro, like kind of like electro pop version of Part of Your World from The Little Mermaid, which is the like, look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? So yeah, that was the best song. So I don't remember why I brought that up anymore. So
Well, don't feel too bad. I'm about to pop in Beauty and the Beast and sing Gaston because I love that shit.
Yeah.
No one's. I can't do that. I can't do his voice, but I love that song because it's just he's such an ass, and he's the villain, and
but I love him.
The food is so good. And then the thing is, I grew up with those movies. I remember being a teenager, and it was that was my. Everybody's got that. What do they call the where they don't talk about it, and it's but they like something secretly.
Oh, guilty pleasure.
Those three movies: Little Mermaid, Beauty,
Aladdin, and
Aladdin were my guilty pleasures.
No,
and now
those were the jam. Those were
but now that
jam.
I was a metalhead back in the day. So now that I've got 2 grandnieces, I bought the fucking Blu-rays, and I go, "We're gonna watch this shit," and they're like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And my nephew's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing."
Yeah. No, I had an aunt who was very sweet. I mean, she's still alive. My aunt Michiko. She's Japanese, and she, I think that I don't know if it's that she saw through my sister and I pretending to not be into kiddie stuff, or if she just didn't care and she just didn't really give a shit. But she would always buy us like really kiddie ass shit, like, and we pretended to like not be like she bought us The Little Mermaid on VHS, like the fucking cassette tape fucking thing, and we were like, oh, we're not into that, like we're too old for that. We're 8 and 9, like, and then we watched it every day for the next year and a half straight, like it was that kind of shit.
Did you wear out the tape?
I don't know if we actually did. I think it's hard to wear out the VHS. But man, no, we watched that fucking Little Mermaid. Everybody our age. Well, okay, you're 30. I'm 35. Every gay man that you will ever talk to, if you ever meet a gay guy that's over 32 or so, especially, ask him if he gets drunk. Oh yeah, there you go.
Look what we got.
Yeah.
Oh god, this reminds me of a story.
Look, it's the original
Halloween candy.
Look.
Yeah, is that the one with the original where it shows the penis?
Yeah. If anyone doesn't know, so like there was some artist that got mad at the company and quit, and he made the underwater castle have a penis on the top tower. It looks vaguely like a circumcised penis. Is kind of what it looks like.
It went unnoticed for a really long time too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, man, that thing looks like a fucking dick. Sorry, you want me to show you again? I'll show you again. It's okay, because I kind of have a glare and I can't see. So it's this one right here in the middle.
It's a dick. Yep.
Good loady woody. Oh yeah. Oh.
Oh Lord, now do you got the Lion King?
I don't have the Lion King.
The Little Mermaid is the only movie that I have, but I have all the other soundtracks.
The Lion
Yeah,
King.
because I remember.
What?
Go ahead.
No, I wasn't going to say anything. Talk back.
Because I was just about to say, because you remember like the Lion King and the little thing right there when we're showing like what symbols of Mufasa's face.
It says there's a scene where the dust blows and you can see the word tits, and then it's in Aladdin where he says take off your shirt.
Yeah.
If you turn up really loud.
No, it was I think it was good teenagers take off your clothes.
Oh yeah, take off your clothes or something like that.
Oh, there's.
But yeah, the Lion King is the one where it says like tits or something in the dust.
It was sex in the Lion King.
If you pause it at the right moment.
Okay, there's another.
And plus in the cover, like the lion's face kind of looks like a woman in her underwear.
I don't think I ever.
They edit so much shit anymore, you'd never find it.
There's another really funny thing in the movie of The Little Mermaid. My sister and I discovered this, and I've never really heard anybody talk about it. So you know how in the plot of The Little Mermaid, Ursula, the sea witch, she poses as a rival girl on the land, and there's a girl that basically looks like Ariel, but she's a brunette, and
it's Vanessa.
Yeah, and she competes over the prince with Ariel, and so then they and the prince decides to marry the girl, and then Ariel somehow tries to stop her or some shit, and once Ariel stops her, then the sea witch, once Ariel stops the bitch from marrying the prince. Then the sea witch decides to come out and show her final form, and she like busts out of the wedding dress and and the first thing that changes is her boobs. I swear to fucking God. And my sister and I would do it in like slow motion. We would do it. We like watch it, wait for it, boom! There the boobs go. And it's like they burst out of the dress, and it's really funny.
Also, the priest may or may not have a boner.
Oh yeah, he does.
It's
like a little triangle thing that like he's standing there and then it goes, book, and then it goes away.
And there's a reason for it. It's because they reused a cell from Snow White. They traced over it, and when they did, it's like part of one of the dwarfs' faces because they're standing on each other's shoulders.
Oops.
Yep. So that was a total mistake. Absolute mistake. That's not even a disgruntled artist. That makes it so much funnier.
Like legit mistake, dude. That's an awesome one.
Well,
they did
Disney
a lot.
has such the habit of pissing people off. You never should be surprised what gets thrown into stuff.
Yeah, I wonder what the fuck PewDiePie is gonna do to get back at them.
I don't give a shit.
I don't know how anybody can. So I'd heard of PewDiePie, but I never saw any of his things until the whole thing with Wall Street Journal kind of happened.
I don't think anybody did. I don't think anybody watched his video.
But then, like, I went and watched him, and first of all, his accent is super cute. But then I was like, how could anybody watch this guy and think he's a fucking Nazi? You've got to be a retard. Like, like
no, doesn't it kind of almost seem like it was an entire setup?
Yes, I mean, it's like he's the nicest dude ever.
Well, and it's almost, and like, okay, like, there's definitely all sorts of like older people that get upset about anything having to do with Nazi jokes. Like, there's always Kyle's mom from South Park. Like, what? Like there always is that. But at the same time, it's like, at this point, making like jokes about Hitler is almost like making fucking jokes about Genghis Khan or some shit. Like
it's the Germans that have the problem because they don't know how to stop white shaming themselves. Goddammit.
The Germans?
It's self-flagellation at this point. My mom's side of the family is German. It is self-flagellation at this point.
Yeah,
I have family in France and Germany and Brazil, obviously, for the reasons that the nut job Germans went there. And I've said to these guys, I said, what the fuck is your problems over there? And they said, well, we don't have the problem. Our clan doesn't have the problem. It's everybody else because they feel bad about themselves because they're related to all these other type people. And they go, That shit was 65 years ago. Let it go. And they're like, they don't know how. I'm like, well, Jesus Christ, how long can you fucking hold a grudge against yourself? Unbelievable.
Yeah, ask Japan. They never held a grudge against themselves. They got over it very quick.
No, they got back at us through VCRs and tape cassette players.
No, I'm
And
not
video
talking. Well,
games.
I'm not talking about Japan's relationship with America. I'm talking about Japan's relationship with fucking like China and Korea. All the fucking places that they fucked up. They don't give a fuck. They don't apologize. They don't.
None of those people apologize to each other over there. They are fucking brutal, dude.
Yeah, and they're going to have more brutal problems than they want to handle in the next few weeks. I guarantee that shit. But anyway, moving on.
Two.
Anything, because I don't like political streams. They fucking drive me crazy. I've been
They
enjoying
got
this.
back at us through hentai.
Ooh, now.
Oh, okay.
I'm often on other streams where people just continually talk about political stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I was very pleased about joining Prince's stream is because it's been about everything else but. And that kind of stuff in the long run wears your brain down. You test your metal so much, you just basically don't want to interact with certain people. Not because you don't like them, they just never change the subject. And I'm one of those people. I'd rather talk about, I had a Wendy's hamburger. What'd you have?
Ultimately, I say my channel stays focused on socio-political issues. I care about, and I'm trained in my actual schooling in college is studying cultural and media and social trends and how they relate to the political climate. But it's like I've never studied political science, and I don't like to think that I actually really have an idea what the government or the governments are doing exactly at any given moment, because I like to think that they keep it relatively secret. So I talk about, things like fucking feminism and shit like that, and like how they're trying to influence the masses with all that bullshit, because that's something I can understand. I can see how that influences people that I know.
Yeah, and that's actually everyday kind of thing countrywide. I mean, don't get me wrong. The other stuff does apply as well, but what you decide to discuss about can be very localized depending on where you're at, and it has a hand in everyday relations. You can just walk down the street to your local convenience store. Somebody bitches you out for something like, all I wanted to do was buy a Pepsi. What the fuck's your problem? And it can ruin your day if you let it.
Well, and it's very telling, the whole stream was started because everyday feminism is dying. And that's telling. It's like the people in charge know that they can't order people around with calling everybody a misogynist anymore. And that's why the fucking feminist blogs are dying. So it's worthwhile to keep track of that shit. You can get clues about what the people in charge are doing. But ultimately, there are secret fucking meetings, and we're not going to know what they're really, really up to until, a bit after the fact. And that's just how governments actually work. There are people who know how to keep a secret that work in government. I'm muting myself, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I see. A while ago, I'm seeing like toys being displayed right here.
I never show myself on camera, so you're not ever going to see my shit. I'll take photos and send them to you guys on Twitter, because I was going to send Sister Danger I'm going to take a snapshot with my cell phone and send it to her on Twitter, that the two Tetrises, the Game Boy version and the NES, because I'm an asshole and I keep my shit in good gear. Although, oddly enough, I've never gotten my hands on the Tengen version of Tetris, which is even more rare. So I still have yet to decide whether I really want to go hunt Pat Contry or James Rolfe down and steal from them, but I don't think I would, because I'm in Iowa and they're on the opposite sides of the country. So fuck that. I ain't paying the bus fare.
Yeah. I think right now the most rarest game I have is Final Fantasy VII.
Wow. That's your rarest? Digital. Oh, you're an idiot. Yeah. Not you. You. Miss Digital.
I think I might still have my Sega Genesis copy of Kid Chameleon, which is a really rare game. And that's a pretty sweet game. You guys haven't even heard of it, so.
I have.
Yeah, that was one of the best Sega Genesis games. That was a good game.
never keep everything all in one format, because sooner or later you know what? I've told people this. I say, you want to get digital copies, great. But you remember when PlayStation 3 says we have an unhackable system? One day later, they were hacked and people lost their shit.
Yeah.
That's why you don't keep everything on all digital.
Oh, no. It's not only on digital. It's not only on the internet.
Good.
I don't trust Steam that much.
That's why I always, it's like I say about your iPod. You can have whatever you want on your iPod, but if you make a physical disc or have a physical disc, you ain't ever going to lose.
I downloaded the shit out of a bunch. I have probably like 15 games on fucking PS4 now because of the fucking downloading shit. I've never been able to download shit for you know, like not all for free. I've been spending some money on it, but yeah, don't being it. Yeah.
Can I change the topic? Can I talk about what happened last night at the bar?
Yeah.
This would
it's a little bit of a story, so I don't want to hijack anything.
Okay.
Consider us jacked.
You're fucking jacked. Okay, so last night I'm at the bar, and there is this guy that I bump into. There's this guy I bump into, just getting a drink or whatever, and he was pretty cool, so we started talking. Now, fast forward to about 2.5 hours later, and this dude, I am still kind of talking to this dude because he's like everywhere I went, he sort of went with me, which was okay because, I don't know, I was having a good time talking to him, so that wasn't a problem. But long about 2.5 hours after talking to this guy, and I don't know, it must have been about 1:30 in the morning at this point, and he does this thing, you know, like you're talking to somebody, and he's told me a number of times, he's like, oh, you're so beautiful, I love your eyes, I love your lips, like on and on and on and on and on. I was like it didn't matter what I said. Everything that came out of his mouth had something to do with how he thought I was like really good looking. I was like, okay, well, whatever. So then at some point he does this thing where, so if you were to imagine like this is the bar, right? It's kind of a standalone thing. And I was standing like right here like this, and he kind of moves by me, but he puts his hand like kind of just brushes his hand across my lower back and a little bit across my ass, you know, just like a brush of wind, right? Like he didn't grab my ass, but he definitely grazed it. Okay. And I was like, so I looked at him like, fuck are you doing, guy? Right? Like I looked at, he's like, oh, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have done that. And I said, hey, you're right, you shouldn't have done that. And I'll accept your apology in the form of it never happening again. Thanks. Right?
And a beer.
And a beer. So to his credit, nothing like this happened again for the rest of the evening. But here's where the quandary kicks in. Now this is the most of the crowd in this bar is quite a bit younger than I am, and they're super SJW, like feministy, like they're a Seattle liberal crowd, right?
What bar were you at?
I was at the AFK.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a gamer geek bar up here. It's like a completely game themed bar, so you can go there and play board games, you can run your D&D campaign, you can play video games there, like it's all there. It's cool.
Yeah. So it's like Geek City in Iowa City where we can
it's like Geek Heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Well, so he does this thing, and you know, and so I was like, okay, well, I probably talked to him for about, I don't know, another half hour after that, and then at about 3 hours, I'm like, fuck, dude. Okay, I need a break from this dude. Like, please stop being the only person who is, you know, on my time tonight. So I went outside to the back deck to go have a smoke, and I'm over there, and I kind of went around the corner because if I didn't want him to see me, not because like I didn't want to, I don't know, I just needed a break from this dude. I was like, I'll just go here, I'll have a smoke. I just need to be over here by myself. So some of the guys though that are regulars there, they're out there, and I say to them, I'm like, so here's this scene that just happened. And I'm not sure what to make of it, you know? And one of them is like, oh my God. It's like, that is That is unacceptable. Nobody should be doing anything like that. That is like out of fucking line. Like he like went from like 0 to pissed at how this is completely unacceptable. And then there was me and the guy who's sitting next to me. And I was like, well, now hold on here. It's not like this guy was some dude that talked to me for like 30 seconds, like, hey, baby, all up in my space and groping me. He had been talking to me for 2.5 hours, okay? And during that time, you know, we're talking and doing the thing. How do I know? Like, how do you advance a proposition to somebody, basically? You know, like, how do you advance flirting with somebody if you don't make some sort of attempt, right? And
you're like you're basically you're basically kind of like, no, don't worry, I'm relatively slutty. Like, don't get me wrong.
What?
Well, no. Like, okay, I have been in experiences in my life where people are like, oh, it's a sleaze guy, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck that he grabbed my crotch. Like, I'm a slut. Like, I don't give a fuck. But it's still kind of weird, you know? Like,
no, I don't know. I wasn't like that, actually.
I'm not saying you're a slut. I'm saying that there is that reaction where it's just like, no, I don't really care that somebody made a sexual advance on me. That's not my point. But I will still talk about it.
Oh yeah, well, right. Well, so here's the thing, though. I was just like, it put me in this, like, the reaction, the reaction, because the guy sitting next to me, he was a little more. He said, I kind of agree. I didn't break my Ahsoka, did I? When I dropped her? Okay, no. Sorry, I totally got distracted. Like, he kind of agreed with me. He was like, I get what you're saying, like, but then again, up here, at least, you know, he said, you have to be careful because people up here are prone to freaking the fuck out. Like, that's sexual harassment and you need to tell somebody. And I was like, you know, but I'm not that person. I kind of have like this rule of 3, right? It's sort of like after number 1, I'll say something, but I also understand that a lot of times, you know, and I said this is what blew my mind, because I was talking to the guys and I said, here's the thing is that, first of all, how do you advance something if you don't make an attempt, right? And I said, then after that, I think that we can all acknowledge that there are women who play coquettish. They are coy. They tell you no when really what they're doing is they're kind of, you know, they're drawing things out. It's sort of that, you know, cat and mouse game. That is a real thing that exists. And everybody there was like, yeah, no, that's totally true. They completely acknowledged that this is an interactive state between men and women, you know, when it comes to like the whole dating or hitting on somebody. But then one guy was like, but it is absolutely unacceptable to ever touch anybody with it. And I'm like, well, how are you supposed to know that it isn't acceptable? You know, I was like, that guy did a thing. I didn't want him to do the thing. I drew a fucking hard line in the sand, said, don't do it again. You know, like, it's not a question. It's not up for debate. Don't do the fucking thing again, right? But I understand that also sometimes women will say that and they're playing coy. Please don't do that. You know, they do this thing and they're not so serious. So I sort of have this rule of 3, because at number 2, if I have to tell you the second time, I'm like, it seems as though I wasn't taken seriously the first time, which is fine. I get it. But I am serious. And if I do have to tell you number 3, it's not going to be a conversation between me and you anymore. It's going to be a conversation between me, you, and the fucking door guard, or whoever the hell
Everyone
kicked you out of this place. Everyone in the world. That's right. Like, it won't be just me and you anymore. Now, you can take it as seriously as you want because I don't give a fuck. You don't have to believe me. But at the end of the day, when the thing happens, you're going to believe somebody, right? So, you know, so I kind of have this rule of 3, right? Because I don't feel like it's representative of the real world and how people interact to say it's never okay to make a move. How do you ever get to the point of kissing a chick if you are always stuck in the zone of you can't touch anybody without... I mean, I'm sorry, but if I have to say to a guy, will you please kiss me? Probably.
Yeah, and that's where it's kind of gotten to the point right now where it's like, guys.
We're almost to the point of written permission.
It has it's fucking no, sister.
Yeah, here's my permission slip. Please have your mom sign
No,
it.
please place my hand on your butt.
Sister. We've actually been in a stream before a long time ago, like months and months ago. But we were talking to some like younger ass kids, or at least I was telling you about this, where it was like, it sounds almost like millennials, like young. Oh, I'm presenting you to everyone. It sounds almost like millennial kids are just terrified of sex. Like it sounds like fucking like some sort of like feminist rape culture fucking motherfuckers made it so that the females are scared of men hitting on them at all, and they think it's they think it's bad, and then and the males are 10 times as scared. Like they're like, I'm not gonna do shit. Like I'm not gonna fucking hit on a woman because I will be brought up on charges.
Scream at a fucking ass graze. They're gonna be like, sexual harassment.
Yeah, and people encourage that, and it's like, no, that's not cool. Like it's like, that's how people have sex. Like you get drunk, and then that person gives you the eyes, and you grab them by the ass and you give them a kiss, and either they say fuck off, which hopefully you have good instincts and they don't do that, or they say, yeah, let's get out of here, let's go fuck. And that's what it was like when we were kids. Like we're in our mid 30s. Like that's like we were talking about this, sister. I swear to God, like we were talking about this. Like it's like you and I and Gutenberg were talking about this, and we were trying to tell some 18-year-old kid, it's like, it didn't used to be like this. We used to fuck all the time.
Yeah,
because
I feel like you're right. But man, it's been a long time.
No, that's just you guys. I met my wife. I was at college getting certification, and she was in the computer lab, and I said, hey, she goes, what? And I said, you want to drive with me down to Missouri for about 8 hours and go pick up like literally 550 comic books? And she's like, okay. And that's how we met.
Well, so here's the thing though. And so in this conversation, I've been thinking about this since last night, right? I am not particularly disturbed over this guy doing this thing. But when somebody, when one of the guys was expressing how he just found this to be like absolutely an unacceptable form of behavior, like this is completely not okay. I've been spending time thinking about that. Like, why would he think this? Like, what causes him to come to this conclusion, right?
He's a mama's boy.
No, I don't think so. I think that to this particular person, that may be true for a lot of them, but I talk to this guy quite a lot at the AFK because he's actually one of the only people there who will pretty much just go toe to toe with me on any topic. I mean, and we disagree on some topics because he is kind of SJW, feministy, and I am not. And so we'll go head to head, and then we'll be like, okay, hug time, and we'll give each other a hug and, buy a beer or whatever. And he's cool with it. Like, he's just like,
maybe he thinks that you are eventually going to agree with him because you're a woman and you have to.
Well, sometimes though I do. I mean, sometimes he presents really good points to whatever arguments he's making, and it'll sway me to that side. So I was thinking about his reaction to this, and I thought, because one of the things I had said last night, I think, was that I don't want to get rid of that option. The fact that option is there for there to be this sort of, not a rude, I guess, I don't know, it sort of depends. But the fact that there's this option there to escalate or to try to escalate and see if the person is receptive, right? I don't want to get rid of that. And this is what was kind of like playing in my mind today, because I felt somewhat torn in my own head, right? so this guy, he made this move on me by basically running his hand over my ass at a bar. Okay, well, the straight up of that, you know, for me to be perfectly honest, is I'll never date that guy, right? That is not the thing that you do to me, and I don't want to be with somebody who perceives me as a person that it's just okay for them to go and do that thing to, right? Like, you know, I don't know, like that isn't somebody that I would date, right? It's not the kind of advance that I like. Okay. Now, does that mean that I'm going to like cry foul on this guy? No, I actually want him to be able to do that, because when he does that, when that's the choice he makes for the method that he's going to use to hit on me, that flags to me that that isn't a person that I want to be with or date or anything to that effect. Right. Because he's not going about it in a
wait, absolutely. I think what you're saying is that you want those, you want him to have the capability of showing himself to be that kind of guy, so that you, as an individual, get to make that choice. But if it got to the point where other people started trying to protect you from that type of guy, then other people would intervene, and you would have less power, because it would be like you wouldn't have the option of that decision making of like whether or not you wanted to like get with that type of guy.
Yeah, correct. Like if somebody tried to intervene, I can actually think specifically of the last time a dude tried to intervene on my behalf and prevent somebody else from speaking to me in a certain way. And I let him do it. And when that guy went away, that he sent away, I was like, who the fuck do you think you are? You don't speak for me. You don't get to tell other people to go away. I'll tell you when I have a problem, if I have a problem.
Yeah, it's robbing you of some of your agency to like do that.
But no, it totally does. I actually absolutely agree with that. And this is one of the points I made to the guy. I was like, listen, this guy made a pass. Now the ball is in my court, and it's my job at this point to either draw a hard line or lob the ball back, right? And play the game. And I drew a fucking hard line, and the guy respected it. He did not do, he didn't.
Which most guys would.
Yeah. Right. I agree. It's very rare that when I draw a hard line in the sand, it's really very rare that I have trouble with it after that. Usually if I do, it's basically because it's like 2 a.m. and people are so hammered they can hardly walk out of the bar. So, who knows what the fuck they're thinking, and but I very rarely have issues with that once the really hard line has been drawn, right? But even still, that isn't the way that I want to be hit on, and it's not a way that I really ultimately find super respectful, right? So I want the guy to be able to do it because that tells me how he perceives me, right?
Like a litmus test.
It is. It's kind of a litmus test a little bit. And if we were to take that away by saying you could never touch anybody unless you use the Lacey Green method of, is it okay if I do? Can I put my hand on your thigh? Can I touch your elbow?
Yeah,
Can I kiss you? Like,
do you consent?
If I had to do that, I'd go nuts.
Oh my God.
I'd go nuts.
I do not want men to ever have to do that, right?
If I ever had to deal with that shit, I would have never had
it's okay. Done.
It's like saying, do you consent to me making a sexual advance on you? Like, shut the fuck up. Don't.
Yeah.
Well, when people act like that, you don't really want them to procreate anyway.
Well, it's
you really don't.
Yeah. Well, but about babies, whatever.
Well, no, I mean, I think, am I the only one here with kids, right?
No.
No, I got 3.
Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. If our wives had to deal with that shit, we would have never had kids. Come on. Because you go up to your wife and you're like, what's up? It's like, yeah, and then boom, there you go.
Like, statistically, they are like having way less sex than, I don't know, our generation is, I guess. Like, but I mean, I don't know. It's yeah.
As my younger friend says, he's like, we're not having kids because we fucking can't afford them.
Oh, boo fucking who. I couldn't either, and then I got a real job. That's the great thing about being a parent. We can teach our kids our life lessons and experiences. Now, my daughter, who's lesbian, she just basically says, "I'll tell you what my dad tells me if you're going to act funny towards me. The first is I break a pinky, the next is I break your wrist, and then I break your arm." And that's really her self-defense method, to see how people react. And I said, "Sweetie, you shouldn't be saying that." And she goes, "Yeah, but I hate these fucking assholes." I'm like, "Well, okay then." And it's the guys that don't pick up the fact that she likes other women. So that's why she becomes irritated, because that mentality of those type of guys thinking, "Oh, challenge accepted." No, not challenge accepted. It's called get the fuck out of here.
I will say, though, the going straight to batshit is a very good way to ward off unwanted attention.
And yeah, and that's kind of why I'm glad she does it. But then it's like, that's great to know you can do that with guys. But if you want to really have a significant other, you've really got to learn to tone it down. She goes, "Oh, that's coming from you." And I said, "Well, yeah, I'm your dad." She goes, "Well, that makes no sense coming from you." And I'm like, "Oh, I love you, sweetie, but you really got to have a gentle touch." And my wife will pipe up and says, "Oh, yeah, like that ever worked for you." And I'm like, "Well, shit." So I get pwned by my own wife and daughter, so that shit happens.
You've lost this argument.
I know, but that's okay. I'm always going to lose because that's my wife and my daughter. I know I'm outgunned, but I got to try anyway. Shit.
Oh, hell. Whatever.
I have a friend.
But this whole wild
Well,
part.
like, here's the other thing, right? If you do not, I think that people always are like, there's this current mentality of you can change your mind at any point to, during the process to be like, you could change your mind mid-coitus to be like, "Oh, I'm done."
Yeah.
You want to pull out, get out of the bed, right? Like you can do that. I'm like, but nobody ever talks about the fact that you can also change your mind in the positive direction.
Yeah.
A guy could be talking to you and you're like, I mean, literally, you're sitting there at the bar and the dude is like, "So what's your name?" And you're like this. Right? Right? And he's like, "Do you come here often?" And you're like this. Right, but then maybe if he's persistent and after an hour or something you look over at him and you're like, "All right, I'll see what he has to say, at least I'll consider it," right? It's possible, and I want the option, I want the prerogative to be able to change my mind in a positive direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you entirely 100% about that. Like, fucking, that's one of the great things about being gay is that, like, you can literally walk the danger zone, and, like, be like, okay, this guy is almost attractive to me right now. I'm kind of drunk. It's kind of dark. We're talking in the smoking area. I don't know. Maybe he's kind of cute. I can't really tell. And he's like kind of interesting. And he wants to buy me a drink now. Okay, that's cool. We're drinking. We're drinking. And then he has a reason for me to go over to his house. Well, I'm not sure if I want to fuck him, but he lives around the corner. I might as well go over there. And then we get over there and it turns out he's really cool and I want to fuck him. And then it's like, cool, let's do it.
Yeah.
Like, I want to have that option. And I think girls should have that option too.
I guess that I feel like if you take away this ability for anybody to try to advance that ball game, as it were, you're taking away my ability to change my mind in the positive. You're taking away my ability to have my mind change. For some guy to have a good fucking game and maybe I'm like, well, okay, maybe this dude isn't that bad or whatever. We'll give it a go, right? So, so I don't know.
Absolutely.
I guess I can understand how people would think that this is absolutely unacceptable, right? Like, I mean, if you come from this environment where it's never okay to touch anybody without their consent, and that this is a violation of just their personal space, right? I mean, I can see how they would think that, but I don't know. I just don't think that that's people don't function that way. We are not yet living in total recall where we put on our virtual, although you can get VR goggles and they do have like blowjobs and shit that you can get.
I got better shit to do than what.
The whole
Look at
country
that
can-
crap.
I have literally seen the VR
Japan.
blowjobs. It's fascinating.
It is. It kind of is.
I haven't seen that shit.
Like, oh, wow.
I got some games on PlayStation that are VR. Like, I didn't show you them, but yeah, I have some.
Yeah, but when you put on the virtual reality goggles and then all you see is the back of the girl's head because it looks like she's sucking your dick.
Oh,
That's gonna start separating the wheat from the chaff, and who are actually the weak ones and the strong survival types. And the mating process is definitely going to change.
Someone is coming up with a device that lets you taste things, so that could actually end up.
Are the snozberries going to taste like snozberries? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
That's my kind of wallpaper right there.
They still haven't come up with a fucking robotic doll that really feels real. Like, I mean, because they're gonna have to come up with a skin that feels like real skin, which they haven't. They pretend the silicone feels like real skin, but it doesn't, like, at all. It's like I don't know how much skin y'all have touched, but like it does not feel like real skin.
Well, Prince, you better start working on Cyberdyne and Skynet, otherwise we'll never get there.
Skynet with a dick.
I love you so much.
And then once they get the skin that feels like real skin, then they're gonna have to come up with some really good internal heating mechanisms to make sure that the heat comes from the right place in the body, So it's like, like there can't be like too much heat coming from the booty, because on the women at least, because like the female booty is, there's the fat, and so but like, you get a little bit more heat coming from the waist, because like there's a little bit less fat around there. Like you gotta make the heating arrangement work well.
Okay, moving on from hot butts. You left that one so wide open in a metaphorical sense, Prince. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
The innuendo is just so beautiful. They're just all here.
You guys really are one of the best live stream people I've ever been with. I mean, you guys just know how to roll with it and not uptight whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Well, this has been a fun time, actually. Everybody has been cool to chat with and has been gone with the energy of the flow. It's not been an awkward live stream.
Hey, I did karaoke last night. Sorry, I was talking to the chat right there.
I was about to say that was a really weird interjection.
Yeah,
And then I realized we were just talking about
We're talking about a great live stream, and suddenly karaoke because reasons.
Karaoke.
I'm very into karaoke.
I love
haven't
Prince,
done
you
it.
should come
I'm
with
out of
me and do karaoke Thursdays and Fridays.
Okay, well,
In fact, if you ever heard my ear bleeding vocals,
Well, and if you like karaoke, so the DJ that is at the AFK, the karaoke DJ, I've hired him to do my festival. So Saturday night at my festival, because everybody can camp out, he's bringing his whole fucking setup, and we're having karaoke at my festival Saturday night.
well, that's cool.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Prince and Spencer Danes. Like, did y'all ever see my shout out song?
No? Of course, I've
Yeah, it's
not been on the internet for like 3 weeks.
Oh.
I mean,
I said it's on my channel. It's on my channel now. I kind of did like a little rap thing, or like where I just basically took a lot of people who I like to watch on YouTube, and I kind of made like a little shout out rap the best way I could.
if I'm not in there, I'm not watching.
Wait, am I in there?
Yes, you are. Yes, both of you are in there. I'm
Wait, I
surprised you
haven't
haven't
seen
seen
that
it
shit.
already.
I didn't
How?
see that
Okay,
shit.
I've got to see this shit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called the shout out rap on my channel.
Oh, okay.
By the way, this is probably the most interactive I've been on YouTube literally for like the past 3 weeks to a month. So please do not feel that it is personal or anything like that. I've just been so buried in work and things coming up. Oh, whoa.
That's okay. I have absolutely
I heard
no idea
that.
what I'm
So-
doing.
Should we watch it right now? Do you guys want to watch it right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
I can just tell you right now, I'm not the best singer in the world.
Whatever. I
it's
do
like
Eminem and I'm white. Come on now.
It's like a sing rap type thing. Like it's like Crossroads type.
Actually, now that I think
Yeah.
about it, the only rap that I do is by except for I do Sir Mix-a-Lot, I Like Big Butts, and I actually met Sir Mix-a-Lot because he lives in Renton, or did at least when I met him. So anyway, I think that's the only one I do by somebody who's actually black. All the other rap that I do at karaoke is all white rappers.
Well, I would make you proud, Prince, because I can imitate Rob Halford perfectly.
Is it this one? I screwed up my.
No. No, it should be like it should be like, say, like the shout out rap. It should have like a thumbnail that just reads like shout outs in like white and blue.
Little mix. Shout out to my ex. No, wait. One of my favorite ones to do is
I said, wait, check out my channel right quick.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll just look it up. Hold up.
Paul Revere.
And then, oh wait, I can probably just search shout out. Well, there's gonna be a lot of those. Shout out rap.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go to his channel and look at his videos?
I am.
Yeah, my videos right there. Should be not too far ago.
Oh wait, is it this one to make you smile?
Yeah.
Why?
No, not that one. Not that one.
No, click the channel, but then go to videos. Yeah.
Right there. See where it says shout out?
Yo,
Right
yeah,
by the
this
Antifa
one
bonehead.
right here. The shout out song. How many did I do? This one.
Yeah.
Okay, here I'll do it. I'll make my audio right so I can hear it.
Holy shit, it's 3.
Okay, I'm totally gonna mute myself just in case.
Okay. Yeah, I have to do this version of audio. So.
Yeah, it takes a second for it to kick in. I did a lot of.
I think you have to share the screen.
No, it's black, I think. Yeah.
World, Babylon Brook, paper goat, shoot yourself. NA Dragon, Harry Beast. Wait, I got a lot more look. SPG, ABL, FBX, ERA, Peach, Bailey, Artiface, Trainer Jack, Jimmy A, Blair White, Failure, this reptile, Tiki Bomber, Rimacon, Sunburn, Scalpel, Face Mama, Kai Mirror, Robot, Mocha, Rosary, Undoing, Izzy Clark, Rated R, Tyler P, from the Mill, DHP, Patty Paul, OBC, Bear Rick, Sugar Tits, can't forget the lovely tree, Shoe on Head, Irate Barrel, Misa, Anthony, Blood Wing, Renton Monkey, Scribe Light, SDA, Biggest Monkey, Natty Blonde, Doggy, the Cyberpunk, Psycho, George Sparkle, Man, that girl, Gospel's Punk, Jeff and Memory, Monk and Sargon. I see the original, Logic, Caramel Corn, Nerdco, Zeno, Ego, Reading Red, Magnus, Whiskey, JT Viper, What's a Friend, Medusa, Mad Cat, Orange and Minty, Daniel, J, Omega, Leon, Pithy, Shadow Paint, White Six, Sevi Rose, I Got This, Prince of Queen, Rock Shadow, Robert, Shannon Gibbs, David Rivera, Austin Fan, Robert Reyes, Cajun Team. Big shout out to Jake and Joe and YTWE, Mike Miner, Gavin, Bringer of Rank, Lone Wolf, Jacob, Fat Pat, Sophie, Alice, Jason, Cogdog, Ferns Wild, Adam and his Apple, Amanda, Wolfchild, Mystery, Hufflepuff, Lazy, Bring the Funk, Sayomi, Eugenie, Anonymous, That Beautiful Punk, Minka, Danger, Satsu, RGE, Fast Fish, Charming, Llama, Warski. Mad Car, Stuttering, Zoe Sinatra, Grapple Vision, Monday, Matt Mildra, Gotcha, Mad Woman, Dapperton, Machiavelli, Esme, Ray Gun, Mod Wayne, Debbie Villain, Stacey Kane, Brittany, Rory, Reaper, Toxic Film, damn, I'm almost out of time, and this ain't even half of them. Bent Candy, Armor Skeptic, Queen Lee, Rathacon, Black Lex, Elephant, Marty, oh, now it's on the Lamb, Jesus, Satan, Jessica, Market Bad, Devil's Out, Hell of America, That Girl, Loudmouth, Liberal Rosity, Charizard, Gutenberg, Fenrir, Reformer King, Missy J, Team Pink, now here comes the very best Mercedes Carrera, now my voice ain't finally rest.
That was awesome. That was fun.
Hold up, let me get this right. Oh, I didn't even. Did I not screen share it?
No, you didn't screen share, but it doesn't matter.
No, it was just the audio.
Oh my god, I feel so bad. No, because there was like a whole slideshow of all that, and you guys should have told me. I wasn't. I feel like such a fucking punk.
I was too busy listening to the nice, even, steady flow of the rhythm. You know, it's just very solid and right there. No deviation or fluctuation. It was just solid.
I don't know, that's what it was. I was just one night. I was just drinking. I was listening to like some songs and things like that. And it's like when I get in that area, all of a sudden I just get to thinking. I'm like, you know what? I'm finna see if I can create a little shout out thing going on. And I just went on and on and on, and that's how it came. Yeah,
you did. You actually made it to where, because all the names obviously have different syllables and sounds. You really got it to be like dun 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 dun, dun, and there's no fluctuation. All the words matched to the rhythms, and it was just solid. So that is I can't even do that. I have just a fumbler on that kind of shit.
Thank you.
Fluctuation. All the words matched to the rhythm.
I liked it. I thought it was cool. I think the audio, like you could re-record it and it would be a fun thing for the because like it just like the audio recording levels, like not necessarily the beat or anything, like you could get it. I think people would enjoy it, and it could, you know. Yeah,
it's like if I had the right equipment to like sync everything together, that was the number one thing right there. It's like I was just doing like on my tablet, and I didn't have like the right equipment and stuff like that to put everything like to get like the audio and all that together right there. So I just did whatever I could right.
Yeah. No, I produced music 10 years like full time. So like it's hard though, because it's like it's hard to explain how you would need it to somebody. But you would have to listen to it on headphones and then rap it while you were listening to it on headphones so that you wouldn't get the background noise. But at the same time, you kind of can get the background noise in there because it's like, I don't know, but I thought it was cool, and I like the video. I thought it was cool. I actually, I have a song that I wrote many years ago, maybe even like almost not 10 years ago, but maybe like 9 or 8 years ago, pretty long time ago, that I recorded that. Wait, can somebody play a song and make it play through the speakers?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like can you make it good with good audio if I send you a song?
Possibly.
Maybe.
I have a pretty good setup literally above my microphone here.
Well, do you know how to make it play through the speakers so that it sounds all right? Because like when I've tried to do that, it's like I can't get the like core audio to initialize, so I have to like make it play through my laptop, and so like I can't play a song at the same time as I'm but
okay,
I can,
let me just pick a song and try it.
Okay. Yeah.
Tell me what you hear. Okay.
Okay.
Tell me what you hear. Okay.
There are stars in the
It sounds pretty. It sounds messed up.
Hold on. It sounds what?
It sounds like there is a like a bass audio distortion that's going on with the, like, it sounds like your speakers are running through like if you can make it playing internally
Hold on.
through your computer.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Cuz I have a song that I want to release on YouTube. It's a entirely original song. It's not about, YouTubers or anything, but it's a fun poppy song that people enjoy. And okay.
While you guys are doing this, I'm gonna have to go because I'm just getting extremely tired.
Okay.
Where are you?
Sorry.
All right, now.
See you later. Good to have you on.
Good seeing you.
Good to break your streaming virginity.
Yay! All right. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think it's
Yes, no.
No, I don't think. I think the thing is that it's going through the speaker and then going through your. I think it's going through the microphone and through your speakers.
Yep.
I want something to come just through the computer, but I don't know how to do that on my end.
The only way I could think to do that would be to literally just like look the song up on the internet and play it off the internet into the stream. But then again,
But I don't know how to play something off the internet in the stream. I always have to do it.
Can you still?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I bumped something and I got the little noise on my computer of something coming.
I mean, let me look at the settings for a second, real quick, so play test sound. Wait, what is it? Voice studio. What does that mean when I swap the left and the right channels? Report. No, I don't know about that. I don't know what that even means. Yeah, because I'd like to play it for you guys while it's on this shit, but I don't really know how one does. I've never figured out how to get audio playing. You know what I could do? I know what I could. I know.
Not until you tell us. What can you do?
I know exactly what I can do. I can upload it onto YouTube, and then I can upload the song onto YouTube, and then we can play it on TogetherTube, and then the audio will play, because you can do that with, I think, Together.
Can you just share screens, upload it to YouTube, share screen play?
You're gonna get smacked for copyright reasons on that.
No, it's literally my song. I made.
Oh no, not your song, but anything other than original material. Their Google live streams has been designed to that if it's not anything of an original music source, they're gonna start nailing you for it.
Yeah, well, this is a song that I 110% made all myself. Like, I made all of the music and I made all of the singing. 100% me. Not a single motherfucker interfered with me creating this song. I don't know if I can even do that though with the fucking shit. Maybe somebody in the chat knows how I would do this.
Anybody? Bueller.
Tailed Features asked if I saw his latest song. No, I'm sorry, I didn't actually. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure. So I haven't, but I could try to take a look at it. I just wish that I knew how to play songs. Maybe I'll just look it up. Okay, you guys talk about something interesting while I'll try to look this up.
something interesting. And then like all thoughts that could possibly be remotely interesting fly out of our heads like cockroaches in daylight. Poof! Everybody suddenly experiences fucking interesting shit. That's like the worst thing to say ever. I could try to show you guys my sugar glider if you want me to go get her. You can see my new pet. Yes.
Oh, you can add a music player on stream. I
do you
didn't
mean?
know that. That's what it says in this video.
Hey,
Trump care.
oh no, I never tried that.
You know, I saw your post, Pat, about people unfriending you.
Oh yes.
And I was thinking about that earlier today, and I was like, all these, because I was reading some of those comments. People are like, "Nigga, you sold out fucking black people. You think Donald Trump is gonna respect you for this, that, or the other?" And I'm like, these are really
did you see that one guy?
arguments like that. How is that? I don't know. I wouldn't have considered what they were even saying an argument, but I kind of had this thought of, I wonder what would happen if you responded with, "Nigga, did you vote in the primaries?" Oh, well, let's talk about who's actually selling out America. I don't know.
Because the main ones that are sitting up here arguing and things like that didn't even get out there to even actually vote. Now they want to sit up here and they want to whine and complain about the results.
Yeah, like that's always where it should start. I'm sorry, did you vote? If the answer is no, then you go in the corner and shut the fuck up, because you already decided that your voice doesn't count. And if it doesn't count in a ballot, it doesn't count to me either. Bye.
Yeah. And the whole thing that really got it started was one of my friends, she's a lesbian and things like that. And she's one of those listening believers who just basically listen to what mainstream media told about Donald Trump. Is basically they just said, Donald Trump is a devil. And without no questions and things like that, she just goes on these Facebook tirades talking about, like, oh, down with Donald Trump, hashtag not my president, and all that right there. And that's all she does. She don't provide no opinions, no arguments whatsoever. And she'll make them public without realizing that, when you make those posts like that public, everybody in the world can see that, not just your little friend zone. So then when you actually get Trump supporters coming in there, either telling you about yourself or arguing their points, and then you want to get mad and all up in your feelings, talking about, oh, look at these Trump supporters attacking me and things like that. And I keep seeing her do this all the time. So I came to her and I said, see, what your problem is not the fact that, you getting angry because people are disagreeing with you and things like that. It's just the fact that you always going on these Trump tirades right here, but you never provide any strong opinions of why you hate them and things like that. You just hate them for the sole purpose of just hating them because it's the most popular thing to do and it's what you've been told to do. I told her that. Oh, she did the same thing to me. She flipped her wig. She said, oh, fuck you. You voted Trump and things like that. And, you sold out the black race and all this whoop whoop right there. So she's one of them that just basically, blocked me for the whole sole purpose right there. And so it just basically, caused me to like put the little Facebook post right there. And then I get this guy up here in my comment feeling like, he got to school the coon. So he just basically says what he says, all that right there. And if you look at most of his in his status and things like that, he isn't even talking about politics. He's just basically making it all about race. That, oh, you think Trump like black people, he don't like you and things like that. So why you supporting him and all this right here? And I just basically gave my opinions and I argued him. And every time he just kept taking like low shots. I just wouldn't stoop down to his level.
That's what I would say the vast majority of left-wing people, at least right now, are people that really actually have never learned about politics at all. Like they've never actually even learned about like policy or anything. They just know that the Democrats are supposed to be the civil rights people, and that anybody who doesn't vote for a Democrat is that's all they know. And that was even true during the 90s and last decade, but it's gotten to the point where this decade it's like, if you really look at the data, it's just not true anymore. Like it's like No, like the Democrats are the ones that are the rich fucking over the poor more than the Republicans even you know, like if and it's like, I mean, the Republicans are not great, but the Republicans are weak, and so like I would rather trust them, or at least let them have a shot, just if not to rob the fucking corporate ass Democrats of their fucking party that they want for the next 4 years to continue doing what they're doing. Like that's yeah.
What does it mean when black people call each other coons? I don't know what that means.
The way they're using coon now, you know, like back then, you know, coon basically mean like, you know, to like, you know, basically, you know, bow down and cater to like, you know, to the white men and things like that. Even when they're doing like horrible, despicable things, you know, you as a black person being like, oh, you know, it's okay and all that right there. So basically, it's like this.
What's the etymology of that phrase? Like, why? I don't actually know any of this. Like, I'm sorry, I don't call people coons, and I don't really know why they do that.
Right now, it's just basically like, to this day right now, it's just basically like an insult. Like anybody that's black who, like, you know, who doesn't see anything like what they deem like, you know, black people supposed to think and things like that. Like me, somebody, you know, who actually free think and think out of the box, and he won't be like this hive mind, you know, because, you know, oh, we think this way and we do this way because it's what black people would do.
Yeah.
So if you got somebody like me
to say house nigger.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly. Yeah, it's the same fucking fucking thing. Uncle Tom, house nigger, race traitor, whatever.
I didn't know that one either.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same fucking shit. It's just this. Yeah, just fucking like, if a black person says that you can be racist to white people, it's all over. You're gonna be called.
Man.
Yeah.
Your reaction. It's like you've experienced this.
Yeah, it's like black people being called coon is basically like, you know, white people being called Nazi now. It's basically become like a buzzword now.
Yeah, and the fucked up shit is that, like, I legitimately, just knowing how many white people are called, you know, Nazi for just being reasonable, I can only assume that the vast majority of the black populace, like, I can only assume that most black people at this point are starting to, like, be like, hey, maybe Black Lives Matter wasn't a great idea. Like, you know, we didn't really get anywhere. Like, blah, blah, blah. And, like, a lot, you know, more and more black people are probably starting to sort of, like, speak out and be honest about, like, where did we get with this fucking movement? You know, like, where did it get us? And then there is a small but very vocal minority that's willing to call everybody coons and house niggers.
Yes.
And those people are making it bad for everyone, because it's like everybody else is ready to move on. Like, we're ready to turn past this SJW fucking shit. But there's people, like, trying to, you know, grab, like, tentacles, like, hold us on, like Ursula in the fucking the end of The Little Mermaid, pull down the sinking ship with the tentacles.
Yeah. And like you said, it's a small group, but they very loud.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like, unless I mean, just forgive me if I'm going off topic, but I'm curious, Pat, what your opinion is on the very use of the word nigger. Do you think that it is empowering prejudice to use the word, or that it disempowers prejudice to not give a damn about whether or not people use the word?
I don't know. It's like, to me, it's like the word nigga now. It's like to me, it's like it only has power if the person who's being told it, you know, the black person who's being told it, gives it power. Like, I've had this argument where I'm saying with also another black person and things like that, you know, who basically, you know, he in his mind he thought, you know, like if somebody, you know, somebody of another race came up to you and said nigger, then, you know, you have the right to, like, beat that person's ass and things like that. And I told him, well, you know, he's wrong because, you know, like if somebody just basically came up to you and just basically called you nigger and they didn't physically assault you or do anything like that, then, you know, you have no right to put your hands on that person because, you know, that person just basically said something that you didn't like. They didn't physically assault you. Now
Right.
they may have hurt you mentally and they may have hurt your pride and things like that. But as far as physical assault, they never did anything to you. They just basically
No,
said
your
something
pride
that
is on
you
you,
don't
right?
like. Yeah.
I mean,
And it's to me, it's like, you know, like being called that word, like, yeah, it hurts you like mentally and yeah, and pride and all that right there. But it's like it only has power if you give it power.
I
Don't-
I don't know. I guess I find the two sides of that argument to have some merit, right? I actually fall with you with everything. I mean, everything, not just that particular word, but like I am very much in the camp of thought that everything only has the power that I allow it to have. Like at end of story, right?
Yeah.
So it could be a pejorative, it could be somebody trolling me, it doesn't matter what it is. It means what I decide it means. You know, at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what you think you want to mean, right? Like I really don't. You know, but I do also though know that not everybody thinks that way. And I don't know. So I'm like, well, where does that, I don't know. I guess where does that line fall? And
Well, it doesn't fucking okay. You know what? One thing I'm gonna say.
I don't use the word. I will say that. I mean, I don't shy away from saying it. I've obviously said it. I don't know what.
You know what I want to say? I want to say something about this thing. And this has to do with, you know, it's like with the word nigger or fucking faggot or tranny or fucking whatever fucking nasty ass word you want to fucking say. SJWs fucking dug their own grave, and the fucking generation fucking Z or whatever the fuck they are, like the fucking, you know, the little 14-year-old kids, those motherfuckers are going to say whatever the fuck they want because of the SJWs. The SJWs told everybody how to talk, and everybody's sick of their shit. And all the fucking like 14-year-olds and youngers, they're all gonna fucking call everyone faggot and everyone fucking nigger and everyone tranny. They don't give a fuck. And that's just like something that we're gonna have to get used to as old people, that like, you know, we thought that words have power. Well, now we got the internet, and now the internet is making it like you have kids that are in teenage years, and like, you know, like what a rebellious kid is like. They don't give a fuck what you tell them. Like, as soon as you're gone, they're gonna fucking do whatever the fuck they want to do. So like, if we expect them to not say a word, they're gonna fucking say it. So like, ultimately, like, you know, things are gonna get. We live in a world where people can like chat in real time. I can chat with a gay Asian guy that lives in Russia in real time on my YouTube channel. So if we expect people to like still give a shit about one word, we're just being naive ultimately.
yeah, that's kind of true.
I say yeah. And like I said, you know, like yeah, mentally, like, you know, the word nigga, it does hurt a little, but it's like if me as a black person, you know, gives that word power by when somebody calls me that, you know, I just get all mad, you know, ball up my fist and just start going upside their head, then it's like, you know, that person really wins because it's like
yes, that is so true. But I mean, it isn't just with that word. It's with absolutely everything. You know, when if a guy calls me a cunt, you know, oh, you're just a fucking slutty, dirty ass hoe cunt, and I actually take that to heart and get offended, that guy has won. Like that person has won. You know, they obviously have discovered something about me by which they can poke that button and you know, push that button, and suddenly I can't control myself anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
you know, and I don't know. I guess that, like, my perception of that is like, why would you ever want to just go ahead and concede that
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody.
Yeah, that you're that vulnerable. Yeah, I had to say, okay, so like, I got over being called a faggot like pretty long ago. I mean, in the right circumstance, if the wrong person calls me a faggot, I might get pissed off. Sure. If I'm at a party with my good friends and there's some random dude that's there that doesn't know my friends who tries to like act like an asshole and then call me a faggot in front of all my friends, yeah, I will get mad. Sure. Yeah, like don't disrespect me like that. But at that point it wouldn't even be about the word. It would just be about the situation, like me in front of my friends. Like
Right.
Like you can't be in front of all my friends trying to call me a faggot. Like that's not okay. I have to do something about that. But like okay, the one word I have thought about this recently, and to be perfectly honest, like I've thought about this and I had to reconcile this with myself. The one thing that you can say to piss me off is if a feminist, a fucking like lesbian or non-binary fucking like feminist girl, if she calls me as an insult, if she calls me bro as an insult, because they don't mean it.
Like, whatever, bro.
Yeah, they're like, that's cool. Why don't you go back to Reddit, bro? Or
Dude, bro.
Yeah, some shit like that. That pisses me off. That gets under my skin because I'm like, you fucking piece of shit ass feminist. You don't know anything about anybody who is against feminism. You think that we're all on Reddit, which because you heard that like 5 years ago, like, and that'll piss me off. But I was like, wait, why does that piss me off? Why does that? And it pisses me off because ultimately it's her own ignorance, about anti-feminists and men's rights advocates and stuff. It's like, there's so many people who are suffering because of people like her. It's the same type of thing where like, in the 1960s, if somebody called a black guy a nigger, it would be because that would be a white guy who does not understand what segregation is like for black people. Like that's somebody who's just willing to, like be like, yeah, fuck you. I don't give a fuck because I can choose to not give a fuck. And that would be like the same type of ignorance as the men's rights movement is kind of facing today. So I realized, I was like, well, ultimately, yeah, if I get pissed off, I do let her win, kind of. So I was like, well, what should I do? And I was like, I could call her a cunt in return, obviously, but I was like, no, that just makes her feel like she's right. So I decided if a girl calls me bro, I'll say, I'm not your bro, little missy.
Yeah.
Now you're fighting fire with water.
Exactly. Thank you. Good way to say it.
The thing that pisses, speaking of like trigger things, I guess, that piss you off, right? I don't know. Insults really don't. The thing that pisses me off that I just really can't stand. But then again, like when I say I can't stand it, what I mean is that once it gets employed, I basically know that this conversation is either not worth at that point immediately, not worth continuing, or like if it was like with the dude in the bar last night, it's like, you are clearly not a person I would ever fucking actually date. Right? Because your behavior now is indicative of other things, right? But the thing that gets me, I hate it. Like, hate when people it is probably my biggest pet peeve, I guess, is when people in a conversation, they do not use I language. They use you language, where they're saying, well, you did this thing, or you're doing that because you're just a this, or you obviously think like that, or, well, you're too young to understand this. It's always you language, you. I'm like, why don't you shut the fuck up? And if you can go ahead and say that, you can say about me, you're doing this because X, Y, or Z, as long as you preface that sentence with, I think.
Yeah.
Because F, X, Y, and Z.
It's what my parents would call learning to fight right.
You get to say what you think you're going to assign to me, but you don't get to tell me about myself. right? I get to tell you about me. Like, that's not how it works. So like, that is like a huge that is probably like the ultimate thing for me. Like, I just fucking hate it. The second somebody just rolls out in conversation with, well, I'm like, and done.
Yeah. When people make assumptions about why you think a certain way or whatever, it's like, yeah. I do love the line. Everybody who's into social justice, it's a lot of mind readers are attracted to social justice for some reason.
I'm not sure if people can hear me, my mic's been acting up, but one of the things that my parents taught me when I got married, which is why a lot of marriages fail anymore, is that when there's something to deal with, the partners, the people in the marriage or the relationship, sometimes, less often than not, do not act as a team and tackle the situation. If they really get into it, they fight each other instead of what my parents call fighting right, and they find out what the real problem is, take a step back and tackle it, and use I statements instead of you did this or you did that, and because they don't want to admit their own faults. So that's why I've been married as long as I have, because when I get into it with my wife over something, I usually realize, okay, it may be over the budget, it may be over this, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm not blaming myself, and it's like, okay, what did I miss? And then she'll say, oh, well, it may have been this. I said, oh, okay. And she goes, what do you think I missed? I said, well, it could be this. But that takes progression and work, and a lot of people in the current age do not want to do that.
Well, using I language means that you are taking responsibility for whatever it is that you're about to say. You are owning it as your own. And when you use you language, you're assigning to somebody else the fault or the blame or the action. You're not owning it. You're not even owning the fact that you perceive, you may say something like, well,
it's strict
transference. You yelled at me the other day. Well, it's different to say you yelled at me the other day than I think you were yelling at me the other day. Because what if that person doesn't?
Well, that's but if the person
right?
but if the person did yell at you, you could say you yelled at me. I mean,
sure, but what I'm saying, like, okay, I use this as an example, I guess, from a little bit from personal experience. I am a very animated, very passionate, and I'm a very expressive person. Okay, when I really get up in like a fucking rant about a thing, I can go off, but I do not go off on people personally, okay, because I actually don't really agree with that or believe in that. Like, I'll go off on an idea, I'll go off on a thing, but you don't insult the person, right? You don't use pejorative. This is, to me, that is unacceptable. So, however, people who are not, they don't have a lot of fortitude in that regard, they literally perceive me when I just like get off on a tear about something, they will perceive me as attacking them because I'm emphatic in what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's scary to them. And they're like, you were so angry about this thing. And I'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, when was I mad? They're like, the other day you were talking about, the Sounders. I was mad. Yeah, like you were yelling. I was, right? Like, because my perspective, I'm like, I wasn't yelling. I was just fucking like, I was animated about what I was talking about. Oh, wasn't yelling, right? But they'll perceive it that way, right? So it's really different. Like, if they say you were yelling about this thing versus, well, it sounded like you were totally angry about this thing, or I thought you were angry about this thing. Like, in one of these things, they're owning what their perception of the situation is. In the other one, they are telling me what I was doing or how I was being. Those are really different things to say. It's very different language to my mind, and one of them robs me of my agency to determine for myself what I meant or what I was saying, right? The other one allows me, if there is the need to do so, at least the ability to clarify, Am I just like out of? Sorry, did I just go off right there a little bit?
I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So I just want to say that my video that I posted about everyday feminism being over, where I talk shit about everyday feminism is over party, or that's the stream. Who's echoing?
I'm trying to.
Let me. Okay, I think it was sister. So the video that I posted earlier already has over 300 thumbs up. So that's
the one on the feminist whatever going down the fucking
yeah. So I'm hoping this will become
it would be
a
so beautiful if they died in a Gawker sort of a fashion. Just
it'll be even worse than Gawker though, because they didn't have to get sued by anyone. They just fucking everybody.
I actually think that makes Gawker better. I think it makes Gawker better specifically because I like pro wrestling and I'm like, fucking Hulk Hogan sued the shit out of that one.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh my god,
man.
I've never watched the sex tape of Hulk Hogan. I don't know if I want to.
Why would you want to?
Wouldn't.
Oh.
Maybe he was younger back then.
I also didn't look at the Leslie Jones naked pictures for some reason.
Oh, stop.
Oh,
Nightmare fuel right there, buddy.
You know the thing I feel the most bad about of all the Leslie Jones shit is that she was not actually an SJW. Like, she got roped into this shit for some fucking reason, and she ended up on Saturday Night Live where they kind of like used her as the sassy black woman on Saturday Night Live, and she wasn't funny and it was really awkward. And then she was in Ghostbusters and it was awkward. But like, I actually looked at some of her old stand-up comedy and she was actually funny. Like, she as a stand-up comic, she was funny, and like, she was not PC at all. Like, she did not give a fuck. Like, and she's she's not exactly a young woman. She's probably in well into her 40s
she's near 50. She's older than I am.
Yeah. And if you were a stand-up comic as long as she was, this is one of the things that was true that they said about the situation is people who were in comedy, like Joe Rogan and shit, they were like,
no.
Did any of you guys watch that the new Dave Chappelle thing that came out?
I did, and I thought it was funny.
Oh my god, I thought it was more than funny. I thought it was brilliant. So this went around on my Facebook a little, where I suddenly got in my feed of I don't know, this was a couple weeks back, I guess, but I got in my feed just like this sort of series of people going, joking about rape is never funny. I don't know.
What rape joke did he? I don't remember the rape.
Bill Cosby segment where he's talking about Bill Cosby and he's making jokes about the fact that Bill Cosby's raped so many people that I don't know. He kind of makes these allusions to if you do this many times, it makes you an expert in that field. And Bill Cosby's raped 57 people. Or whatever. I don't remember exactly. Exactly what it was.
I just remember that. I remember that the people that I knew got offended because they said. Yeah,
that's right. He saves, but he rapes. That's right.
Oh yeah. I think that there was because Bill Cosby made people famous. Yeah, no, but people that I knew got offended. They were trying to say that it was like transphobic. And because he had a joke, and I don't remember even exactly what the joke was in the special, but I remember I had seen him doing the bit about the trans people joke, and the joke was basically something to the effect of, he was like, how did trans women beat black men in the oppression Olympics? How is a trans woman trying to be more oppressed than black men? There's gonna be niggas run around the hood in high heels, like, officer, don't.
Oh,
Officer, don't shoot.
That is so harsh.
And that's what I like.
oh my God.
That's what I like about Chappelle, man.
Yeah.
It's like Chappelle refused to be PC.
Yeah, he was always like that. He was, like Chris Rock like kind of passed the torch to him of the like does not give a fuck.
You guys got to remember that Dave Chappelle burned himself out for a long time, and I think that's probably good for him in the long run because it gave him a chance to reflect and re-energize, and now he's back stronger than ever.
Oh, he was so good. I mean, I really liked this last day, and not only that, man, he put on some weight. I was like, holy shit, that dude's fucking hot. Like, he was good looking before, but he's like extra good looking now. Like, ooh, the jeans.
That is definitely your definition of good looking, not mine.
I've been.
You know what? I'm gonna now. Don't take what I'm about to say wrong, but I'm gonna tell you right now. ABL, Total Chocolate Adonis, puts Dave Chappelle to shame. Tell me I'm wrong.
Who's ABL?
Anthony Brian Logan. Look him up.
Who that is?
Oh yeah, Anthony Brian Logan.
Mm-hmm. Chocolate Adonis.
No, you know who I like? I can't even say his name, but he's the dude that he was in The Island. He was in Gladiator, the black dude in Gladiator. What's his name?
Let's look
Leonardo
him up.
DiCaprio.
No. I know.
Wait. Let's look it up because we can present to everyone and we can see.
I know who she's talking about. I just can't remember his name.
Digimon Hansu. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy. I can never say that dude's name right.
He's in Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, yes, he's in
I
Guardians
can't
of the
spell
Galaxy.
that, so I'm gonna say black guy from
The one
like
white
looking at
guy.
pictures of
That's
him
not
right
Michael
now.
Clark Duncan.
Guy's hot.
from what was the movie that he was in?
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Gladiator.
No, Gladiator.
Gladiator.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
in a bunch of shit.
He was also in The Island. He played like a Black Hawk
Yeah.
person in the like military Black Hawk.
Yeah, the one guy who's not Sam
Yeah.
Jackson.
This guy. Yeah, he looks like he's probably like 100% Nigerian or some shit.
It's because he is.
Yeah, no. That shit is on my to-do list right there.
They just said he can get it.
More than
Yeah,
one
and I'm
fuck.
sure his wife would say otherwise.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not like I would ask her opinion or something. By the way, ma'am, do
And
you
she'd
mind?
knock your ass out. That's all there'd be to it. You gotta know how married women are. They don't fucking
You know
play.
what? This is more of a better to seek forgiveness than ask permission situation. Oh no. Oops. Yeah.
One of the things I've been speaking of stand-up comedy, I have been when I talk to younger SJW type, okay, not SJW, but either recovering SJWs or people who are younger who want to talk to me about race and racism. A lot of, like, I was talking to this girl a few weeks ago who's mixed race. She's like, part black and some other shit. I don't know. And she was trying to tell me, she was like, I feel like black people are the most racist people out there. Do you think that that's true? And I was like, oh, well, I mean, I can see why you would think that right now at this moment in culture with like all the Gazi Kotsos out there and, you know, shit like that. But at the same time, like that comes in waves, that comes every 20 years or so. People make it, popular to like the race baiting comes, like the race baiting and everything becomes popular. And we have that shit in the 90s. Like we have that. Actually, Pat, we talked about that on our live stream that I still have on my channel. Like we talked about how, like, in the early 90s, there was like the Rodney King beating, which was legitimately really fucked up. And it was one of the first times that like a home movie camera.
That shit was not okay.
Yeah. It was really fucked up. It was like
that was just
So
straight up.
am I the only
fucking
one that
weird.
remembers that Rodney King was actually drunk and threw a punch at the officers, and then all the officers went over the line?
No, I don't.
Well, okay.
Regardless,
There's
regardless.
to throw a punch and then
No,
there's
the
like beat a guy
cops
to
were
death.
out of line.
Come
That
on.
was the point.
Yeah, but at the
But-
same time, you know, it was like one of those things where the cops didn't know. They did not think about the possibility of somebody having a home movie camera, because
what? I'll say this.
that wasn't a popular thing. So, you know, that happened and it got exposed and everybody saw, like, oh shit.
Here's the thing.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
like, if this happened once and somebody caught it on a home video camera, imagine how much this happens. Like, imagine how much this really happens. And so people were like, yeah, that's fucked up. And then there was riots, and then a year or two later, then OJ Simpson happened. Then that whole fucking thing happened, and everybody thought to themselves, oh shit, if he gets convicted, if OJ Simpson does not get treated as innocent, then there's going to be another riot. And that's what everyone thought the whole fucking time. That's what everyone thought. And then and everyone knew the man was guilty. Like, everybody kind of knew that OJ Simpson was probably guilty. Everyone was just watching to see if there was going to be another riot or not, generally. And so they decided to not persecute him. And then,
You know, here's an interesting.
wait,
thing,
I'm not done. Okay. And so after that happened, so there was like two major race. No, I don't want to say race baiting, but okay, the race discussion became pushed to the forefront. It was like all of the news stations were constantly discussing racism and blah 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 blah. And then the year after that fucking OJ Simpson shit came out, Chris Rock came out with his breakout comedy special, which you can still watch on YouTube for free. You can see the whole thing. It's called Bring the Pain, Chris Rock. And it was an HBO special. Back in the day when you couldn't have, you know, certain words and subject matters on cable television except for HBO. And Chris Rock was like the first really, really vulgar, you know, like really offensive comedian to come out with an hour-long special on HBO of comedy.
What? You never watched Eddie Murphy?
Well, yeah, but you couldn't see that shit very easily. I don't know. I didn't really watch old Eddie Murphy, but like Chris Rock in 1996 came out with Bring the Pain, and that comedy special, he said so much offensive shit in that, and that was where he was the person that came up with the sort of the saying. He's like, there's a difference between black people and niggas. I fucking hate niggas. And
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I do. I remember that too.
Everyone did. As soon as he said it, everyone was saying it. Everyone was saying it. He called so much bullshit on the whole like race dialogue. Like, he was like, look, I'm a black guy. I love black people, but I hate niggas. And like, you know, and everybody was like, thank God somebody finally fucking said it. And, you know, it changed the contemporary race dialogue of the 90s. Ever since he came out and said it like that, and, you know, like, he was like, yeah, I'm a black man. I'm willing to admit that there is a problem in the black community. Now, I'm also going to admit that there's problem with white people. And then he also made fun of white people for another 20 minutes as well. But, you know, but the fact that he did that, it healed so many wounds of animosity between of culture. The fact that he was willing to do that. And so one of the things I tell young people who think that, you know, like they think right now is representative of American culture, and that, you know, everything's going to be as racist as it is right now, where everybody hates each other because of their skin color. It's like, no. All you have to do is make fun of that shit. Like, all you have to do is have a fucking funny ass comedian who calls bullshit on all of it. And in a few years, you guys are going to be hanging out at parties with each other, listening to fucking music you guys all like, and it will be like fucking Francesca Ramsey never happened. That's
Oh God, the sooner the better.
I can't stand intellectual dishonesty. Fuck. So annoying.
I have a saying that the brain can only process so much stupid, and I think we've reached max gross overload.
Man.
Whew. Oh, sadly, stupid will never go away.
Well, thankfully, people usually do grow up, and I'm just going to tell you, when I'm in my mid-50s and these SJWs are still either pulling their shit or they've grown out of it, I'm going to point the finger back and say, you know, you guys wasted a lot of fucking time for no reason. You still suck.
Exactly.
And I won't be wrong.
I didn't know that the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin was like a premonition of SJW futures.
Yeah, except they didn't have the awesome toys from the 70s and 60s like Steve Carell did.
You know, a friend of mine who's a very smart guy. I didn't see the movie he's referring to. He went and watched the whatever the Amy Schumer movie was. That was where the plot of it was that she was a big slut.
I watched
Trainwreck.
Yeah, okay, I guess it was Trainwreck. So my friend, who's a very smart guy, I believe him. He said that Trainwreck is basically exactly the same plot as the 40-Year-Old Virgin, and the only difference is the gender and the gender role. Where in the 40-Year-Old Virgin, it was a guy that had never had sex, and in Trainwreck, it was a girl who had way too much sex. But in both movies, it finished when eventually they got laid with someone they loved, which I thought was something interesting to think about.
That's actually quite interesting. I never would have considered that.
I don't think it is. Could they have used somebody other than Amy freaking Schumer?
Well, anybody.
No, which
she's annoying.
I'm not gonna lie, like, you know, like, yeah, she's annoying as hell. Like, it's like to me when Amy Schumer started out, she was somewhat like, say, you know, you got a few chuckles out of her and things like that, but it's like the more she came, regurgitating the same thing over and over, stealing jokes and then telling them horribly. Then she picked up this feminist SJW agenda, which made her stuff even worse, which resulted to her horrible ass leather special. It's like,
oh, the leather special. I made it through 15 minutes of that, and I was like, God.
I watched the whole entire thing. I tried to give her a chance, but I'm like,
you all had bigger
couldn't.
testicles than me because I didn't give a shit, and I wasn't going to waste my time.
Oh man, you watched the whole thing, Pat?
I did too.
Yes.
You are a man of patience.
And of testicular fortitude.
So
and throughout that whole entire thing, it's like Amy Schumer basically broke the #1 golden rule that comedians never do.
Insult your audience.
She insulted her audience intelligence. A good comedian never does that. See, Amy, she basically treats herself like the audience is dumb. See, the thing is, like, you know, like with Amy is like, you know how she tells her jokes, you know, she treats the audience like they dumb as hell. So she, you know, she like grabs them by the hand, she tells them a joke is coming, then she walks them through the joke and then be like, that's the joke right there. And like we're supposed, you know, like we're stupid.
right. No, lady, you can tell if people got your joke by whether or not they're laughing. Right? Holy smokes.
And that's the thing.
That's kind of a weird, I don't know. I was unable, I'm not super familiar with her work or her. I sort of watched her and the whole Dave Chappelle thing kind of back to back. And I mean, I was just like crying tears over Dave Chappelle because that guy's funny as shit and I love him. But and then I watched like 15 minutes. And I mean, for 15 minutes, she was just on stage in the ugliest pleather looking thing. talking about the smell of her vajaya.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh God.
It was like somebody had made fun of her, being like, "Hey, Amy Schumer, you talk too much about your vagina. Could you maybe tone it back?" And she was like, "No, the next special I do, I'm going to talk about my vagina for 15 minutes straight. How about that? How about
She
that?"
cranked that shit to 11.
I guess that, like, I mean, it doesn't bother me that she's talking about her fucking cunt. That's not like the thing. And
It wasn't funny though.
Right. There can be plenty of talk about that shit. That is funny. But all she was saying, I mean, she's like, that's a brave man that will go down there because it's like a barnyard animal. And I was like,
Like, what does that even mean?
funny? Maybe you should go to the doctor and see if there's a pill for that or something.
Yeah.
Like, that does not sound okay. Like,
Oh yeah, and she had that moment where everybody clipped out of it, where she was like talking about men's cum, and she was like, "No, we love your cum. The only complaint we have is that there's not more of it. We want to do snow angels in your cum." And like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
listen, I've eaten a lot of things in life, and I'm telling you, that one isn't at the top of the list. Italian food is somewhere up there. I don't know. I like Italian, but that one isn't up there. Like, I want to make some snow angels in it. No, dude, it's just part of a sexual experience. Okay, like I don't want to play Madame Bathory in a fucking hot tub full of jizz. Thanks.
I was just thinking about how I want to go to this one Mexican restaurant, and that was my thought about eating.
Chimichanga.
I think what Amy Schumer is like, you know, she wants to be like raunchy and shit like that, like the old school comedies, like, you know, Whoopi Goldberg, Joan Rivers, and them and things like that. But the ideology that she's picked up told her that she can't.
She just doesn't strike me as a person who actually has confidence. All she has is bluster. That's it. She's got the bitch attitude, which women, to, you know, in my mind, like kind of this feminist circle of women, they have this idea that if they just skip straight to being total bitches, that is the same thing as being confident. Like, I'm a strong woman because I'm a complete fucking cunt. No, you're not. You're just a bitch and nobody likes you, you know? Of course, I don't know why I'm even saying this, because I hang out with largely a bunch of SJWs who I'm pretty sure don't really like me all that much because I don't agree with them. And I'm not a feminist.
But remember, if you are friends with SJWs, they don't like themselves or their friends really that much usually.
It is a strange crowd. I don't know. But then again, I was laying in bed this morning, like I woke up and I was like laying there thinking about shit, and I was like, I think I've like passed into this phase where I am, I don't know, I want to say cynical, but maybe cynical isn't exactly the right word. It's just like I just don't have faith in anybody anymore. Like, everybody has their fucking retarded opinion. You'll never change it. They're going to think whatever they want to think. There's no hope for humanity. We're all doomed. It was all very, like, dramatic in my head.
I will reiterate that your brain has processed so much stupid and you've reached max gross overload.
I can't do it anymore.
Oh, your cat's trying to get you.
Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like the SJWs, I mean, they've lost, and with me, it's this weird thing where, like, I was telling them that they were gonna lose with their little SJW attitude for, like, you know, 4 years, probably, at least. Like, as soon as people started talking about microaggressions and, like, fucking, like, oh, you have white privilege, that's the only reason why, you know, like, I lived in the Bay Area, and I had 2 different bands that were like, I had 2 different bands, and each band had a black member. One was a black lesbian, the other one was a black drag queen that sang female range opera. So you would think that I would be down with the SJWs, like they would be like, oh well, you're one of the cool white people. No, 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 not at all. No, they were like, no, the only reason that you were able to make all that music, because I produce all the music generally, you know, like 98% of all of the actual like music producing part I did. And they were like, well, the only reason you were able to do that is because of your white male privilege. And it was like,
Jeez.
well, it was like, well,
That's a kick in the balls.
oh yeah, no, it was horrible. Like looking
That's fucking just straight out insulting to your intelligence, if nothing else.
well, well, not just my intelligence, but but also my hard work. You know, like because like I was like, hey, I have a band with my black lesbian friend, and a few, that band it was a black lesbian and myself, and then this girl who was white and a gay guy who was white. But like, I did it for all of us. Like I was doing it for all of us to have a band, and it was like nobody cared. They were like, well, you're just a white guy. And then I had a band that was my friend who is a black drag queen who sings female range opera, who's very, very talented, to be honest. This person especially, it was just me and the drag queen. It was only me and the drag queen. That was all our band was. It was just the two of us. There was no other fucking person in this band at all. And this person is very, very musically talented. In a lot of ways more talented than I am. Like the drag queen can play instruments and knows how to write Western notation like on a page. Like you can give this bitch a fucking paper and a pencil and she can like listen to a song and write out notation on it, so like shit that I can't actually do. Now granted, I know how to do computer music, and I taught her how to make music on my computer, and she wrote some songs on my computer after I taught her how to do it. And most of our songs I wrote, like mostly I wrote all of the parts. But I taught her how to do shit, like because it was important to me. Like I was like, no, you're really, really talented person, and you should be able to make your own music that you can sing over. And we're gonna have our band, and we did, and we put out a release. Like we put out a 6-song release on a record label, and people really, really liked it a lot. And and her and I are still friends. Like we're still friends. But there was this thing where it was like, it didn't matter to people. Like they did, like it was like they wanted to hate me. It was like the only reason they didn't hate me sooner was because of the fact that I did that shit. But then, after a few years and we didn't put out a new release, like after a year or two, we didn't have a new release and we weren't world famous. They were like, well, I guess they're not world famous, so we can talk shit about the white guy because fuck him. And it was like, whoa, where did that shit all come from? I didn't do anything to you guys. Like I didn't, but it was like they were all haters and they all wanted to do that type of shit. And it's sad. I don't remember where I was going with this whole story besides the fact that it was a really sad scene with SJWs and making music. And I guess I was just probably gonna say that like these people, they're gonna leave themselves in the dirt, because like if you treat people like that, if you treat the people in your life that create art, like if people are around you who make art and music and anything that makes you happy, and you treat that person like dirt, you're going to end up unhappy. You're not going to end up happy. Like if somebody does something that makes you happy, you should show appreciation. And these people did everything but that. All they wanted to do was talk about racism and sexism and transphobia. And it didn't matter that I did everything right. basically. Like, you would think that I did everything right. It didn't matter to them because they just wanted to be a hater about everyone. And ultimately, it's going to come back around, and they're going to be like, oh shit, what do we have now? We don't have anything, because the only person that we respected is black lesbians in wheelchairs. And I don't know about the black lesbian in a wheelchair that's a talented music artist. I haven't heard of her. So,
you know what's interesting is that in the literature of, speaking of like black lesbian in a wheelchair / oppression Olympics, I'm changing the topic a little bit, or like tangenting off of this, branching off of what you're saying, is that in the literature that is in those social sciences, these things are often presented as part of an issue. It's never that like the whole intersectional, you know, whatever it is, feminism, just intersectionality period of any sort, right? Like all of that is supposed to be only part of why things are, not the overall reason that explains away everything. I really hate the term privilege being used the way that it is. Oh, it pisses me off so bad. But
well, if I may interject, I'm going to use my male privilege and bow out of this very awesome, very long for me, and very tasty live stream.
you're
good
such a dick.
Sleep is calling, and I have to go.
well, good to have you on for the first time, Zero Cool.
If you had any respect for women, you would stay here so I could talk to you.
You know, I'm sure my wife will tell you otherwise in about 10 minutes.
I'm sure she will.
But it's been an extreme pleasure, Prince. Thank you for having me on, sister. It was great to meet you. And Pat,
Yes, it was.
keep
Absolutely.
on rapping.
Yeah, I
right,
totally got you back on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
I'm surprised I'm up this late.
KY Burns wants to come on. He can come on. That's cool.
All right, I am out of here.
Yeah.
Peace out, everybody. Have a great
Only
day.
if he actually hops.
It's like 4:30 in the morning. I'm surprised I'm still up.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm going to bed. My wife gets home by 5.
Oh, KY Burns, tell us what KY Burns. What is your name on Twitter? I don't remember anymore. So yeah, okay. So sorry, what were you saying?
Who?
You.
I don't know. What was I saying? I don't know. I was talking about some shit, and then Zero was talking, and then we were saying goodbye. And then I was reading the chat and looking at the people that wanted to come on, thinking, oh, new people, yay. And then you guys were asking me what I was saying, and I don't know. I forgot. I wasn't listening to me either. Oh, hell. I think I was saying something about that. I think I was talking about how intersectionality is supposed to only, you know, in the literature that is actually kind of around these social ideas, like these social theories. They are just social theories for why certain phenomena exist in society, but not to the exclusion of every other thing. And then I was like, I fucking hate the word privilege. I hate the way that the word privilege is used. It's like completely hijacked in this whole, you know, unpacking the backpack and white privilege bullshit. Like it drives me nuts, because the very word privilege, right, speaks to the underlying idea behind the word privilege is that a person has a thing that they do not deserve. And the way we determine whether or not somebody deserves something, at least in this context, right, is that they're using it is, did you earn it? Did you work for it yourself? However, working for a thing does not, like, if you didn't work for a thing but you have it, that doesn't mean that you don't deserve it, right? What, and not only that, but who is to say that I don't deserve the things that I have, and you don't deserve the things that you have, and she, and and everybody doesn't deserve he's got big balls and she's got big balls, and why doesn't everybody deserve to have the biggest balls of all, right? So the idea that unless I did direct work to have the things that I have, that I don't deserve to have them, is absolute bullshit, right? Because if you were to adopt that principle, it would mean that you do not deserve to have anything that has ever been given to you by your parents. But as a parent, like Pat, you're a parent, don't you think that you work, you go to work, you make money, and if you want to spend your money on your children in whatever fashion you so fucking choose to do, that your kids deserve to be the recipients of your work? Isn't that one of the things that parents do? Is you go out and you work to try to give a better life to your kids than you had. And they deserve to have it, or at least to my mind, I would say there is no desert. They just get it. It's not like they deserve it or they don't deserve it. It's a benefit that they receive because of your hard work, right?
Yeah.
So when we say deserve, we're trying to say that there's some kind of like responsibility on somebody. You're not even allowed to accept a thing if you didn't work for it. Well, if I worked for a thing and I want to give it to you, I can do that. I worked for it. I earned it. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do with it. And if that means I want my kids to inherit $50 million because that's what my estate is when I die, then guess what? They deserve it. They deserve it by virtue of being my children. And that I made the decision to, marry whoever I married, or procreate with them and do the things that I did in life. They deserve it as much as every other kid deserves whatever their parents choose to give to them. There's no more or less there, right? I mean, I'm sorry if some people's fucking parents are shitty ass people, but that doesn't mean that my kids don't deserve what I choose to give them because my next door neighbor is, scum.
Yeah.
But that's how it's used. And I don't know. I hate the hijacking. You guys should just shut me up and you just let me talk and talk.
No, I'm listening.
I'm just going on like
I'm listening and enjoying this.
This truth is very sexy to me. I'm really enjoying it. Never in my life has a woman made me this erect. And never again.
Wow. And that man, Jesus Christ, and we're just on YouTube, buddy.
Well, you could always do like lectures on Pornhub as well, because it's probably the only time a woman's ever going to get me this excited.
Are you gay?
Yes.
Oh. I was like, I don't understand. Never mind. All
You
things
couldn't tell from the voice.
Thank God, or else you'd have to call HR or something.
Well, now I can tell now that you said, I guess, Prince, but I didn't. Like, I don't know. I mean, he said like 5 words. How am I supposed to know from like, oh, this is the first time a woman's ever made me this erect?
Prince, did you just assume my sexuality?
Nah, he just like pointed out your lisp.
I have a gap in my teeth, okay?
I got a gap too, man.
Yeah, me too. We're all there. Yeah, but you know what? To all of our credit, we have teeth. Unlike Englanders.
It's to keep the silver. It's to keep the silver spoon balanced.
Oh.
Just clearly,
Yeah, you privileged son of a bitch.
You'd think I would be able to afford a better webcam.
With all of your white male privilege.
Yes. See these roots coming in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you can't afford Kool-Aid, right? What? Say that shit out loud.
I love you.
I don't understand what that even means. What? I don't get the joke.
It's poor people dye their hair with
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
usually
okay.
white trash because you don't meet a lot of blonde black people or Hispanics.
No, it's no. Oh, I have a funny story about that. Okay, so I used to live right by one of the like crackheady intersections of all of San Francisco. Like I was like 2 blocks away from this one intersection, which is like super crackheady. But it's but okay. So San Francisco is a very weird place because you'll like one intersection will be like mega crackheady, and then you can walk like a block and a half, and there'll be like nice restaurants. You know, it's like it's just weird like that. You know, so I lived within like 2 blocks of this really crackheady intersection, and then just about a block and a half away from there was a pretty good Mexican restaurant that it was not expensive. It was a cheap place.
Mexican is my favorite.
It was actually technically, I think it was technically El Salvadorian, and because they had pupusas, which pupusas. Yeah, it's not something that you can mostly get in unless you're in some place like San Francisco that has a lot of like Latin American people in it.
Oh, you have to say Latinx.
Yeah, oh, good God, no, never. I will
No, me
never.
neither. I refuse.
I will never say. I will never say Latinx. No. Okay, so
I'm Colombian and I refuse.
yeah. So one of the things about San Francisco is that there's a lot of Latin American food of all different varieties, and you can find a number of restaurants that serve pupusas, and pupusas are a really good food. If you're ever in San Francisco or maybe Miami or someplace that has a lot of Latin American people, if you ever see a restaurant that says that they have pupusas, go in and try one, because or not one, you usually get a few. And pupusas are basically cornmeal pancakes that they mix shit into. So like you can get one that has cheese and spinach, and one that has like beef, and it's like a cornmeal pancake that they mix stuff into, made by fucking Latin American people. So I was at this one joint that had fucking pupusas at it. And it was just a few blocks away from my house. And every once in a while, I would wake up and I would have an urge. I was like, I want some pupusas, and it's really cheap. You can eat a full meal for less than $6 or $7 at a restaurant. So, and it was not a very nice place. It was always very dirty. The floor was dirty. They might have some cats walking around and shit. And I went in there, it was probably like 1 p.m. and I'm in there and I'm eating by myself. There was literally nobody else in the entire restaurant, right? And the woman who was running the place, I think she remembered me. Like she remembered me as like a fucking, some little hipster that would come in sometimes hungover. She didn't really give a shit about what I thought of her. I'd come in there all hungover at noon or whatever, and she's like, "Oh, this kid doesn't give a shit what about about my respectability." So I'm in there, I'm eating my pupusa, and some fucking crackhead lady comes in, and the crackhead lady is holding a big canister of Kool-Aid, and the crackhead comes in and she's like, "Yo, girl." And she comes into the shop owner, like, the only person that's in there besides me. There's just 3 of us. And this crackhead's like, "Yo, girl, I got this canister of Kool-Aid. You gonna buy this off me? And the owner of the restaurant, it was like, looked around, like to see if anyone was looking. And she was like, Okay, fine. And she gave her $5 and she fucking bought the fucking canister of Kool-Aid off the crackhead.
I do not
Like, what
understand.
the?
I feel like Prince, I would love to hang out with you like IRL, you know? That would be amazing because I feel like you have the same kind of penchant for anecdotes that I do ever since I stopped taking my ADD medication. And because I got in here 2 minutes in and I think to myself, 2 more streams and I will be able to enact, like, do your character, like do Prince of Queens on Snatch Game. Like, and it
On
would be
what?
amazing.
Snatch Game.
On Snatch Game. If they ever do like Snatch, if I ever get on RuPaul's Drag Race, I'm going to be Prince of Queens.
I still don't know what you mean.
You've never watched RuPaul's Drag Race?
Well, no, I've watched it, but
Snatch Game is like a celebrity impersonation thing. Like, and some people pick actual celebrities like Eliza Minnelli or what have you, and other people do like internet celebrities or like other drag queens from the show, and they go on and they impersonate them.
You sort of have a cute mouth.
Who did?
Mr. Kentucky there. It says KY, but I'm gonna pretend that doesn't mean jelly.
That's okay. That's okay. It's my stage name, and it's shortened from Kentucky Burns. But that's the joke. It's a pun. It's based off of it's based off of an experience that a good friend of mine had on one of her wedding anniversaries.
well, I'm very
in Kentucky or with KY or with KY in Kentucky.
No, well, see, when you use the KY, I think it was either the ice and fire or the his and hers. It burns.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
For some people.
So
it was a fun little clever story. I originally used Kentucky until I realized that people in Allentown are too stupid to realize that Kentucky is like shortened as KY. So I just shortened it to KY Burns, and now everyone gets it.
Should have chose Astroglide.
Yeah, it's a good opening line. It's like, sup, like, because I'm a karaoke host and a performer, and it's like, hi, my name's KY Burns, and like somebody who's on like their third drink, it's like,
yeah.
That is
one time.
So funny.
I don't know. I was in like my early 20s or whatever, and there was this dude. We called him Mr. Wednesday because, well, on Wednesdays I would go over to his house and we would have sex with. So that was it. So Mr. Wednesday. So because this kind of comes back to the KY Burns, right? So back in the day, I used to shave everything off. And one day we're like doing the oral thing. And I decided I wanted to, I don't know, be all like exciting and strippery like or something. And so we were like drinking or whatever. And he has his bottle of Jack Daniels. And I'm like, woohoo, sexy. Woo! And I dumped this fucking Jack Daniels
Oh no!
right on my chest, right? And then right over everything that's fucking shaved. And I understood in that moment the Home Alone scene. Right? Like where the kid is like, ah! Oh, it burned so bad.
It's funny that you had the nickname Mr. Wednesday. I always use AJ in my phone.
Uh-huh.
It's short for Almond Joy.
Almond Joy?
Almond Joy.
Almond Joy's got nuts.
No. No, it's because sometimes you feel like a nut.
See, it's because Almond Joy's got nuts. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts.
Yeah, so I use that.
Okay, that's gonna be stuck in my head.
That's my nickname for anybody I consider friends with benefits. AJ.
AJ.
Until they ask me, who the fuck is AJ? I'm like, that's you. It's Almond Joy. Like, because sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't. Well, he so we call him Mr. Wednesday because I worked with him. And so in the office that like he worked in the offices that we worked in, And in order, like the people who were in my immediate office, like that sat next to me, obviously they can figure this shit out, right? So in order to be able to discuss it without revealing the fact that I was having sex with a coworker, we called him Mr. Wednesday. That way, it could be discussed, but nobody was being revealed, right?
Mm.
So that was and it was because Wednesdays and Saturdays actually were the typical days that I would go over to his house. So
Just for future reference, I'm off both of those days.
all right, I will come over to your house and I will lecture to you on those days. I'll use big 5-point words, full sentences, proper grammar. It'll be fantastic. You can have a huge erection with a giant cheeseburger on the end of it.
Only if it's peppered with like non sequiturs and if you deliver it really smug with props. Because that's my dirt. Because Dylan Marin is like my dirty pleasure. There's something I did want to segue into that. There's something I really don't like.
Was that the guy that like killed the people in the church?
No, Dylan Marin.
No, not that. Dylan.
No, Dylan Marin is the guy who does the unboxing videos.
Oh, that fucking guy! Oh my god, he's even worse. He's even worse.
Today we're going to unbox a super limited product. Do you get it? Because I'm talking about something in a super smug way, as if.
Oh my god, there's someone in your background.
There is.
I'm talking about something that in a super smug way. He just shut off the lights.
Whoa, this totally makes it like now we're like sitting here talking dirty to each other on the internet. Now that person behind you is just walking around naked. They are butt ass naked.
The only person that's worse than that Dylan Marin queen, that fucking Dylan Marin queen, is pretty fucking bad. But the only person who's worse is that Gabe Gonzalez queen, who's like, misogyny is a real problem.
Oh, I have a video for you. I have to look it up though first. But it's it actually kind of highlights before. Oh, Paul Keen. Never mind. The lamp is on. Okay, cool.
I feel like I should be in the dark now too.
Misogyny is a real problem.
Were they trying to channel Gilbert Gottfried or what?
Yeah, basically, it is actually what he sounds like. Though that guy is actually okay. I'll be perfectly honest. The guy that does the misogyny is a real problem. I'd actually kind of fuck him. Dylan Marin, not attractive at all whatsoever. He's completely hideous. And
God, he's gross. And
he looks
really unattractive.
He's kind of like a Sketsy from the Dark Crystal or something, maybe. Okay. Like
there's a certain I'm trying to pinpoint it, but there's a certain grossness about people who, when they argue, when they bully people, because there's the really nasty bullies who are like really outwardly nasty, but the ones that I can't stand are the ones who smile and laugh. You know, that smugness to it, like, you know, like when they're talking down to you or when they're arguing with you, but they're just kind of like, yeah, now, you know, that kind of shit. I mean, like, here, I got a thing for you, actually, I want to link you to. This is actually kind of old, but looking back on it now in retrospect with, you know, the knowledge that I have now of like the social justice movement, it makes so much more sense. Are you guys familiar with Sharon Needles from RuPaul's Drag Race?
Oh, I've seen her. Yeah, I remember.
She did a number forever ago that was like a
Do I have to play the sound because I'm smoking right now and I can't play the sound?
I want to.
Well, maybe hold on to it until you can finish smoking.
Okay.
Because it's basically what it is this pair of people. Like she did, like, I guess she made some quote unquote racist comments, but she did it in like an ironic, artistic way or whatever, and everybody flipped their shit. I don't remember.
I think I remember hearing about this, but I like never watched.
But two people sort of pulled her in for an interview. And the interview so much so was like them being like, "So are you going to apologize?" Yeah, but are you going to apologize? Are you going to apologize for what you did and say that promise you're never going to do it in the future? They didn't care to hear anything about it. She was trying to explain about herself and about, you know, what her drag was and her comedy was and, you know, where she came from and, you know, like the meaning behind the thing. And they didn't want to hear any of it. and they were just kind of like talking for her, and they brought her to tears, and I felt really bad, even though I've learned since then Sharon Needles is kind of a shitty person, apparently, to her fans and everything. But regardless, it's like, why do you treat like it made me very uncomfortable, and I wasn't quite sure why until I went, like, now in 2017, looking back on it several years ago, I'm like, this is kind of where it all started.
At least in the drag scene.
Yes. But yeah, you watch it, it makes me physically uncomfortable because it's very much, they're not advancing on her having any sort of violent body language, but it very much feels like an attack.
Hey, for the record, I should be going to sleep soon, so if y'all want this stream to continue in the chat, you can super chat me and I'll stay up a little bit more. Just saying.
Okay. I don't even know what those things are, but I'll stick around.
Yeah, well, it's basically giving money to me right now, so I'll stay awake. And but I can stay awake for a second.
Of course. I mean, like, people totally, like, super chat you some money, and you're like, there's another line. I'm awake.
I don't.
Prince, is that the same thing?
You guys got 30 minutes. Go.
Prince, is that the same thing as spending credits to go private, or?
No, not exactly. No, I don't do that. But, somebody wants to join. I don't know. Can you
Somebody wants to taste my butt.
Somebody said, "Can I join?"
What?
Maybe if you pay money, then you can come on. Maybe Prince of Shills.
Look at the chat.
I can't see the chat.
Open a window.
Oh yeah, Catherine Janeway. Catherine Janeway wants to taste Sister Danger's butt. Apparently.
God, I can't think of the last time I did something like that.
I'm pretty sure I've never actually had anybody lick my ass.
Oh, I have.
Full.
It is a lovely feeling.
I don't really like it that much personally.
It's never something previously agreed upon with me, but it's like this surprise that happens, like mid blowjob, and you're like, oh, well, thank you. I don't know what to say. Did I get you a card? It's nice. Thank you. Are you sure you're cool with it? Okay, cool. All right.
Someone spelled. They said I tickle your butt with my eyelash, but they spelled it wrong.
Oh God, butterfly kisses.
Butterfly kisses on your butt.
Oh, does anybody remember that really?
Butterfly kisses.
Yes, emphasis on the butt.
Yeah.
But does anybody remember that song "Butterfly Kisses" from like the late '90s, like the '90s?
No, I remember the song like "You're my obsession." You're like a butterfly. Oh, what a butterfly. Don't you remember this song? You're my obsession.
Yeah, I remember this song.
And then they talk about like capturing the person like a butterfly because, yeah.
I remember jock jams were really cool for a while.
What?
Jock jams.
What are jock jams?
Oh, it was like wait, what were the jock jams that were like popular?
Jock jams are basically a bunch of songs with the exact same beat, but it was so kind of went like wait, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. And then there would be something like something random, something super ethnic being shouted out, but 90s, like whoop, there it is, or
that whoop, there it is, fucking like Tootsie Roll like and fucking shit like that, like
Tootsie Roll.
Yeah, what was it? It was Tag Team. That was the band. That was
Tag Team. It was 95 South.
And they had Tootsie Roll and Whoop, there it is, and Here Kitty Kitty, Here Kitty Kitty.
Or was that other one? Hey, was that a jock jam? I don't remember. They usually played them at like sports games for like high schools and shit.
Oh yeah.
That was like me in middle school with like Tootsie Roll was popular, and the girls in the hallway would be like, "Cotton candy, sweet and low, let me see the Tootsie Roll," and I didn't know the song. Like I had never heard it, but girls in the hallway would be like dancing to it and like singing the lyrics and like
And as an adult looking back, like hearing that's the first time I've heard that, and I'm like, that's about sex.
That's about sex.
I don't even think that they knew what it was about. I think that they were just kind of dancing to it, and then the next year, fucking
Yeah, they knew.
We will rock you. That's Queen, man. That's like the 70s.
and then the next year, TLC had fucking Creep and Waterfalls came out, and then they were all doing the Butterfly to TLC and all the songs and. Okay. In middle school, I mostly lived with my mom, and my mom didn't have cable television, so I didn't understand what dances they were doing because I couldn't watch MTV. So I was like always very confused by.
Now at this time, you don't want to watch MTV.
Well, it's not music television anymore. It's just a bunch of fucking people like Francesca, whatever the hell her name is.
Well, I think that it's and like I think it's largely like Jersey Shore and shit, probably.
A lot of reality TV and a lot of cultural stuff now, and of course, like 16 and Pregnant and what have you.
Wait, is that a thing? I've never even heard of that.
16 and Pregnant was a show. You know,
16 and Pregnant.
You know what show I miss? Like back during like the trash TV era when it first started really going underway, and they had all that shit like The Flavor of Love. And
oh yeah, that shit was good.
And like God of Love with Tila Tequila, which oh my God, I just like think of all the dead bisexuals that were crying in their graves when those shows like started coming on. Like, oh dear God, no. We were so close, and now everyone thinks we're whores again.
What did you miss though? What was your show that you liked?
Oh God, well, stuff from like the like I forget what the lineup was called, what they exactly called it, but it was shows that came on right after kids got home from school. Like Next. No.
Oh, Next was so good.
Oh my God, Next.
Next was like the MTV dating show where they had okay, so like one person came on and they were like the hot dude or the hot chick that was supposed to like
debatably
they weren't always that hot, and then everybody on the bus was trying to win a date with that person, and they had 5 people on a bus, and then the people would come out one by one, and if the person didn't like them, they could say next and put the person back on the put the person back on the bus and
move on to the next one.
Yeah, and it was fucking funny. Like
it was an interesting concept, except the comedy of it came from the fact for me that they had them doing ridiculous dates, and then they also had these people, I swear they were either OCD or they had serious mental problems, or they just were corrupted by the idea that I just have to snap my fingers and then I can get another person who might be hotter. So they would it would be just random shit like, all right, so do you like the mountains or the beach? And they're like, I mean, like the mountains, I guess. She's like, next.
They had
and then they did like that little interview thingy, the confessional things. Like
they had a episode of Next that was like a lesbian one, where it was like a lesbian, dating thing, and the lesbian that was the one that they were trying to win a date with, she nexted. She at first sight, she did not let them say anything. She nexted the first 2 girls, like immediately. Like they came out and she was like next. Now next. It was so
much for female sexuality being more mental.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah, it's fun watching those. But there was that other one, I forget what it was called, but it was the one where you had 2 people, like this one person, they were on a date with 2 people at once. and they could like they had like that
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
timeout pass or whatever. They could make a person like I forget exactly what the deal was with that. I don't remember what it was called. They had a lot of shit like that.
Yeah, there was some good ones. Like they had the Surreal Life was pretty good.
Oh god.
That was where they had like random people, like they had like Jose Canseco and
Like B celebrities.
yeah, like B celebrities. They had Mini Me on it.
Surreal Life.
Yeah,
Seiko, wasn't he a sports person?
yeah,
Yeah. He's a ball player for like the Oakland A's.
Yeah, baseball, that's right.
He was like a really good ball player, but then like I think he got convicted for like beating a woman or some shit, or like
Did he punch a chick in an elevator after she hit him a lot? Sorry.
I don't
That could
remember
be
exactly
anyone.
what it was. But like he ended up having a bad reputation, and so like even though he was a really good baseball player, he ended up being very hated by mainstream America. And then yeah, they had some good shows on VH1 that were like that. What were the other good ones? There was a few other good ones. There was a weird show that wasn't on VH1. This was the best reality show of all time, and not a lot of people watched it. I think it was on Fox.
I may debate you on this, but go on.
It was called Paradise Hotel.
I heard about that.
It was so fucking good. Oh, and there's another good one too that was called Joe Schmo. But okay, so Paradise Hotel, it was just this weird show where it was like they had an island, and there was multiple different houses that, like at the end of every episode one person was left out, like everybody had to try to pair with a guy had to try to pair with a girl, and they had to agree to house with each other, and every episode one person would get left out and they would have to leave.
So it was like sexy musical chairs.
Yeah, kind of, except for what they did was they had a really random like surprise ending every episode, and it would be like the person in the blue house has to flip a coin, and then whoever gets the tail end has to race somebody across the balance beam, and if they don't make it then they're gonna leave. And it was like really really random shit like that kind of, and it stayed like that through the whole season, and it only had one season, and it was really brilliant. If anybody could find an archive of that show, I would watch every episode again just because it was
I'm sure if somebody with good Google Foo can probably find it for you.
It was so good. It was called Paradise Hotel. It was because the thing is that show came out, like they had a number of reality shows, and whoever the producers were like, it was like the producers thought to themselves, let's just make this show as absurd as possible and pretend to be serious, but we're just going to do crazy shit to the guests and we're going to pretend it's serious, but it was just like really melodramatic and weird. But then okay, there was also a show, and this is just a really fucking funny premise for a show. I don't remember I think this must have been on like FX or some shit. It was called Joe Schmo. And the plot of Joe Schmo was they got one dude who was literally a reality, like one dude signed up for this and he thought that he was going to be on a reality show, and he was the only person, but they pretended like it was like the real world or road rules where there was like competitions, but literally everybody besides him was an actor. And so it was just one random dude who didn't understand that everybody else was an actor, and they went through the entire season and he never figured it out. And they just recorded him like thinking, and like within the first couple episodes, like there was like a really really flaming gay guy. Okay, and it was like one of those kind of shows where like they voted somebody off every episode, and the first episode, there was this girl who she was like a good looking black girl, and they everybody met each other, and the things she said about herself, she said about herself, she's like, yeah, I'm in it to win it. I'm going to try to win this reality show. My favorite book is Sun Tzu's The Art of War, and blah, blah, blah. Like,
Bullshit. Point so she can even name a fucking passage from that book. In it to win it like as a man could drink about 15 Heinekens.
yeah, and so she was all crazy, and the whole show was set up, like it was just set up to make the guy think that he was like winning the show the whole time, and he never. It was just some random white dude who wasn't very smart. Like it's not like he had any idea, and it was. I remember like the first episode. She got voted off. The girl who said that it was like that her favorite book was Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and they gave everybody an opportunity to give a speech as they were leaving. You know, like, okay, you're being voted off. Well, what's your last speech? And she was like, I just want to say that there's snakes and there's rats, and then the snakes sometimes try to eat the rats, but the rats sometimes try to worm around the snakes, and they try to stop the snakes, but y'all are snakes, and y'all and I'm a rat, and I'm gonna come back, and like, or some shit like like some shit like that, and the guy was like, oh my god, really, is she serious? So, and then it turned out that it was
all right, Sun Tzu.
yeah.
What?
No, it was so funny, that show too, Joe Schmo, and those shows came out when I was in school for playwriting, and I was very much inspired by both Paradise Hotel and Joe Schmo. They were both brilliant reality television shows.
If there's any reality TV show that I consider a guilty pleasure, it would probably be America's Next Top Model, or as I like to call it, how long, like, just watching Tyra Banks slowly and maniacally edge herself to an egotistical orgasm, because that's literally what she does.
What was there was the one season where it was like, this is not America's Next Top Best Friend.
Oh, that is my favorite thing, because they always do. There's always that one bitch in every reality TV show who has to announce that she's not there to make friends. I'm like,
yeah. I used to know when I
which is code word for I'm going to do something really horrible.
When I moved back to Seattle, from the okay, I had been living in the Bay Area and I moved to Seattle, and I started going out to clubs because I knew a bunch of like drag queens and DJs and shit from the Bay Area, and I started going out to clubs, and like I noticed that people weren't being like. I thought that maybe people would be more excited to see me, but it turned out that they had their own like Seattle drama. They had their own Seattle drama and their own Seattle pecking order and shit, where they all thought that they were cool and shit. And so like I was like, oh, these people, they're not gonna like, you know, act nice to me. They're all caught up in their own bullshit. So I started telling a joke. People would be like, oh, hey, sorry, I didn't say hi to you until now. I was busy. And I'd be like, it's cool. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win.
I'm going to steal that. I just hope you know.
Yeah. They would give me such a weird look.
It's cool. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win. Just like walk up to just walk outside and point to whatever the hell the name on the building of the place here is. It's like, this is not blah blah blah, or this is not U.S. Best Friend. This is U.S. Postal Service.
This is not America's Next Top Best Friend.
This is not Bank of Best Friend. This is Bank of America. Okay.
Wasn't that Jade, that one bitch named Jade who was?
Oh, like... God, her. Yes, and those are the type of people I see them, and they're very much like social justice-y people. You see that's like there's some of them. There's something behind their eyes that is like a sentience, but not quite, because like it's like they know how to be a bitch, but certain other forms of like intelligence and social interaction elude them.
Jade was so weird. She was that girl that was like a mixed race girl who her mom was like some weird like Reiki spiritual healer or some like shit. And she was like this bitch was like such a cunt. Like she was like on the first episode you could tell that she was just like a horrible, horrible cunt. And then like halfway through the show, her mom came on and like she lied down on her back and her mom did like energy healing on her or some weird shit. And it was like,
Oh God, do you remember the one where they had?
wait, I think that we could. Wait, I'm gonna look it up because I wanna look at that because it was really funny.
Did you see the one where she had to do the CoverGirl commercial? Like every one of them had to do like a one-shot run through for a CoverGirl commercial, and there was
It was something where the girl like was not good at it, and she said like, "How dare you?"
I don't remember exactly. I just remember that they were supposed to walk through a party, speak a couple ad-libbed lines to the camera, and interact with the party guests. And Jade was like weird about it. Like it looked like she was pretending to act. It was just really odd. And it's like, oh dear God, you've never interacted with a human being before. Oh my God.
Oh, I think I found it. I think I found what I was looking for. So I'm gonna share it. This bitch is such a fucking, oh my God, she was so hideously awful as a person. Like she was just one of these people where it's like, oh my God, how did the cosmos permits you to live in the way that like, okay, so okay, so that's the girl who won. That was Danielle. And then yeah, no, it's muted. I'm just showing you. Okay, so that's Jade with her little very dated hat. Like, oh my God, who wears that?
I remember Tyra Banks made someone apologize to a hat on one season.
To a hat?
Yes, to a hat.
And no, a really funny moment with this woman, this one with the the blonde hair here. This one of the girls that was a finalist. She had a moment and she was like, "Yeah, if I sit next to her, I can just smell bitch." You can see it too, just looking at her. You're like, "Oh, she would smell like a bitch." You can fuck.
One of my favorite things was when they did like the go-sees, which is basically like you're in such and such like Milan and you have to visit 3 or 4 different fashion agencies and walk.
Oh, that fucking thing, yeah.
And see them, and like they evaluate you on your runway walk and how you look in their clothes and your posing and what have you and your attitude, and then you have to make it back to like Tyra Banks by a certain time or else you're locked out and you don't get to be graded on your challenge.
Oh, that's okay. That's her mom. Sorry. This is her mom. This is her mom. Her mom shows up in the package, and she starts crying because she's so happy to see her mom, and it's all awkward. And then her mom in it and she's like, "Oh my God, Mom, I'm so happy to see you." And then it turns out that her mom is like some weird, creepy energy worker that, and they like to touch each other like way too much. And this is where it happens. It's so weird. And they did it on the show. Like everybody was like, "That is not. Look at how much they touch each other." They're like, "This is not normal. This is
like touchy."
Look at. It's not very good video footage. She's
channeling her chakra. Is that what they call it?
Your chakras are kind of like the energy centers of your body.
Thanks,
that have to do with the Kabbalah. So it starts at your crown chakra, and then your heart chakra, your throat chakra, your heart chakra, your belly, your genitals, and then I think it's like kind of your knee area, and then the bottom, if I recall all of them. But I don't know what they're all called specifically by name. But
are we talking about chakras?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So speaking of chakras, I was watching some video. This is like totally tangenting off this topic a little bit, but There's a while back, because sometimes I get sort of sucked into just like watching like flat earther videos where people are just, I don't know, you wonder how these people fucking make it through life, right? It's, I don't know, like how have you not fallen off the edge of your fucking flat earth by now, right? So
Well, have you ever watched any videos by JP Sears?
Oh shit!
You'll-
I just got
that guy. Oh my
Mm.
god, I love that guy. He's hilarity.
I just got it. Wait, I have to just say real quick. I got a $5 donation from Black Knight Fool. But the comment from him is kind of passive aggressive. I feel he said, "Go to bed. You sound exhausted," but he just gave me $5 to apparently keep going further. So thank you very much. I'll be up for another 10 minutes or so.
Oh my God!
Also, she
I
bought
was
this.
I was hosting karaoke. I was hosting karaoke tonight, right? Oh, just really quick. I was hosting karaoke tonight, and
You were?
yes, I'm a karaoke host. So at a gay bar, and I walked over to my friend at the end of the night, and I said to him, I walked over, and I'm super gay at the gay bars, so like I'm like, girl, you look exactly how I feel. And he's like, what? And I said, tired.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's harsh.
We got, it's all right. He came back at me and said, what did he say? Oh my God, I was so mad. He said, oh, did you get your hair done? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I dyed it red. Thanks for asking. He says, it reminds me of that one movie. I'm like, what movie? He says, Roots, and then turned around. I'm like,
Oh.
Run, Lola, run, maybe.
Gotta be ready for him.
well, we get like that. Gay people love to read each other because we have this thing called senses of humor.
Drink
Most of us.
champagne and it tastes just like cherry cola.
That song Lola is about a transgender woman.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, if you listen to the words.
Yes. I'm not the world's most passionate man. No, but what is it? No, I'm not the world's most passionate guy. But when she held me tight, she nearly broke my spine. Oh, my Lola.
Oh my.
I'm not dumb, but I can't understand why she walked like a woman and talked like a man. Oh, my Lola. Yeah. Yeah.
I like it more now.
It's a good song. I like that song actually. I've got it here on my
Yeah,
list.
I had a straight friend that he would actually literally sing that at karaoke. It's a very popular dude song to sing at karaoke, actually. Straight guys tend to sing that, and then they also sing Brown Eyed Girl.
Oh, what about
add Van Morrison to my list actually.
ooh, and Sweet Caroline?
Oh yeah. That too is popular with the
Because fuck that slut, you know?
Good times never seem so good.
So good. So good. So good.
Oh no, it's almost like it turned into like some version of Rocky Horror, right? Where it's the crowd's job to yell.
I love fan chants. If people don't know what's going on, I get so mad. I'm like, what? This is your first time in a karaoke bar? Shut the fuck up. It's sad. Audience participation is like half of the fun.
Oh, I know. Oh my God. So last night at karaoke, I sang We're Not Gonna Take It by Twisted Sister. Because last night I decided that I was only gonna do songs that I had never actually done before. And so I put that song in. Fuck, dude, it's like I hardly even had to sing. Literally the entire bar was just like, we're not gonna take it. I was like, this is awesome. Like,
that's been added to your karaoke catalog from now on, I'm guessing.
Oh, it is. I think I also probably need to add the, you know, the whole I wanna rock, right?
Like every night, usually when I end, like, because karaoke ends at like 2:00 in the morning, I've made it a point to dedicate my last song of the evening to all of the white girls who dragged their gay friends into the bar. And I sing. I'm like, I always close out the night with the most basic bitch white girl song, and I never tell them what it is, but the people who go there all the time know. So when it starts, it's that song by Anna Nalick, Breathe, 2 a.m. But every time, instead of saying an hourglass glued to the table, I say life's like a pumpkin spice glued to the table.
I don't know the song.
It's what was it? Just breathe, just breathe. It was like, it's one of those songs that plays in Grey's Anatomy all the time.
Never watched Grey's Anatomy.
Well, it's just this like a very Lisa Loeb-esque song, you know, like 2
Oh.
a.m. and I'm still awake writing this song. If I get it all out on paper, it's no longer inside of me, threatening the
That sounds
life.
fucking angsty as shit. Like some Alanis Morissette. Boys make me cry. Boys hurt my
Yeah,
feelings.
well, that's the whole thing. It's very much a sad white girl with a piano, but playing contemporary music.
So basically, what's her face with the fucking red hair that like has sex on her piano? What's her name?
Tori Amos.
That's right.
I was gonna say
Oh,
Lana
in
Del
one.
Rey. Like Lana Del Rey.
Tori Amos is my favorite. She's my favorite of all.
Oh, I hate Tori Amos.
Oh, fuck you.
No, fuck you.
Go to
Okay.
hell. You can never play
I am
my.
gonna go to hell because that's where all the party people will be, and I'm gonna relegate you to heaven. No fucking coke for you in the afterlife, my friend.
You can
No
never.
low, baby.
You can never play my PS4 again. I love Tori Amos. She's my ultimate diva. She was my.
Come on, Prince. You know you let her play Flower.
Well, she already beat Flower. Now she wants to come play that weird ballerina in space game or whatever the fuck. How are you
The
describing
Ballerina Tomb Raider.
Yeah, the ballerina new age.
Square ballerina game.
Wait, is that game that Brianna Wu made?
No, it's cool. It's actually cool.
I don't want a disease. I just want to play a video game.
Oh my god, poor Brianna Wu.
What would happen to her now?
No, that's exactly the point. Is that there is no poor Brianna Wu.
She's been asking for it. Let's face it.
Oh God, don't say those
I
words.
literally have a friend on my friends list on Facebook who is connected to Brianna Wu. I'm like,
6 degrees of ugh.
yeah, it kind of is.
Oh, I would love. Okay, within the first few months when I started making YouTube videos, I swear to God, I was walking in Seattle and I, for whatever reason, was kind of paranoid maybe already. And I was walking on a street and somebody went by in a car and they barked at me or said like, "Hey." And I looked, and it seriously looked like it was Brianna Wu who yelled at me. Did I tell you this story before?
I remember it, but I don't know if everybody else does.
Well, no, I mean, there's nothing more to it. It was that I was literally walking around, and it looked like Brianna Wu barked at me out of the passenger side of a car. And it was there's nothing remarkable about this story.
She has a rather harsh face, and that's not a comment on her being trans. That's a comment on her having a rather harsh face. Because every once in a while, you meet people who have like really harsh faces, and you're like, "Oh God, I really hope I don't piss them off."
She's so tragic. It was so funny when she had that interview on the show semi recently, and they were like, so you're a video game developer, and she's like, yes, I am, and you're somebody that people take very seriously in the industry, and she's like, yes, they absolutely do.
God, where's that? I need that clip from the first Silent Hill movie with that one girl who's obviously got like, what's it called? Who's obviously got like Down syndrome, Anna, and she's like, filth and lies, and just screams and throws a can of peas or a rock. I forget what she does, but I need that. Or the laughing clip from Final Fantasy X. Do you know the one?
Never played Final Fantasy X. No.
No, you look up Look it up. Look it up on YouTube. You don't even need to play it so that we can hear it, but like you'll get it. Final Fantasy X laughing.
I played Final Fantasy X. I'm trying to remember.
It's the most beautiful thing, and that's my go-to response for shit I don't feel like debunking. Like when somebody posts something really stupid, like "Oh, Pepe the Frog" is like a hold on, let me find it really quick, and you'll see. But it basically when somebody says something like, "Oh, Pepe
I'm here. I can share it with you guys. I'm looking at it.
Do it.
I'm just kind of thinking, I can't get off that thought about in an interview, right? Saying to somebody, "Oh, you work in this?" Yes, I do. And people take you very seriously. Yes, they do. What is the point of asking that question? I don't know. I can't get out of my mind. Like when you said that, immediately I was thinking to myself, don't you think that if you have to reaffirm that people take you seriously, it's sort of like I'm an alpha male, right? And then everybody's like, yes, and that's why you have to tell all of us. You know what I mean? Doesn't that seem kind of the same way? Like people do take me seriously. Fucking whatever. I don't know.
It's funny.
Well,
it's
I mean, if you have to keep in mind. I mean, I don't want to say I feel bad for her because she has, been
that person laughing on your screen because they didn't look like they were laughing per se.
The funny thing is, I've watched this clip so many times that I can hear it even though he has it muted.
But just go back to the beginning of that clip. That doesn't look like laughing to me. What's going on below that chest line?
Brianna Wu is somebody who has, sown her seeds of terribleness as an individual and, kept going when she should have realized, okay, everybody hates me for a real reason. And it's not just, myself. It's just, but it is interesting that she's. Oh my god! People can see that.
What is he even wearing? What is that? Some kind of lederhosen fucking.
He's a Japanese video game character. What do you want?
So he's wearing a flavor version of lederhosen. I don't know. Give that guy one of those Swiss Alp things so he can be out there yodeling and playing that long ass horn, whatever they call that thing.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. So this is a meme because so basically the whole thing is basically the whole concept of this thing. You actually need the sound for it to make sense, but the whole concept of it is it's making fun of the voice acting in that game. They're having a conversation and the girl says, "I sometimes try smiling when I feel sad." And he tries to force a really stupid smile and she's like, "Okay. And then when that doesn't work, I try laughing to myself." And so that you should try it. And then he just goes and then lets out this really, really bad fake laugh. And it's legendary. It's just and I can't do it, but it's just ha 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 ha. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do it because I'll wake everyone up. It's really good. But that's my go-to reaction video for stupid SJW arguments on Tumblr.
We're gonna have to end the stream because I should go to bed.
Oh.
But thanks for having everybody here, and thanks to everybody in the chat for being here. And I will probably be back once again soon. Talk to everybody later. Bye.
Yep. Hit me up later, Brent.